Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Yas Marina. It's round 5 of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, and what a special event this is going to be. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me, as usual, is Henry Baudet. Henry, this is a one that I have been looking forward to, quite like childlike excitement, since I saw the calendar. Yas Marina, the actual Grand Prix circuit, using part of the actual circuit that Formula One uses. It's quite an exciting thing.
Hello, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. And just think about this, Joe. If you're excited, and you are, and if I'm excited, and I am, just think how the drivers are feeling. Because on this very stretch of tarmac, 2 months ago, Lando Norris became Formula One world champion. Today, the first of 2 races, or 2 rounds, effectively, of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. The start of the second half of the season. It's the fastest, it's the shortest, it's the most spectacular track that we visit all year.
And I hope you enjoyed our countdown timer. And people of a certain age will have realised that that's the theme music from the movie Grand Prix, which I felt is very apt.
It is.
It was a movie that was made in 1966, but it's still very relevant to be here at Yas Marina.
Yes, looking at the circuit, what's changed since John Frankenheimer filmed James Garner and Scott? What was it? Scott Bed? No,
Scott Stoddart.
Scott Stoddart,
yes.
etc., etc. The classic
Great movie.
film.
Perhaps the best motorsport movie you'll ever see.
Well, we've got plenty of time to discuss that over the next 2 days.
The thing about this track that I've seen in our practice day yesterday is the extreme speeds that we seem to be reaching here.
Yes.
120 kilometres an hour on the back straight, 120 k's before we turn into turn 1. And what you were telling me, what's the stat on the throttle?
90% of the lap, full throttle. This is not for the faint-hearted.
Well, we've got a little bit of an insight here because Sam Turner from the KAA team was very kindly gave us some onboard footage. So let's have a look at that now and get a feel for what the drivers have got ahead of them. Yas Marina, a track that everybody has been excited to come to. Round 5 of the UAE RMC, and here we are on board with Sam Turner from the KA team. He's going to take us round a lap. This high-speed circuit is actually on part of what the Grand Prix takes place on here in Abu Dhabi. Out here onto the back straight, then Sam will take us down this back straight, hitting speeds of 120 kilometres showing on data before he turns left and then right into a double apex left-hander that kind of forms a hairpin here. Here we go then. This will end the lap through a little bit of a chicane and then flat out across the line. You'll notice the grid markings on the track as he crosses the line here. And then on another 120k being hit before we turn left and then right. The old Grand Prix circuit this bit is, and then into the hairpin and onto the Grand Prix back straight. Let's have a listen to Sam's engine revs. You'll just see how fast this track is and see how much throttle that Sam gets to use. It's got to be flat out in 90% throttle, this track, and it's going to be so taxing on the drivers, so taxing on the engines, and so taxing on all of our races here this weekend. Fast, isn't it?
It's fast. The laps just tick by so quickly.
There aren't any slow bits. That's the thing.
And which means the racing here is different than the style of racing you'll see anywhere else this season. I was here last year. It's one of those things, you either get a complete large group of slipstreaming lead karts all together, or you get 1 or 2 karts breaking away. If the leader or leaders break away, because it's so fast, it's very, very hard to claw back.
Yes,
a deficit.
And I saw and chatting to people in the paddock in the last couple of days, it's a circuit where you need good high-speed balance.
Oh, absolutely.
You get a little bit of understeer, it's going to murder you. You get oversteer, is going to murder you even more. And we talk about momentum a lot, Henry, and in other tracks, in complete contrast to where we were for round 4, the Dubai Autodrome.
Yes.
Dubai Kartdrome. Which is a point and squirt type of hairpin, tight, corners here, fast and flowing, completely different. It's still about momentum, but it's all about high-speed momentum. And it's very, very easy to lose chunks of time by losing the slightest bit of momentum in high-speed corners.
But not only is it about momentum, believe it or not, it's about precision, which is what you wouldn't think of something because there's such a high-speed blast around the north hairpin. Is it the north hairpin?
It's
the south hairpin, the west hairpin.
It's the west hairpin, but they call it the North Circuit.
Ah, that's right. That was right. That's right. I was getting my north, never eat shredded wheat. That was my NE. Look at the inside, on the apex of the curbs, they've got the white barriers that lead out. Now, it's a stop track limits. However, and we saw this yesterday, you clip just the edge of those barriers with your leading front tyre or nose cone. You're going so quickly that can be a big accident. So you have to be precise as well.
Yeah.
You can't just mat the throttle and hurl it round the corners because there's no need to brake. You've got to be precise as well as brave.
And brave is a good word, actually. Precision is a good word as well to use for this. High-speed precision, completely different to tight hairpins where you can throw it in on the brakes and be quite scrappy. You cannot be scrappy anywhere on this track.
Smoothness is the key. And we've got the biggest field we've had for some time. Over nearly 140 drivers, 28 in Micromax, including a group of young ladies from Turkey, and we've got Rotax royalty. We've got Wesley Orr has brought 4 or 5 drivers over from South Africa as well.
I thought they were from Newcastle. War
Motorsport.
War Motorsport.
That's War Motorsport, that is.
Sorry. From the northeast of England, understand what the hell we're talking about.
This is a pit stop on the way to Wardenlaw Kart Club next weekend.
It kind of is for me.
Yeah, no, it is. It's there is a look, and that's a scene that is not matched anywhere else in karting in the world. And just look how tiny the Micromax drivers look as we start qualifying.
Well, the thing is, Henry, we've talked about precision. We've talked about how fast this track is.
Well, yes.
The Micromax, this is our cadet class already, somebody being caught out on cold tyres.
Yes.
Look how wide the track is for these karts. The 950mm chassis with the Micromax engine. These guys and girls are going to be nigh on flat out.
Oh, yes.
Everywhere.
Oh, yes. I mean, look at that. But that's, when you say how excited we are, imagine you're 8, 9 years old and you're racing on a Formula One track. It's why we've got so many entries.
2 months ago, these kids were watching Lando Norris clinch the World Championship. They're on cold tyres at the moment. We've just started a qualifying session. 5 minutes for all of our qualifying sessions, and 5 minutes on what is, I think, for these karts, 35 seconds, 36-second lap times.
Yes.
We're getting 32-second lap times out of the senior max class.
Oh, yes.
A little bit quicker out of DD2s.
The long finals go to, it starts looking like a NASCAR race in the long finals, It's going to be with the large fields as well, potential for back markers, for traffic to get involved. I said it's not a place for the faint-hearted. You need to have your wits about you at all times.
So this section here, Henry, that's turn 6 and 7.
But yes, believe it or not, they've squeezed 10 corners.
Yeah, they have.
Well, officially.
The twisty sort of chicane to finish off the lap. But those corners there at the double left-hander, that's possibly, arguably, the slowest part of the course here, and yet they are so quick. I mean, the hairpin, the west hairpin as it's called, coming out of the west hairpin there, that's such a flow out of the corner that the speed that you can carry through that corner, it's more. I'm trying to think of a comparison really in European karting that you could say that is what that corner is like.
Very little. And what it's impossible for the cameras to show is the amount of gradient.
There is quite a bit of gradient.
There is quite a bit of gradient, uphill and downhill as well. Let's have a look. It's Rudrapratrap Shekhawat who is fastest at the moment. Evans Voronins, championship leader Liam O'Hanlon is third. Saif Al-Khalifa, Tadeusz Prochatska, Vaibhav Ponna, your top 6. Vaibhav had a bit of a tumble yesterday in practice, so this is uphill. So this is uphill. Now you're snaking your way. Well, this is the one of the Turkish ladies, number 20, going through there briefly on your screens. That's Ella Yasalte.
Those two karts there, Evans Voronins on the blue and white kart. The
Yes.
driver tucked in behind him is championship leader Liam O'Hanlon.
Yep.
These two are helping each other gain lap time here. They've gone to the top of the screens, 36.9 for the number 12 there. Liam O'Hanlon on the 22 with 36.907. 5 thousandths of a second difference. Now they're getting inside of traffic, but they're helping each other with the science of aerodynamics.
Yes.
These two karts will be able to get around this track quicker by pairing off and slipstreaming one another than they would do individually.
And now you've seen the power of the slipstream, because Saif Al Khalifa goes, as you see, somebody into the barriers going out of turn number to the first chicane, down the back straight, I think we'll call this, because they're hooked up together. You can gain, even on a 900-metre circuit, you can gain. As you see, Paul Heath, one of our race directors, watching on. You can gain 0.2 of a second easily. Let's see as they cross the line. Voronins leading O'Hanlon. They've gained another 10th. So it's Cameron Harvey now third. Saif Al Khalifa, Tadeusz Prochaska. Times changing all the time. This is what is on our circuit, turn 3, the West hairpin.
We have got literally less than a minute of this qualifying session. At the moment, Evans Voronins, he's still quick. He's gone quicker, 36.739, 36.742, 3 thousandths of a second behind him is Liam O'Hanlon. Those two still circulating together. Cameron Harvey is third quickest, with Saif Al Khalifa fourth. Adam El Sheikh is fifth. Tadeusz Prochaska at the moment about to line up on the third row. However, we have got plenty of time for them to get around and potentially sneak another lap. 13 seconds on the clock. I think that's going to be checkered flag for those drivers on the back straight. That's Voronins currently on the provisional pole, being joined by the number 4 as well. That is Enzo Falzarano trying to get a slipstream. The checkered flag will fly, Henry.
Yeah, it's Adam Al Sheikh who goes to the top of the charts in kart number 55. Crossing the line now, and I'm looking to see Saif Al Khalifa goes to the head of the pack. Driver number 2, XL Motorsport. Look at that, they're 5 wide on the slowing down lap. Saif Al Khalifa by 500ths over Adam Al Sheikh. Well, I suppose I better go down and speak to Saif Al Khalifa.
Yes, Henry, it's all set up as long as you flick the right switches. We're going to get a word with Saif Al Khalifa, who really pulled that out the bag. So the pole position time here, 36.658, as we've got karts struggling to find their way back to the pits. That's the route back to the pits there, into the pit lane here, the secondary pit lane here at Yas Marina. Oh, a few cheeky little devils going across the painted area. They'll incur the wrath of the stewards, no doubt. So Saif Al Khalifa on the provisional pole. I say provisional, he's the quickest in the session. However, we've got a technical inspection, etc., to get through. Just to remind everybody, please, we welcome any kind of chat. If you have gotten up very, very early in the UK and are joining us, or wherever you are in the world, please let us know who you are, who you're supporting, where you are in the world, and if you've got any queries, any questions that you want to ask Henry and I. If we don't know the answer, we certainly will know somebody who does. So let's have a look at the grid order then. Saif Al Khalifa on the pole position with Adam Al Sheikh alongside. It'll be Evans Voronins and Liam O'Hanlon who share row 2. Row 3 will be Amar Tabatsa and Tadeusz Prochaska. Cameron Harvey and Vaihab Ponna share row 4. Row 5 is Ruud Rapetap Shikawat with Alex Feinstein. Row 6, Radai Aras and Jensen Kelly. We've then got on row 7, we've got Rofhiwa Dewambi with Alexander Semenov on row 7, Samar Chopra and Zukanyi on row 8. Row 9 is Felix Sousa Jebjerg and Saif Almeida. Row 10 is Enzo Falzarano, Sebastian Storer alongside Leo Reutemann and Thiab Haroun share row 11. Row 12 is Ella Yeselte and Killian Kudu. Tugba Yeselte and Fatima Yeselte share the next row, and then 28 carts rounding off the Micromax field. Sinar Ozyenoglu and Abdulaziz Al-Saraf. So that was Micromax.
That wasn't a struggle, was it?
That was it's early. It's a very early. That was Micromax qualifying. Hello to Nick Damon,
hello, everybody,
who's our producer today. Henry down in the...
he just told me the pole man's way back, so he'll be as quick as he can.
Yes, that's the thing with qualifying. It's not necessarily a post-qualifying session interview. You're not going to have the pole sitter first in the queue. And they've got to get through tech. And the first thing of tech is the weighbridge. So the carts will come off the track, and then the driver who drives the cart onto the weighbridge. Micromax have to weigh in at a minimum of 105 kilograms. Their class is for 8 to 11-year-olds. And we've got, in complete contrast, we have got Senior Max out next, and that is going to be the biggest field of karts on the track at any one time that we're going to see all day.
40 karts qualifying, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
We have a message on the Karting Live TV feed from Vala Kahan Official, and it's got the whole message of yo.
Yo. I've got
Kahan Official.
I've got Deborah Wong, who is
she saying yo?
Say morning, Henry. Well, we're here.
That's ruined that, isn't it?
Deborah.
Supposed to speak to you.
Morning. We are watching Jensen Kelly from France. Yay. Andrew Remy fans. Andrea Remy, come on. Guess who they're supporting? Andrea Remy fans.
I don't know all the names of the
Andrea
people.
Remy.
Andrea Remy.
Yes.
That makes sense, doesn't it? Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is behind that.
One of his fans, obviously.
Yes. Well, it sounds like a collective. Andrea Remy fans, not Andrea Remy fan.
Could be a company that makes devices that blow air around.
Grit.
Could be. You know, it's an Italian fan manufacturer.
It is great to
have
you
an
along.
Andrea Remy fan.
Where are you in the world? Tell us as well. We've got Deborah Wong in France, who's up very early in France. Not as early as the UK.
Maybe it's 6:15 over there.
Yeah, I suppose.
We were up that early.
See the sun come up.
To bring this to you.
Senior Max next, as you said, Nick, with 40 karts. We are lumping them all together to get through qualifying, and then we split them into 3 groups to go through their heat phase.
We will still get we'll still have the interview even if the qualifying's going on, because qualifying is not the most interesting thing. So Henry, if you just get him when you can, and we'll talk to him regardless of the seniors are out.
You probably want to message him that in case he can't hear.
Have you heard the PA around here?
No, I haven't. Is it loud?
Quite loud.
No, I'm inside. So we've got our qualifying session. Senior Max next, followed by Minis. We've then got our gearbox class, the DD2s, and the Junior Max class rounds off qualifying. Hello to George Geddes, watching from Scotland. Oh, you are up early, supporting Austin Gray. Great coverage. Thank you, George. What's the weather like there, mate? Have you got any snow? I heard that it's been snowing where I live in the northeast, so you're even further north.
Okay, so I think we got a chance to speak to our poleman from Micromax.
Well, it's always great to have a new pole sitter, and when I come down here, the drivers have all started to learn. If they look for me and I'm pointing at them, they know they're on pole position because I've only speak the pole sitter. So when I came down, you were all looking at me and I pointed at you. What did you think?
I thought I was P1. I was surprised. I've never got P1 before.
So a first pole position for you. Number 1, tell us what's the track like, and number 2, how is it with all these karts out there? How did you manage to find the right slipstream?
Well, all you need to do is just get good track position at the start and just have a good chase.
Who were you chasing?
Evans.
Oh, you were chasing Evans Veronins. You think is that a 1-2 for the team?
Yes.
Now, a heat race, then a pre-final. You're starting at the front. How easy is it to maybe break away, or will you get swallowed up and will it be a big battle?
I think it's gonna be easy to pull away. I just think if I finish in front in qualifying, I might finish in front in the heats and stuff.
There we go. Anyone you'd like to thank?
My team, my coach, my dad, and my mechanic.
Okay, well done. So there we go. One qualifying session done. One brand new pole sitter. Bahrain. Saif Al Khalifa, top of the charts.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to our pole sitter there. 1, 2, 3 for XL, actually. So they have certainly got their Micromax karts working well around the Yas Marina North Circuit here. So next out then, 40 karts will share the track. It's going to be very crowded, but it's going to be a high-speed train of senior Rotax about to go out on track. Abdul Al-Qaeda, Ryan Carews. The championship is all about George Nasser at the moment. George being very, very competitive in the early rounds and consolidating a lead now is what he's doing. We've seen George with the M&M team. As the green flag flies, we get the 5-minute clock already ticking down. This 5 minutes will disappear very quickly. You've got to get straight on this. Get the tyres up to temperature, get them up to pressure, and it's going to be a similar sort of situation tactically, using the aerodynamics of the karts around you and not really going out flat out. People, bizarrely, and I say this is my personal opinion, bizarrely, people not wanting to get on with it and staying in the collecting area. That's the number 326 that has gone out. That's Laluma Gobemi, who is with the War Motorsport over from South Africa. Laluma getting on with it, as I thought they might have to. Again, 5 minutes, not very long. All right, 5 minutes around a track that's got a 32-second lap. I suppose you are going to get a few laps in. And now Laluma comes upon those karts that are taking this session. I mean, dear. Look at that. That's become a bit of a trend, hasn't it, in karting?
Yes, it has. This when you're just doing a single fastest lap, this is the problem that you have. If you do a best 3-lap average, then you almost force the drivers to go flat chat. Now, there is a school of thought, and it's quite, realistic, I think, to expect that drivers have to warm their tyres. They have to spend their outlap, finding some track position. That's not unrealistic. The drivers are allowed to do that. It's when you've started your first flying lap, then you've just got to get on with it. Simple as that. We've got 38 seniors altogether.
We thought 40.
Well, I think there was one or two who may not have been able to arrive. Laluma Gobemi, he is just out there in the 326 car.
Well, Laluma was the driver that got on with it, and then he had his lap ruined by the pack that was toddling round at slower than walking pace.
Well, Laluma, so we've got they're the red, white and black War Motorsport karts.
You're right, 38 karts out on track.
Well, so commiserations to the two drivers who I can't name off the top of my head, who haven't arrived. And it's going to be, 38 seniors, my goodness me. Well, this is a great, for the two drivers, in fact, that were on your screens there, the pink and white race suit, that is Zoe Karua, the young lady who is, again, just come off her, Zara Karua, who has just come off her novice plates, and Luma Rami, who is racing outside of South Africa for, I think, only the second or third time. Welcome to the big stage, boys and girls.
Yeah, that's a bit of a baptism of fire.
It is.
Yas Marina and the UAE RMC, just off your novice plates.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck.
Sink or swim. But, that's what who said karting was easy?
Yeah, certainly at this level, and national level championship Rotax karting is of a very, very high standard of performance and competitiveness from all of our drivers. At the moment, talking about competitiveness and the like, Connor Clancy has gone to the top of the timing screens, and his teammate, the Mumbai Falcons teammate of Nathan Kappen, have just pipped Jerry Montgomery Swan for GNKD to that front row of the grid. It's not over yet, though, Henry, with, we've got under a minute, would you believe, already?
13 hundredths of a second, 66, less than a tenth of a second, covering the top four. Jules Dumont is there up at the P4. Ryan Qureshi is fifth. Ryan Qureshi, Timothy Krotov, Mohamed Menaimne, Daniel Breeze up into the top five.
Daniel Brith.
I do apologise. Yeah. Brith. And he's changed his number from 363 to 365 on my entry list.
Yes, so Daniel Brith was very, very quick in practice yesterday. Daniel with the Motorscape team, so he's got a good team underneath him, and I expect to see him in, you know what, he's a potential podium. He's a potential step at the podium, is Daniel.
Now, the senior field is going to be split. We're not going to see 38 karts out in the heat races. They are going to be separated. They're going to race in 2 out of 3
groups.
Heats. Yeah, they're going to be split into 3 groups after this session. We're going to have Harry the Lion Hannum coming up to commentate on some of the heat races. A former champion in this class. Checkered flag is out, Joe.
Checkered flag. I'm looking for Jeremy Montgomery Swan and George Nasser, who are still out there on track. At the moment, Conor Clancy's on the provisional pole. The checkered flag has flown. Checkered flag for Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Checkered flag for George Nasser. I think it's locked in, Henry, as everyone looks like they've taken the checkered flag. And it's going to be Conor Clancy who you get to speak to down there in the Parc Fermé.
And I can't jinx the undefeated streak. I've promised not to mention it to his mechanic, Alex Gill. Whoops, I just have. Sorry. But let's have a look. That bodes well. Look at that. Half a second from first to 28th. Fantastic.
Half a second on a 32-second lap is absolutely nothing. Where, you've got those drivers down in the 20s who will be looking and thinking, where am I going to pick up the time? And significantly, Oscar Lambert has qualified 22nd. And why is that significant? Well, the championship has got Oscar Lambert in second place behind George Nasser. He's currently second on 500 points. All right, he's 100 points behind George at the moment, but he is in second. Nathan Kappen has qualified second. Nathan Kappen is third in the championship, and Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who was fourth in the championship, has qualified in the top 4 as well. So we've got a good, solid championship. Conor Clancy, he's not in championship contention quite yet because he transitioned from junior Rotax to senior Rotax, and he is clawing his way back, and he's kind of taken to seniors like a duck to water. Here's the provisional grid then. Conor Clancy and Nathan Kappen on the front row. Gilles Dumont and Jeremy Montgomery share row 2. That's a great effort from Gilles. Third row of the grid is George Nasser and Leith Mominat. Daniel Brith and Ryan Qureshi share row 4. Row 5 is Andy Remy and Trofim Krotov, with Mohamed Menemene and Rayan Darmadasa in sixth row. Amani Kinua and Antonius Haddad share row 7. Enzo Tesluk and Oscar Backhouse share row 8. Row 9 is Eni Asashi and Kian Krenbull. Row 10 is Shivan Kartik and Manaf Al-Balushi. Zain Homasani and Oscar Lambert share row 11. Row 12 will be Adish Mehta and Alessandra Biji. Moving on, of course, these are going to be split up, so it's not exactly as we have it. So 25th, Igor Prochantov and Faisal Nashko, Ryan Krause and Andrew Obaid. Alicia Kanisa is 29th. 30th is Tamina Siba. Still got 8 drivers to get through. Timofey Severs Nostinov and Abdullah Al-Keita. Philip Dinu, Alex Alzea, Laluma Gubemi and Orlando Benchivenga round off our 38 karters in seniors. They'll be split into 3 groups of A, B and C. We kick things off for the senior max. Their first heat will be groups B and C, and that's scheduled for about 10:40 local time. So that's the first time we'll see those drivers under race conditions. Hello to AC247. Let's go Fort.
247 to me is Radio 1's frequency from the early mid-70s.
Medium wave.
Yeah, medium wave 247, yeah.
We've got the Armani Canoa
excellent
fan club with Sami Varati out there. Sami Varati, 637 says, Armani, let's do this. Amani Kinua there, already qualified. We'll see how they line up. So yes, already underway, isn't it? It's qualifying that we are very much embedded into now. Mini Max are next. We talk about all of our classes being competitive. This is perhaps one of the most intense class championship battles that we have. Mini Max at the moment being led by the JNKD team of... Have we got Henry? Looks like we've got Henry already. So I'll talk about Mini Max in a moment. Are we going down to Henry? We don't know yet. Henry is ready in Parc Fermé with Conor Clancy, I would think. There he goes. Here's Henry.
Well, 28 karts within half a second. Now, we're going to be split into 3 groups, but this is going to be a very, very, say, stressful or exciting. How would you describe it if you're starting from pole?
I don't think it's very stressful. I mean, okay, there's a bit of nerves, but it's more exciting than ever, especially... I'm on the beautiful Yas Marina F1 track, so yeah, it's really, really good.
Now, come in this way a second, because I wanted to talk to you. You're on a Kart Republic chassis, is that right? That's different from the rest of the karts in the Mumbai Falcons. Why the change?
Well, a KR suits me best. I've driven an OTK before with Strawberry when I did the RMC Euro Trophy. It's not bad, but I work better on a KR. I like it. It feels a lot better for me, so yeah, that's why I'm on a KR.
Okay, fair enough, no problem at all. Nathan Kaplan, just behind you. The team is very, very strong. And of course, having missed the first few rounds, you're still sort of the sleeper in the championship, aren't you? You're just creeping up on everybody race by race. Do you feel any more pressure now that you've raced and won a couple of races in seniors? Or still no pressure, everything is just a bonus?
Nah, to be honest, there's less pressure. I think the more races you win, the more confidence you get, and yeah, it's quite crazy. I've missed 3 races in the championship, and I think I'm already 9th in the championship. So yeah, it's quite good.
Now, I don't know if you can hear in the background. There's one kart that's coming in. It's making a horrible, horrible noise. It's Andre Remy's kart. What would that be? What do you think might have gone wrong with that kart?
Honestly, I'm not sure. To be honest, I've never heard that sound before, so...
No, okay, well, there we go. So, squeaking karts aside, Conor Clancy, pole position in seniors.
Thank you.
Squeaking karts aside. Well, squeaky karts is not what we want out there.
We're squeaking out the side here as well.
Yes, there's a lot of squeaking going on.
Squeaking.
Not quite sure what it
Somebody needs
is.
to oil the entire track. Get some WD-40 out.
What we've got squeaking at the moment is the Mini-Max grid of karts ready to go out for their qualifying. The championship is being led by the JNKD team in the form of Benjamin Kraczkowicz. LBJ Stubbs is not that far behind. It's a very, very tight championship in Mini-Max. It's quite an intense. The intensity in Mini-Max is quite something. These youngsters race very, very fiercely. 598 to 566 is the point situation.
The squeaking is something to do with the carts being pushed over the weighbridge.
Ah, right. Okay.
I don't know why.
Right, okay.
But it's a squeaky weighbridge.
It's a squeaky weighbridge.
He sounds like a member of a prog rock band, doesn't he? He was Squeaky Weighbridge, our drummer.
I'll leave that there.
I can't that be funnier than you.
LBJ Stubbs is across here with the British team, of course. Sam Pollard Racing. Great to have Sam Pollard Racing here in team form and bringing LBJ Stubbs and certainly in championship contention. Austin Gray, the other British driver, is 3rd in the championship. And Charlie Page, who unfortunately has had a family bereavement, and unfortunately Charlie not here this weekend in round 5. Paul Schutzman is missing from this Mini-Max grid. Paul Schutzman is here at Yas Marina. He's moved up into junior Rotax, so he's moved up the class by dint of getting older, which is something you can't stop. So we look forward to seeing how Paul goes in the faster, wider, grippier junior category. Kurt Ivanov is 6th in the championship with Max Payton 7th. Attica Mir, another driver that is missing from this part of the championship, and Adam Fleury with Oliver Butchard in 10th, Adam Fleury 9th, Oliver Butchard 10th. Just mentioned Charlie Page, Henry.
Yes,
who's not here because of a family bereavement.
Yes, so we do hope that that Charlie and his family are doing well back in the UK. Also, we're missing a very familiar member of the paddock. You can see the O plate there, the George Gibbons Motorsport driver and a mechanic, Asim Bhatti, who was a long-time mechanic for George Gibbons Motorsport and Matthias Njem Motorsport most recently, sadly succumbing to illness very, very recently. And our thoughts went back home to be with his family in Pakistan. And so we do wish his family all the best. And of course, there's a lot of mechanics and teams here in the paddock very familiar with Asim. And his brother Asif, who works in the championship as well.
International Motorsport is a very, very small family, Henry. And it's, you know, when you go to any paddock anywhere, whether it's car racing or karting or whatever, there is a family that extends back, for me, going back 40 years. And you mentioned that O-plate holder, Francesco Lignoli.
Yes.
What a drive that was at the Dubai Cardrome to pull that off. It was all right. There was controversy, there was drama, there was all sorts kicking off. But he was there,
in the right place, the right time,
and he was.
And there's the number 120 who has gone out a little bit early. That's Louis Bataille, who is
he on a Senna replica helmet
as
well? Because he'll get mentioned a lot if he has.
Oh, yeah, and isn't it incredible? I can see there's at least 2 drivers on this grid with Senna replica helmets. Ayrton Senna, who died how many years ago?
1994.
32
years ago, yes.
And
however, parental influence has exposed them to the greatness.
Yeah, and an Oscar-winning film as well. That helps, I think.
Well,
I don't know.
Overrated.
Oh,
shush,
no.
Shush, Nick. You were alone in that opinion. Just look at the way the karts are sliding there. All right, the tyres are not quite up to temperature, but it's the way that you've got these Minimax karts. They're on the smaller 950mm chassis. They're a little bit heavier than what we saw in Micromax. They're 115 kilograms minimum weight, so slightly heavier, only 10 Ks. But it's a way of getting these karts to simply just glide around this track without scrubbing off too much speed in the slide. That's the skill. That's where the skill will come in.
Yeah, now if there's a couple of karts out there that look unfamiliar, that's because we've had several new graphics kits. Pour exemple is the number 168 kart on your screens now. That's Max Payton. That is a Synergy chassis. But not in the regular Synergy graphic. Yes.
So it's a black and gold Synergy.
Yeah, graphics kit. It's the only one. The rest of the Synergy team have got the traditional Synergy colour scheme, and he's just passed one of the JNKD karts going slowly there, trying to find a drafting partner. They look remarkably different from the sort of the black, silver and blue that we saw at the start of the season.
Yeah, so I don't know why the change. I don't know why the change in graphics, just to confuse us, probably.
Well, possibly.
Yeah, we just find out, we just learn the liveries of each of the teams, and then they go and change them.
I mean, and of course the JNKD drivers, the front of their graphics kit, on the base of the NASA panel is an image of the Burj Khalifa. Just interesting. There is a cycle race going on in the background.
It's not a race.
That wasn't. Oh, it's not.
It's a charity cycle.
A charity cycle. But don't worry, they're not going to suddenly appear onto our circuit. Well, we hope not. Anyway,
they'll sharp get off it if they do.
They will indeed. Albie J. Stubbs. Since the last time we had a round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, Albie J. has gone on to finish 3rd in the Rotax International Trophy Asia. Out in Macau. That clashed with the O-plate, which is why neither myself or Albie were at the O-plate.
Did he qualify?
No, it was another British driver, Alfie Mayer, who qualified in Minimax.
So he'll be going to Portugal.
So Alfie will have the tickets to Portugal, yes. Albie J is still searching, like so many drivers are. We've only had 11 tickets out of the 394 have been handed out worldwide.
It's very early in the season, and
yes, it is.
Alfie Mayer has snaffled his position. He can relax now and just settle on his UK championships.
Exactly. Although he's just signed as a Works Tony Kart driver.
Has he really?
Yes.
So will he be running with the Strawberry team?
He'll be running out in Europe in OK Junior.
So are we going to see him in the British Champs?
I doubt it.
All right, okay.
So
he's going to be doing that different route.
He's gone to foreign climes as Alfie Mayer.
We've got, Henry, a minute of qualifying left, and at the moment it is Benjamin Krachakovic for JNKD, who has just pipped Albie J. Stubbs. Where's the best lap? 35.104 is Benjamin's time. Albie's 35.360, just under 3/10. That's a huge chunk of time to be on the pole position by.
I mean, that is very impressive. And do you know what? I mean, I spoke to Benjamin Kratchkovich, obviously the centre of, a certain amount of controversy, drama at the O Plate. A learning moment for the reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion. Unfortunately, I mean, he had another desperately unlucky finish to the season in the Army Championship, which is already wrapped up. The support series over here in the UAE now out of the way, as obviously the main event enters the second half of its championship. Kratchkovich was extremely unlucky not to take the title in that series. But again, as a warm-up to the main events, he's now back prime position to make it 2 titles out of 2 potentially. At the moment, he is top of the chart. Checkered flag has come out by 500ths of a second.
That's locked in, Henry. That is locked in.
Well, yeah. And do you know what? I think he's 500ths of a second quicker than LBJ Stubbs.
He is.
Well, because he gave LBJ Stubbs half a pack of Doritos yesterday, which slowed LBJ down.
Yeah, that'll be
just enough. Just enough.
0.5 of a kilogram.
Yeah, and they were the tangy cheese flavoured as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It will be Benjamin Kratchkovich who will get the audacious opportunity to speak with Henry down in Parc Fermé. LBJ Stubbs will line up alongside him. That's going to be a ding-dong of a heat phase for these two drivers. We'll have a look at the grid in a moment, Henry. But Benjamin Kratchkovich, championship leader as well.
Yes.
And again, showing a lot of strength there in qualifying with such a margin here on a 35-second lap. It might not seem much, but that's a chunk of time.
It is. But our top 3 in the championship are 3 title contenders: Kratchkovich, Stubbs, Gray.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. That bodes well. I'll go down and catch up with Benjamin.
So as Henry makes his way down to Parc Fermé, let's have a look at the grid for Minimax then. Front row of the grid is Benjamin Kratchkovich and LBJ Stubbs, as we discussed. Third place, Austin Gray with Max Payton alongside. We've got Maxim Zoyner alongside Oliver Butchard on row 3. Row 4 is William Mazzali and Adam Fleury, with Mikhail Mitrakin and Kurt Ivanov on row 5. For our O-plate holder, Francesco Lignoli on row 6 alongside Mubarak Mohammed. And then on row 7, we've got Gleb Obukov and Ahmed Faisal Almai. Louis Bataille and Zuham Turki are on row 8. Row 9 is Aryan Esan and Mikhail Tervoklebov. Row 10 is Vivan Chuan and Washu Mateblua. Round off a 20-kart mini-max field.
I think the guy at the back there, Michelle, he actually only arrived today. He was the guy we were chatting to who got his visa through. I think I saw him getting a text back. So he's literally arrived this morning. So it's the first time he's seen the track.
Right.
I know you closed me down earlier with my one word.
What, you were talking about 1970s punk rock?
No, we were talking about Ayrton Senna.
Oh, yeah, we did. Well, there's no discussion, mate.
There is.
No.
If you want to win a race, Ayrton Senna. If you want to win a championship, Alan Prost.
Yeah, I can't deny that.
There we are, you see. I knew I could bend your fandom away.
Yeah, can't deny that. He still won 3 world championships.
Prost won 4.
Okay.
2.6 seconds.
He was very good in a kart. Do you know who Ayrton Senna said was his biggest rival?
Terry Fullerton.
In his motorsport career.
Yeah,
Terry Fullerton.
Yeah.
Going back to what
But the reason for that was, you know why I said that? It may or may not have been true, but he wasn't going to ever say it was another F1 driver, was he?
Well,
you've got to think about the psychology of these comments.
Yeah, but what he did say about karting was that it was pure. He said it was pure. He described it as pure racing.
This is a very prescient conversation, isn't it?
It absolutely is, because I'm about to say we're at an F1 track here, where in 2026 the Formula One World Championship will hopefully be decided here.
We'll conclude. Well,
yeah,
hopefully
not before.
You know.
Hopefully not before. Hopefully it goes down to the wire, which will be right here on this very tarmac. And at the moment, we've got Formula One drivers very, very disheartened by the current
what did Max say? I want to go racing. I'll do GT3. At least I haven't got to manage anything.
Yeah, they want, the purity of the racing is not. This is pure racing. It's a throttle, it's a brake, and you are going flat out on
well,
these
this one
cars.
actually is a throttle brake and a gearbox. It's DD2s.
We've got DD2 now. Yes, we have. Wow, we're flying through these qualifying sessions, aren't we? DD2s. We've got a throttle. We've got a brake. We've got brakes on the front and the rear in
and
DD2.
A paddle shift.
Now then, in the paddock show.
Yeah, which we'll talk about in a second.
All right, because we've got Henry, have we? Nick has got a message that he has to open his phone for, and Henry is ready. Let's head down there.
Well, Benjamin Karachkovic is... he wants to display his UAE national team race suit, but I've got to be honest, Benjamin, it is roasting down here. I don't blame you one bit for wanting to put your JNKD t-shirt on instead. First of all, well done. Tell us about your lap.
I was behind LBJ Stubbs, and then on the first lap, Austin had a spin, and then he rolled behind Albie, and then he left a gap so there was a lot of tow for me, and then Albie had to overtake some Billies, and then Austin had the tow from Albie, and I had the tow from Albie and Austin.
That was a technical term, Billies, for slightly slower drivers. Do you think that you beating Albie by 500ths of a second was down to you giving him half a pack of Doritos yesterday, which may have weighed him down a little bit?
Maybe.
Maybe. So, the three leaders of the championship, you, LBJ and Austin are 1, 2, 3. This is the start of the second half of the season. How do we now focus on maybe making it 2 championships in a row?
Hopefully I can do that. And then go to Portugal.
That's right, Portugal.
And then I can win there as well.
Win there as well. Okay, anyone you'd like to thank?
The JNKD team, my parents, and my mechanic.
Ah, you have is it a new mechanic now?
Yes.
Do you want to give our new mechanic a name check?
Liam.
Liam Smith International, to give him his full name. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Benjamin Karachkovic, half a pack of Doritos was the key to pole position. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent tactics. I'm sure Liam Smith will have some part to play in that one, not just about the Doritos. But
do you think there's anybody in this paddock Henry doesn't know by name?
No.
We should find.
I know Liam. He used to work for Hondas.
Ah.
So even I know Liam.
Even I.
Even I.
Even I.
He went out in my box. Hello to Tony Hogg. Hello, Tony.
Is he not retired?
He's not. He's retired again. Yes, he's sat at home. He's watching. He's watching at home, and he's very, very keen on seeing how these DD2s go. We last saw Tony out at the last round of the UAE Championship
and
at the O-Plate. Yeah. So he may make a comeback before we end the season.
Many rounds to go for a comeback to happen. He'll be bored by April.
Well, we're back at Dubai for round 6.
Mm-hmm.
So you may make a guest appearance, but it's great to have you along on the live stream, Tony. We're about to go get going with qualifying. This is our DD2 class. We've got what I was about to say before we had to go down to Henry and Parc Fermé was we've got a great chat with Mark Bassier, who's about to take part in this qualifying session.
And I can't remember if it's today or tomorrow.
Well, he's in our paddock show. One of the paddock shows either today or tomorrow.
Sorry, I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, did we have done that piece of paper up through in the bin?
No, I moved them all around.
I know you did. Right, so even that won't tell us. Yeah, but it's very interesting. And the way he describes how to drive, because what Mark Bassier, what we're about to see go out in this session, Mark is in his first season of DD2 racing, and he came from Rotax Max Racing, where exactly the same karts, fundamentally, apart from the engine and now a 2-ratio gearbox. And as a driver, he gives us a lot of insight as to how he had to get his head around using the 2-ratio gearbox. They're a paddle shift, not like a racing car paddle shift where the left-hand paddle is for up the box down the box. The right-hand paddle's for up the box. No, this is completely different. The left-hand paddle is to engage the first gear. The right-hand paddle is to engage the second gear, and you basically flick between first and second gear. And that's just 2 ratios. It gives an added element of performance. These karts are doing towards 125, 126 kilometres an hour into turn one. And at this point here, on the back straight, turning left now, barely scrubbing off any speed.
Yep.
At 120k, 125 kilometres an hour.
Of every class in this championship, at every circuit, qualifying at Yas Marina in a DD2 is the most important session of the season, because overtaking at this circuit in a DD2 is, not going to say impossible, it's very, very difficult indeed.
Because there's no kind of discernible areas where you slow down enough to maybe have a dive on the brakes.
No, exactly.
Because even the slow corners are very, very quick.
Last year, Noah Tamaska went from, I think we had 12 karts on the grid last year. He went from 12th to 2nd and overtook more drivers in one race than anybody else managed in any of the other races over the course of the weekend to finish behind Max Dexter. It is absolutely imperative in this class to qualify well. At the moment, Tyler Harris is doing that. But what about Maurice Knopper's second overall? When was the last time, and I can't remember, that we had a Masters driver win an overall DD2 race?
I can't remember.
It's not been in my time in the championship.
We've only had 2 laps, Henry, but straight out the box, Tyler Harris has been absolutely rapid. He's gone quickest on his out lap, quickest on the second lap, and he's gone quickest on the third lap. Tyler Harris was really strong. He's kind of petered off. I think he had a little bit of... he went off and did his exams, didn't he?
Hurt his hand playing basketball.
Hurt his hand playing basketball. Yep. That hand might be healed now, because it's nice to see Tyler Harris, the Mumbai Falcons, Tyler Harris, championship leader, back at the top of a timing screen. There's Mark Bassier just slotting in alongside him on the front row. The quickest time, 32.45. Is that 4.57 or 4.67? 4.57 and 32.464. 7 thousandths of a second split Harris and Bassier at the moment.
Yeah, and to be fair, this circuit, if you are nursing an injury of any kind, this is the circuit you want to come to. Billiard table smooth, no offensively bumpy curbs. It is smooth. A lot of the corners are fast and flowing, so you're not moving around in the seat quite as much. I think Tyler at the old plate was possibly, back to full fitness. But anyway, Hamza Hashisho, for example, he was struggling with an injury, a rib injury. He's had a lot of treatment, but he's back on form here.
And his dad was telling us the treatment that he had, physio and all sorts of stuff. Yep. And the thing about ribs and trying to get them to heal, it's just... time is the healer with ribs, isn't it?
And they do it in their own time.
Taking painkillers to get back in the cart. Crazy kids.
But it is great to see Hamza Hashisho back, at 100%. 0.3 of a second, covering 6 out of our 10 drivers.
Yeah, that's very, very competitive at the moment. It's still Tyler Harris. We're inside the final. Well, I'm tick by inside the last 45 seconds of this session, and Tyler Harris continuing to lap his time of 32.457. The times have dropped off slightly by a tenth or so, but it's still Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier that provisionally are on the front row. Then we've got Syed Halababi with Adam Malik currently on row 4. The first of the Masters, Moritz Knopper, in 5th with Hamza Hashisho coming through. We've then got Sami Al-Hassad, Kyle Blotley, Greg Watt out here, and Nicolo Cacciatore, whose dad had a right go at me. Taking the mick out of me, he was.
Well, because
we finally got our heads around saying Cacciatore.
But it's got to be with the Italian flair. Cacciatore. Yeah,
Cacciatore.
I think he was probably. Yeah, there was a bit more northern realism compared to my South Walian flair, which is the first time you'll ever hear that
phrase. That's the first and only time.
And only time as the checkered flag comes out. And Tyler Harris hanging on by 200ths. What can his teammate Mark Bassier do? Here comes Bassier to the line. No dice.
No, it's going to stay. Tyler Harris back to where he's been trying to get for the last few rounds. Mumbai Falcons 1, 2 and 3 here. Matthias Najem Motorsport just breaking up the Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3, 4 by Adam Malik qualifying in 4th. Moritz Knopes coming in early, but it's going to be Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier on the front row. It's going to be Tyler Harris who you chat to.
It is. He's going to have to comb his fringe a little bit to the side so we can see him. I'll go and find him now.
It would be nice to get a view on the fact that he's back to full competitiveness as well. I mean, and, you know, we talk about, you know, it being just racing purely, isn't it? Sometimes you lose a little bit of pace and you can't really put a finger on why. Well, Tyler Harris is one of those drivers that has been there or thereabouts, but he's back and he's on the provisional pole. We'll have a look at the provisional grid. Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier will share the front row then. Saad Al-Hababi will share the second row with Adam Malik, with Moritz Knopes and Hamza Rashisho back from his broken ribs. Sami Al-Assad and Kyle Blockley on row 4, with Greg Watt and Nicolo Cacciatore on the 5th and final row. 10 karts in the DD2 field, our smallest grid, but the most spectacular grid when it comes to speed, I think. The fastest karts out here, 32.4 seconds, that pole position.
An old friend is saying hello.
Who's that?
Paul Ozan.
Hello, Paul.
He's saying, good morning, guys, from a cold and wet Clay Pigeon Raceway.
Yes.
Sounds like home, doesn't it?
Sounds like home.
It's been wet all year.
I'll be cold and wet next weekend because I'm at Warden Law.
Oh, Junior's having a chat about something. Ken's laying down the law for the juniors.
So that gentleman there in the cap is our chief clerk, or chief steward. No, he's clerk. He's clerk of the course.
Is a clerk above a steward?
No.
The steward's above a clerk.
The clerk deals with the points of incident on the track. He's in control. He's basically the man in charge of how this meeting runs.
Right.
And that's why he had that bit of a lecture there, bit of a debrief with the junior drivers here, who will conclude our qualifying sessions. They're about to go out. Henry's down there in Parc Ferme. Is he ready to go, Nick? He is indeed. Let's go to Henry.
Well, I'm down here with Tyler Harris. Firstly, safe to say that you're back to 100% fitness after the hand injury that sort of scuppered your chances a few rounds ago?
Yeah, my fingers are much better now. I dislocated my finger back in, I think it was December, so struggled a bit for that round, but it's fully recovered by now.
Yeah, around here, though, is this, would you say, if you are nervous, because I know Hamza's got a bit of a rib injury as well, this is probably the easiest circuit to cope with any physical difference because it's flat, it's fast, you're not moving around in the kart quite so much.
Yeah, it's a very easy track physically. The only thing is grip. You got to grip the wheel very tight because you got to be very, very smooth. But that's similar to basically every track, so it's overall easier. Yeah,
now we were talking about, obviously momentum is key, precision. How close are you getting to the barriers that are sticking out onto those curbs?
I think far too close. In my opinion, they need to be moved further away so that it avoids a crash.
But then, of course, that will allow the drivers to abuse track limits, which is, part of the argument. You've got Mark Bassier, your teammate, right alongside you, 200 separating the two of you. Overtaking round here. Is it possible?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. There's 2 or 3 spots, but the thing is the laps are so short, those spots come about very quickly, so 100% doable.
It's 100% doable. Only 10 karts on the grid, but 10 karts that realistically 6 or 7 of them can break away in a train. You're smiling, or is it just going to be you, Adam, maybe Morris and Mark?
I think me and Mark have a very strong pace advantage over the rest, so I think we have the strongest chance of being the battle for the lead.
But he is possibly your nearest title contender as well. Has that entered your thoughts that he might play nice for the start, but not towards the end?
Well, mathematically, no. Adam's my nearest title competitor by a long shot.
Well, that shows what I know. But Tyler, you obviously be confident regardless.
Yeah.
Excellent. There we go. Tyler Harris, confident regardless, even though Mark Bassier is coming on strong, Adam Malik as well, but he thinks that him and his teammate Mark have the biggest pace advantage over the rest of the field.
Thank you, Henry, and well done, Tyler Harris. for snatching that pole position for DD2s. It's going to be a bit of a ding-dong, as Henry said there and alluded to with Tyler. Tricky to pass here. The smooth, high-speed flow of the Yas Marina Circuit here is going to lend itself to some spectacular racing. But DD2 is going to prove a little bit tricky to get past one another. But that's all about racing, isn't it? It's one thing about driving fast. It's another thing about the different element to when we go racing, in complete contrast to a qualifying session where it's all about that optimum lap. In racing, it's all about racing and optimizing every single lap in the session. It's going to be a 15-lap race for DD2s. It's going to be a 15-lap race for seniors as well, I notice. 12 laps.
The finals?
12 laps for the heats.
Yeah, then more for the pre-finals.
And more for the pre-finals. The pre-final is going to be over 18 laps for DD2s.
And it's in finals, 25 laps.
And then 25. Yeah, but it's only a 30-second lap.
No,
so it's about the same amount of time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's time rather than...
Yeah. So it's...
I mean, that is a big difference, isn't it? Those of you who are watching from the UK, we tend to have 8 minutes plus one lap, don't we?
Yes.
Or 6 minutes plus one lap, or 12 minutes. Here, it's always to laps.
Yeah, but it's roughly about the same amount of time,
time-wise,
to be honest.
It's just a different way of doing it.
It's a 906-metre track, this. So just under a kilometre.
So 50 metres longer than where Paul Ozanne is at Clay Pigeon.
Yes. Yes. What's Clay Pigeon? About
860
or something?
856.
Yeah.
And you can fit 8 clay pigeons inside of this venue.
Sorry. Yes, you can fit about 3,000 real pigeons.
Yes. I was going to say Happy Valentine's Day. I was going to say roses are red.
Are they?
Violets
Please don't.
No, violets are blue.
Henry.
My carts are gold, which is why I'm faster than you.
Yeah.
Paul Ozanne's the gold carts.
Yes, I know. But what I was about to say there, because you scared me there. Please read that before you broadcast it. I'm not saying it is that, just as we go forward.
Oh, yeah. No.
Because
if any Valentine's Day poems, they'll be vetted beforehand.
Yes, please do that, because I thought you were going to flow into that there.
No. I did a couple of other versions of that this morning, which were not about gold carts. But yeah, rose are red. I got a gold card. I can't remember it now. Anyway, let's go on to the final qualifying session. Hello, Paul Ozanne. How are you?
Yes, he's at a very cold Clay Pigeon.
Oh, bless.
Cold and wet. We've got a very hot and sunny Yas Marina here, with Junior Max out for their qualifying session, which will conclude our qualifying for this race day one for round 5 of the UAE RMC. We're into the second half of the 25-26 championship now. Things beginning to get intense as we get through the season. Things will remain intense, no doubt, as we get things underway. And I think Ken Potter, who while you were down there with Tyler Harris, was having a bit of a lecture with these junior drivers. And I think Ken's advice was, I want to see you get on with this.
Yes.
I don't want you seeing ruin anyone's lap by chugging round there at walking pace, because they've gotten straight on with it.
Yeah, no lollygagging, I think was the...
I don't know what the tactic is there, Henry. It's going to take... All right, in these temperatures, we're about, 26, 27 degrees already? And it's only 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yes.
It's going to get highs of 31 degrees here in Abu Dhabi. And the tyre... It's not about 3 laps to get your tyres up to temperature. Your tyres are going to be up to temperature on lap 2. But it's still only 5 minutes, and you're still putting a lot more pressure on yourself to get things right if you are going to just give yourself one flying lap.
Yeah, and also in this class, like in several others, we have got several novice drivers as well. Kabir Kidwai, Romy Sabali. We've got, Alif Yeselte, the 4th or the 5th of our 5 Turkish girls here. And of course, they are at the very opposite end of the experience spectrum.
I see Leo Anna has not gone out.
I haven't seen Leo Anna all weekend.
So he may not be here. He's on the entry list, so he will appear, but he hasn't come out. So whether or not Leo is here remains to be seen.
but of course, what you're he is here. He's having engine issues.
Is he?
Thanks to Majid.
All right, so he is here.
Who's the all-seeing eye and knows all.
Well, he's our chief timekeeper. He's our chief technician.
More than that.
He's basically the man in charge.
Well, I mean, why is Guy here? Why
to take all the glory in the shiny
of course.
bits.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, the guy who makes it all happen is Majid.
Yeah, exactly. Louis Radcliffe goes to the top of the charts. A new name to the championship with the Sam Pollitt racing team. Louis and his brother Harry, both in juniors now. That gives Mr. and Mrs. Radcliffe, it's like only one headache. Not two separate headaches, but it's a doubly strong headache.
Well, they're out on track at the same time now.
Yes.
So that's a little bit of a less of a headache of being in two places at one time. And at the moment, Louis showing that he's taken to the track temperature here at Yas Marina very readily. He's dropped a second as Mitanj Jain for Mumbai Fault has gone quicker with a 33.139. 57 thousandths of a second quicker. Still early days, though, with over a minute left.
Yeah, 11 points separate Mitanj Jain and the championship leader, Via Chopra. There is the 260 Saveli Kojai on your screen. Saveli was quite confident about his his chances. This weekend, he went and did a race with Dan Holland Racing in Europe very recently, which has boosted his confidence to some degree, indeed, a great degree. There's Ray Haber in the number 214.
And you saw, I just want to say what we saw there, Ray, literally, he's a small kid.
Yes.
He was hanging on to that cart through that fast section. That was just coming off the back straight through turn 4 and then turn 5. That's turn 1 that we're looking at right there.
Yes.
That's across the start finish. And that's equally as fast. Now, this was the former Grand Prix track. They're actually on the former Grand Prix track. Through that chicane and into the hairpin here was where the Grand Prix circuit goes. They basically bypassed that chicane now and go straight into a hairpin.
Yeah.
But that is basically the old Grand Prix track.
And you were looking at saying Ray Haber hanging on. That goes back to what Tyler Harris was just saying. That because you have to be so precise and because it's so high speed, you've got to grip the wheel really tightly. So if you're gripping the wheel really tightly and you're of a somewhat more diminutive stature, like Ray Haber is, that's where you sort of get that sort of visualization of the driver just hanging on for dear life, because you can't just sort of lightly grip the wheel and just feed it ever so slightly. You have to be more.
You really have. What a lap time from Giuseppe Montanari, who's gone onto the front row of the grid. Not quite as quick to clinch the pole. That pole position is at the moment belonging to, in fact it is his, because that's all locked down now. Harun Qureshi with a 33.042, 81 thousandths quicker than that fabulous lap right at the end there from Giuseppe Montanari. He's put in a 33.123.
I'm going to break with tradition at the end of this session, interview the top two, because Giuseppe Montanari has been asking, can I get an interview, can I get an interview, can I get an interview all season? And I think second place deserves an interview. We won't take away Arhan Qureshi's dominant performance there.
No. But, yeah, I want to know where that lap came from, because that came bang. He just was up way down the timing screen, and then he went blasting up the timing screen in front of us.
I shall go and find out.
Absolutely. There's the grid then. Arhan Qureshi will start on the Junior Max pole position. Giuseppe Montanari with a fabulous lap time there for the JNK driver, getting within 81 thousandths of a second and getting himself onto the front row. Mitanj Jain and Louis Radcliffe share row 2, with Ray Haber and Via Chopra sharing row 3. Row 4 is Derek Rivera and Aaron Mason. Row 5 is Jaden Hidding and Pierre Abu Diwan, with Johansa Senayaki and Harry Radcliffe sharing row 6. Row 7 is Harrison Stevens and Floris Schenkenberg. Saveli Kojai and Gabriele Baraccordi are on row 8, with I'm trying to find him on the timing screens. Where am I? 17th is Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi and Sam Turner on row 9. Row 10 is Aaron Ortak and Antonio Husari. Paul Schutzman, with his first weekend in juniors, qualifying 21st, puts himself on the 11th row of the grid alongside Damien Noor, being run by his father. Joe Morad and Vladimir Gugo on row 12. Row 13 is Rafael Zagati with Kiba Kidwai. Faris Haroun and Lev Tolstik with Saif Al-Baldai, Aaron Sethi and Roman Sabali, Elif Yagbe Yeseltai and Leo Anna, who didn't take part in that, so no time for him. I just lost one of the drivers there as the grid disappeared off the screen. You're a little bit too eager with your...
It's dynamically driven.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's not you?
That is me.
It is you, isn't it?
The problem is I'm predicting your flow, and then you fall over a word or a name, and you take 3 goes at it, and I've gone...
What? Because it's like
3 names.
It's like a timing in your head.
Like I get a flow, and then you just
So I want to say hello to Olga Isadora.
Go on then.
Hello Olga, and it's great to have you along. Damien Noor, 14 years old, promising kart driver, competing in the international UAE RMC series in Abu Dhabi. Open to partnerships and sponsorship support.
Aren't we all?
Damien Noor is the youngster who was being run by his father. He's on a Lando Norris kart, and him and his dad prep his kart and compete, and does very well. He's right there in the mix, right in the midfield. So thank you for that, Olga, and that's a bit of a sponsorship shout out, sponsorship promotion.
Money, can we let's all have, let's have a money bath. Looks like we have a bit of Henry coming up.
Oh, he's ready now, is he?
Yeah, he's got them both. They're all ready to go. Here we go. And down to Henry.
Well, like I said, we're going to break with tradition. I did turn it on. It's okay. You were wondering. Now, Ian Qureshi was missing from our last UAE round. Why?
Well, I was sick with a contagious disease, so it was a bit heartbreaking for me to miss that round, especially because we had the pace to win, probably. And
I'll just preface that by saying he's not contagious anymore. He had chicken pox, which is that seems like a rite of passage for most young people in life. But what a way to come back for it. A pole position. Well done.
Thank you.
Now, talk a little bit about the quality of the rivalry and how you managed to get that lap done.
Coming out the pits, I knew I had to get a good chase because usually on this track the slipstream is very, very powerful. So went out, try and find a good chase. Got it, definitely. Had a bit of traffic on the last lap, but it didn't stop us.
Who did you manage to chase? Who was the driver that really sort of helped you without realising they helped you?
Number 219, Veer Chopra.
Veer Chopra. Who's that coming over the hill? Veer Chopra. So the championship leader helped you. He's battling with your teammate, Mitant Jain, who is just behind the two of you. What can you do in the races themselves?
For me, I don't care about any championship. Of course, I can try and be in it, but it's not my goal for this season. For me, the goal for this season is just for me to perform my best and learn the most I can. Okay, well, there we go. So I'm Qureshi learning. We'll swap you guys round because a season's best performance by a long way, Giuseppe Montanari. First year in juniors, you've got a big smile on your face. Where did that lap come from?
Well, I think we just had to tuck in behind someone, try and get good track position, not to get any traffic, and I just had to drive my best.
Now, before you all went out, race director Ken Potter was having words with you. What did he say? Was he saying no dawdling, get out there and get on with it straight away?
Basically, exactly that. Just don't mess around, try and get into positions or anything. Obviously, it's short 30-second lap times, so you could definitely impede a driver or multiple drivers, so yeah.
Now, did that advice eventually help you? Because you couldn't think about what you were doing. You had to get out with it, get out there and get on with it.
I think that definitely helped me because it gave me one less thing to think about, track position, and basically the strategy was to just get out there and drive your best.
Okay, can you beat this man and take your first junior win?
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
Well, it's all smiles down here on the front row, the provisional front row of the Graded Juniors. We'll see if it's all smiles later on. Well done, boys.
Oh, I'm sure it will be all smiles. Certainly, Aaron Qureshi has got a big job in hand and a great drive there from Giuseppe Montanari. Mitanj Jain has got a championship to think about, and welcome to Louis Radcliffe. Louis, with Sam Pollock Racing here. Great to have the British team over here. And
we've got a bit of a break now.
Why not? Yes, we have. Yes.
We're back running in about 10 minutes or so.
Can I have a look at Sam Turner's on board again?
Oh, go on then.
Yeah, this is just to tell everybody what it is. Sam Turner with the Karting Advisor Academy was kind enough to give us some onboard footage from one of the practice sessions. This will just give you an idea of just how fast the track is here at Yas, and it's in complete contrast to anywhere else that we race. This is a fabulous challenge.
Yeah, it's very, very quick indeed. Yeah, I mean, it's a good couple of laps. You get to see it having some fun with other karts during fun. You have fun during practice? I don't know. But let's roll the video.
Yas Marina, a track that everybody has been excited to come to. Round 5 of the UAE RMC, and here we are on board with Sam Turner from the KA team. He's going to take us round a lap. This high-speed circuit is actually on part of what the Grand Prix takes place on here in Abu Dhabi. Out here onto the back straight, then Sam will take us down this back straight, hitting speeds of 120 kilometres showing on data before he turns left and then right into a double apex left-hander that kind of forms a hairpin here. Here we go then. This will end the lap through a little bit of a chicane and then flat out across the line. You'll notice the grid markings on the track as he crosses the line here. And then on another 120k being hit before we turn left and then right. The old Grand Prix circuit this bit is, and then into the hairpin and onto the Grand Prix back straight. Let's have a listen to Sam's engine revs. You'll just see how fast this track is and see how much throttle that Sam gets to use. It's got to be flat out in 90% throttle, this track, and it's going to be so taxing on the drivers, so taxing on the engines, and so taxing on all of our races here this weekend. You mentioned there, Nick, about the fun of practicing. And yeah, I mean, there isn't a better feeling than being on a racetrack, on a Rotax Max kart, on a track like this, which is so fast and flowing. Kind of reminds me of Three Sisters, the way the speed of the corners. Three Sisters is a track in the UK, which is based near Wigan, isn't it? Yeah, and that's a very fast track, and perhaps the nearest we've got in the UK to this one. But you could see there from Sam's onboard, just the speed that you've got on the straights is barely scrubbed off through the turns. The slowest part of the track here isn't slow. It is absolutely fast and flowing. You don't really, once you get going out of this pit lane here, you don't slow down until you come back into the pit lane.
Yeah, I missed a bit. What track in the UK we saw?
Three Sisters.
I mean, yes.
I'll tell you why.
I agree with you.
I remember racing back at Three Sisters, and it was a practice day because what Nick said, how much fun people have.
It was like Felton or Langbar or something like that.
Down the back straight at Three Sisters, through that sweeping right on the old circuit before they went up the hill, and then the sun was shining, and I just thought I can still remember this feeling that I had while I was on the kart, and it was a kind of a life doesn't get better than this. I had someone in front of me and someone behind me. And I just thought, I think it was in a race, actually.
Yes.
I remember the lad, there was Dave Fletcher behind me and another lad in front of me. I just thought, life doesn't get better than this. And just watching Sam's onboard, Sam Turner there, I just got that feeling of just this high-speed flow and just the fact that you don't ever slow down. You are absolutely flat out.
Well,
it's just a beautiful feeling.
That's
that you can never, ever rid yourself of.
No, yes.
It's an addiction that you can never get rid of.
Absolutely. It's something that you have to do, actually feel, to, experience, to really understand. One of the things I'm really pleased to see is the back of the field there in the cream T-shirt, that is Mehmet Yaman. Mehmet has brought 5 young ladies from Turkey over here. They're novice drivers. They're licensed, but they have never driven at this level of competition. Now,
wow.
the 4 of them in Micromax were off the pace yesterday. They were set a target time by our race director. They had to be within a certain percentage of the pole position time to be allowed to race. And I'm thrilled to see that 2 of them, the number 20, Ella Yasilte, and I think it was the number, it was the number 6, Tugba Yasilte, joining the back of the field. They have made it in. Tugba by about 1/100th of a second. But consider this. Yesterday, they were 5 seconds off the pace. I think their target was to get within 4 seconds of pole position. Now, the other 2 young ladies, number 5, Fatima Yasilte, and number 35, who is Sina Ozingoglu, they didn't make it into the cutoff, but they can try again tomorrow.
All right.
And I
that's
know
nice.
they will be cheering for their 2 country women from the grandstands, because this has been a very, very difficult baptism.
This is a very, very high standard of
Absolutely.
racing. This is a national championship.
Yes.
UAE RMC. Talking about drivers in complete contrast, the number 4 there, Enzo Falzarano.
Yes.
We're not used to seeing Enzo Falzarano this far back, so
No.
I'm not quite sure what happened in his qualifying session. I did notice when I read the grid down how far down the grid. The reason he's carrying the number 4
is because he was 4th in last year's
championship. So
yeah.
he is further down the grid than we would expect. Now, I'm surmising here and assuming that he may not have got an assisted lap, because it was all about, certainly in this class, even more so, it's exacerbated the need to find a tour partner and help each other go around, which is kind of what cadet karting is all about.
And we saw at the start of qualifying a number of drivers spinning on their outlap on cold tyres. He could well have been one of those, and therefore lost the group that he was planning on running with. Yeah. But look at Mehmet Yaman there now, just setting
that's
the delta
that's
time.
The guy in the cream coloured T-shirt
with
on
blue
the bottom left of the screen.
Yes, they're with the Fort Abu Dhabi team, Dr. Mohammed Haroon and their crew. They've got 8 or 9 drivers. There's 1 Turkish girl in juniors. Obviously, she is going to be in that class. But 2 of the 4 young ladies have made it today. And that's going to bode really, really well. And again, we have to say, great credit to the race director, Ken Potter, and Paul Heath, for monitoring this, to making sure that everybody's safe. Because it's not just about the 2 girls' safety, it's about the other competitors as well. Everyone's got to start somewhere. This is the hardest circuit in the championship to come to as a novice. Simple as that. It's even harder when you've never left Turkey before. It's even harder when you don't speak any English and when you're a novice. Here we go.
So, front row of the grid then for Micromax. Heat 1 is Saif Al Khalifa with a fantastic pole position. Adam Al-Sheikh is alongside. We've got Evans, Voronins and Lee Mohanan, who followed each other around, didn't they, to get that time. Amar Tabatsa shares row 3 with Tadeusz Prochaska. Row 4 is Cameron Harvey and Vihar Ponna, Rudert Rabatap, Shekawat and Alexander Freinstein share row 5. Radhai Aris and Jensen Kelly on row 6. Row 7 is Rofewa Dewambi and Alexander Semenov. Samar Chopra and Zukan Yi are on row 8. Row 9 is row 10 is Enzo Falzarano and Sebastian Stora, Thayab Haroon and Leo Reutmann, Ella Yeselte and Kilian Kudu Nbudai. And then rounding off is Tugba Yeselte in 25th spot. It's a very, very short lap here, Henry. They go around the top of which is the entrance to the pit lane, to give them a better run towards the line. Here they come then. The grid is it's fragmented.
Quick.
It's fragmented, so whether or not we get the start, it looks like we've gone green into turn 1.
Gee, we have. That was a very, very quick start. Maybe that was a deliberate thing so that the field was spread out going into the first couple of tight corners, but we have a race on our hands, and we've got Saifal Khalifa. Oh, we've got the number 12 all over the curb. Yas Marina's... getting.
I'm not sure how he ended up on there because that was halfway down the straight.
Yeah, maybe trying to. Now you've seen what the drivers are doing. They're trying to swing out as wide as possible to get the quickest run into turn 4. Oh dear!
We've got an incident at the chicane at turns 8 and 9. There, a cart climbing over the back of another one. Not quite sure who was involved there. We've got the race continuing there. I think the drivers are fine. But we've got a change for the lead, so that was a challenge for the lead.
I'm not sure if there's been a bit of confusion.
It was a false start. Yeah,
we've got a green light.
Look at this replay.
Ah, yes.
Look at this replay.
Kartshop.me replay. A very confused start here. We've got...
Oh. Yes.
Ah, yes. So some drivers are turning left, some are turning right to take the start again. We've red flagged it. Well, that was a very, very... because on the timing system, we've got a green flag.
Yes.
We've got no indication whatsoever of a false start here. Whether that was the case out on track, I'm not sure. But we'll leave the officials to sort that out. But I see what you saw there, Nick. So we had some competitors turning right to take another start. This is another look at it. So they're turning right to take the start route. Some drivers are turning left. And that could have been, I think we were lucky to get away with that, guys.
Yeah, I mean, now here is the next headache. Yas Marina and Adam Al-Sheikh, 2 of our top 5 starters involved in that collision. Their team, Excel Motorsport, will be, in a sense, saying, look, if there's any damage, can we fix it? And therefore there's a decision.
I'll be surprised if there's not any steering alignment out.
No, I agree. Want to talk about a couple of... We talked about the young ladies from Turkey, and, there they are. The number 5 and the number 20. We've also got Roddy Harris and another of the South African drivers, Rafiwa Ndwambi. Now, Roddy Harris appears in our... there's Mehmet Yaman. Now, again, normally... no one will be allowed on circuit. What Ken Potter has done, he is allowing, because this is so new, so Mehmet is now talking to his drivers, and this is also something that some of the other parents have been discussing. They want to see these young ladies racing. They want to see them progressing, but safely, for everyone's sake. So they understand there's no English speaking, so the officials are allowing Mehmet onto the circuit to go through and explain the restart procedure. In Turkey, and this is not a slight against Turkish karting in any way, shape or form. However, the only Formula 1 circuit in Turkey is Istanbul Park, and they don't race go-karts there. So this is like racing on the moon for these young ladies, and I have to say...
Have you done anything in Turkey?
No. I've been to a couple of Turkish kebab houses in my time.
I've been to Turkey on holiday, but I meant karting.
No, I haven't. Mehmet does have a circuit. He has finished building a circuit,
right.
Which hopefully, but again, very smart, by the officials to allow Mehmet onto the track to safely explain to these 2 drivers. And it's not just because they're novices, they're getting special treatment because they're girls. No, it's not. It's because of the language barrier. That is all it is. So well done to the officials.
Yeah, that is a very, very heads-up thing to do, because that would have been, those drivers would have been baffled as to what the procedure is. I've got some information.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, the number 12, which is Yas Marina, who was well up the grid, second row of the grid alongside Liam O'Hanlon, his car has sustained some damage, so won't be taking the restart.
And O'Hanlon was right down at the back, because obviously he
was involved in that. Yeah.
Yes. That is, and I've got to say, just going back to the officials, I've been in a situation where I was the coach of the Bahamas national team at the FIA Motorsport Games, and it was the endurance race, and our drivers had only ever seen a kart track once before. So in practice, against some world championship winning rental kart drivers, we were off the pace. The other teams wanted us to race, but we had to get a certain delta on a lap time and prove that we understood the rules, which of course our drivers did. And again, organisers, they want people to race, especially from developing kart nations, and so that is a great move, I have to say, for all concerned. It's gonna. I mean, we've got a long day of racing to go. They will be employing the blue flag with a red cross on it. And if that is waved to a driver, that means you must pit immediately. It's not a black flag. A blue flag with a red cross is, you're too slow, come off the circuit. That might be utilised once we're underway. That
will be utilised if...
for any driver.
I mean, it's a short lap here, so yes. there's a chance that some of the novice drivers might just be... Yes, might just have that blue flag with the red cross shown at them, yep. and that is purely for safety reasons.
And that's across the board in every class for every driver. They wanted to make that so it's not just for those two young ladies from Turkey. And of course, there may be some more tomorrow. The other two drivers that just failed to hit the cut-off. It's like the old 107% rule in Formula 1.
It is. It absolutely is. It's exactly the same as that. I mean, it's
240 courses. MasterCard Lolas just failed to make the cut-off.
That's it. If only the field were all Lola MasterCard Lola, there would have been, because they understayed in and overstayed out. That's an aside. I forgot my thought there. You've just taken me off my...
Sorry.
Swiped me off my thought with a Lola...
Did you know a MasterCard Lola story?
Go on then.
Oh, go on then.
Because it was Vincenzo Sospiri was one of the two drivers.
Yes.
And at that event in Australia 1997, which I was at, I used to do F1,
Did you do F1?
He on pole was on the front row actually was Damon Hill.
Yes.
And Vincenzo Sospiri didn't qualify, but Vincenzo Sospiri beat Damon in Formula 3000. So somebody said, well, how is it then that...
I think you're wrong, Nicholas.
No, he did it.
No, Damon Hill wasn't on pole in 1997.
No, he wasn't. I said he was front row. I said he was front row. I actually corrected myself. He's front row because Phil knows got it.
He was back row because he had just signed for Arrows.
No, 97, 96. Whatever year it was.
Okay, sorry, carry on.
See, this is the battle of the anoraks.
Anyway, the question was asked, and he said, you're probably right, because the question was asked. He said, Vincenzo, you beat Damon in Formula 3000. He's world champion. And you're on the, you failed to qualify by 13 seconds. Why is that? And he said, it is very simple. Damon Hill had a world champion for a father. My father was a chicken farmer.
Which was which puts a bit of spin on the fact that his car was absolutely garbage.
Yeah.
And was probably used for money laundering more than anything.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, because I was thinking about 96. You're right. 97, it was they had the engine blow on the Arrows.
Yes, the Danker Arrows. Yes. And
what did Danker make?
Pardon?
What did Danker make?
Printers?
Near enough. Photocopiers.
Photocopiers. There was something with reproduction.
Is there a difference? Zip. Listen, lads. Zip up your parkers, right? Because it's getting a bit chilly in here. We've got our grid of Micromax being reformed on the grid. They'll have the regulations reiterated. We certainly didn't have any information in front of us to tell us that it had been a false start and the fact that they were going to be sent around again. So all we can go off is what's in front of us. So that certainly caught us out, as well as catching out all of the drivers at the front.
Yeah.
So we'll get this restarted and get on with what will be a 8-lap race for this first heat. It is 8 laps, isn't it?
It says 9.
9 laps.
We may lose a lap. I don't know. We'll have to wait. That's obviously something that the race director will signal. I think it should and should be a full distance restart.
Yeah.
Minus the unfortunate Leo Voronins. I did think it was a very fast start at the start. I mean, it's not usually
the grid fragmented, Henry.
Yes.
We had a group. The first maybe 8 rows went off at a pace and left everyone behind.
And I'm just looking on the grandstand there. You can see the two. There's a lady, a young girl in the blue and red race suit sitting down with a red cap on. I think they are, unless I'm mistaken, in my eyesight, I should have gone to Specsavers. I think that's the two Turkish girls that didn't make it, watching their sisters, because they've all got this, watching their sisters keenly and plotting how to just improve their times a little bit for tomorrow, because they will be allowed to try and requalify tomorrow. It's a completely different event. It's round 5, day 2 tomorrow.
It's exactly the same as what we have today. So it's qualifying heats, finals. It's a point scoring round, as is today. It's a full point scoring round towards the championship for the UAE Rolex Max Challenge.
Here we go.
Got the grid being stretched out so that we can move people around, I think is what's happening there.
I'm glad they're taking the restart, because I was just about to start saying Happy Valentine's Day in the live chat. Why don't you give us your favourite Valentine's Day poem, or say Happy Valentine's Day to your favourite karting mum or dad, you know.
Here's a Valentine's message for Gerald Laplana. I think that is Gerald Laplana. Go-Go Synergy is his Valentine's message.
Ah, okay, so Go-Go Synergy.
Yeah, so a Synergy fan there.
Okay, excellent. Please, Happy Valentine's Day. And of course,
it's not the most romantic message, is it? Go-Go Synergy.
Well, I mean,
it's who's in love with.
I mean, it depends if his wife's called Synergy. I don't know.
I would think he's supporting the team.
Possibly.
And all the drivers for Synergy.
Context and all that.
Yes.
Saif Al Khalifa, first pole position, has to refocus himself, the nerves, because and he was delighted. I mean, the micro drivers specifically.
It's his very first pole position.
Very first pole position.
He's carrying the number 2.
Yeah, that's actually not because he was second last year. That's his favourite number.
Oh, I see.
They don't have the same seeding system as they do in the UK.
I thought they did.
Which I was mistaken as well earlier on as well. But the micro drivers, they're all literally waiting before they go onto the scales after qualifying, and they're looking for me, and of course, the minute I point at one of them, yes,
is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah, of course, they have no idea.
They have no idea
where they are in the scheme of things in the qualifying session. So you pointed it.
I pointed at Saif. He went, really? He pointed at me. I was like, yes, you. And then he fist pumped. And then his teammate Amar Tabatsa celebrated, and Adam Al-Sheikh turned around and celebrated. It was a nice little moment.
Well, they'll have been spoken to about the pace that the officials want to see across the grid. The acceleration line is quite a way down from the section of track we're about to see here. They go up the hill towards the pit lane entry, and then they will come through 180, and instead of turning right into the pits, which is where that orange Armco is there. That's the entry to the pit lane.
Look how steep the uphill is.
Oh, it is. It's very uphill. Yeah, so they'll turn through 180 here. They'll be told to respect there's a cone there to split the group. Yep. Now they come back towards the tram lines.
Yep.
The acceleration line is way on here, so you can't accelerate at this point here. You have to slow it down. You can't accelerate, still can't accelerate. Now you can get on with it.
Oh,
I think they're being. Have we got a green light?
Well,
I think we have, because we've gone about 4 wide into turn 1.
Somehow, Saif Al Khalifa leads through turns 2 and 3, because that was the Hall of Fame jump start. Adam Al-Sheikh got across the line miles in front, but obviously was not on the gas. Saif Al Khalifa regains the lead. Liam O'Hanlon up into P2, and you know what? We appear to be racing.
We are about to come back towards us through the right-left chicane, and now we are definitely racing on O'Hanlon. Down the inside, he's got the inside line. We're going to have a move for the lead, and it's O'Hanlon, championship leader. O'Hanlon down the inside into turn 1, into lap 2, and he will lead through the hairpin at turn 3 and onto the back straight.
And of course, O'Hanlon, who was locked out of victory lane for both races at the Dubai Kartdrome last time out. Okay, he had 2 podium finishes, but he hasn't had a win since event 4 of the season. He'll be wanting to get back, get that winning feeling back. Even better is the fact that he is well in front of his title rival, Samar Chopra, who's down in 8th position.
Yeah, like that. As O'Hanlon leads, then he's being followed around at the moment by Saif Al Khalifa and Adam Al Sheikh, who is they're just trying to conjoin, aren't they? They're trying to get together because 3 karts aerodynamically will go around this track quicker than 1 kart. Adam Al Sheikh using all of the track and more there just to widen that corner off the back straight. But it's O'Hanlon into the double left here that they'll make into just 1 hairpin there. It's 2 actual corners, but they'll just use it as a sweeping hairpin. And already, Henry, they're back towards us and across the line.
Yep, O'Hanlon with Al Khalifa in the slipstream. We're getting to see how difficult it can be to overtake because Al Khalifa, can he look to the inside? No, chooses not to. Sometimes a track can almost be too wide, if you know what I mean.
Well, especially
you need to get your bearings.
Look at how narrow the 950mm chassis micros are. This is a massively fast track, even faster for these drivers. 90% throttle. I think it's 95, 98% throttle for these micros.
In the micros, there's side by side Alex Fryenstein trying to get to the inside. Tadeusz Prochaska in 8th position on the Ital course. Number 95, the Ital course Middle East machine. Top 2 continue to push away. O'Hanlon, Al Khalifa, 8/10 up on Al Sheikh. That move we saw from Fryenstein has put the number 77 Motorscape kart up into P4, but look how much time he's got. And they're side by side for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Harvey, Chopra, Shekhawat, Prochaska, and Vaibhav Ponna all in that group. Vaibhav Ponna's mum is here watching for the very first time. And is a very nervous karting mum, shall we say, especially after Vaibhav rolled his kart in the very first practice session.
Well, yeah, that's always going to cause a bit of consternation. We're at half distance already. On to lap 6 then, 5 completed, into the hairpin onto the back straight. Liam O'Hanlon seems to be in control. Saif Al Khalifa is behind him, not quite in his slipstream there. Slots back in. Adam Al Sheikh's dropped off the tail of these 2 at the front here, and O'Hanlon looking like he's in control as he goes through the sweeping left-hand hairpins at turn 6 and 7, and then on towards. There's a massive ding-dong battle there going on between, I think, Cameron Harvey, Samar Chopra, and Vaibhav Ponna getting involved with that.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at Adam Al Sheikh's, the front of Adam Al Sheikh's kart, his NASA panel, here's the move. Saif Al Khalifa at turn number 3 takes the lead. O'Hanlon, the up and under, the crossover. Look at the NASA panel on Al Sheikh's car. It's not in the correct position. That's a legacy of his the incident that between him and Leo Veronins. So, it may not, if that's out of alignment, what else is out of alignment?
Well, hopefully it was the car went over the top of him and knocked the NASA panel. Whether or not that's knocked his steering, I would think, Henry, the answer is no, because that kart wouldn't be competitive enough to be in 3rd place if it had been. Fryenstein through in 4th, Chopra 5th, 6th is Cameron Harvey, Vaibhav Ponna, Rudrapatab Shekhawat, Tadeusz Prochaska, and Amar Tabata rounds off your top 10. But these 2 at the front here, they're on the penultimate lap. It's going to be the last lap board next time by for these 2.
Yes, indeed. Can O'Hanlon hang on? Has he got too far out in front? Because Al Khalifa will get a great closing speed coming onto the start-finish straight now. Watch the vacuum, the slipstream effect. Al Khalifa's going to be carrying an awful lot more speed than the race leader into this braking zone. Does he make the move? Not quite.
It's a gradual turn into it. All right, it's a hairpin. It's a hairpin for a Formula 1 car.
Yeah.
Not necessarily for a Micromax. That's a sweeping left-hander. Sweeping through the left and the right. Here they go towards this is effectively the final turns coming up here, the 2 left-handers here.
Yep.
Because this is into a chicane, which is very fast again. That's perhaps the last turn there. That's how, because it's slower than it looks, that corner, albeit still very fast.
And they're coming up on lap traffic. Now, this is key.
Checkered flag.
Oh, checkered flag.
Yes.
Sorry, I apologize. I missed that. I was looking at lap 8 out of 9. Well, that's even more pleasing because look at this. There's the 2 young Turkish ladies. Yeah. They didn't
get lapped.
And they're going to complete all 9 laps. and I was watching out of the corner of my eye. They were battling with Kylian and Kudu Mbida, who has retired his kart, but they were having a great battle, the three of them. That's the best way to learn in karting, and they will finish all 9 laps after the concerns yesterday. Oh, there's a shortcut.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're allowed to do that.
Well, I mean, they'll soon find out whether they're not allowed to or not.
Let's have a look at the result, Henry.
Yes.
A very fine win there, strong win from Liam O'Hanlon. Saif Al Khalifa kept him honest, though, was not that far away for the whole race. Adam Al Sheikh was third, 4th was Alex Feinstein. Samar Chopra was 5th, Cameron Harvey 6th. In 7th place, we had Rud Rapatap, Shekhawat, Tadeusz Prochaska 8th, 9th was Faya Ponna, 10th was Amar Tabatsa, 11th Jensen Kelly, Zhu Quan Yi, a strong 12th there for him. Alexander Semenov was 13th. Rofewa Dewambi was 14th. Rodai Harris was 15th. Enzo Falzerano up to 16th. Sebastian Storer was next with Saif Almina. Felix Zuza Jebjerg, Leo Reutemann, Thea Baroum, and then we have the Turkish novices, Tugba Yeselte and Ella Yeselte, not being lapped significantly. I think was a great effort from those two young drivers there to stay and do a complete race distance.
Absolutely. They will only get quicker. In fact, let's have a little look. Their best, I'm going to write this down, 39.7 and 39.8. Kylian and Kudu Mbida did a 39.9. So hang on a sec. So that's the 6, the 20, and the 13. 39.7 to 1. 39 point. Because I'm going to monitor those lap times, because when you're at the back, all you're doing is racing against, your lap timer. We could have a guest commentator come in now. A quadruple or quintuple? 4. Quadruple UAE Rotax Max Challenge champion, Harry the Lion Hannam. Harry, welcome to the commentary box. First things first, before we get underway with seniors, very quickly, because they got the women, what are you doing here and how is your career going so far?
So I'm here for coaching for the Mumbai Falcons team, mainly focusing on the juniors and then helping a little bit out with the minis, but currently racing in the Radical UAE Championship.
And you had quite a successful time here at this circuit very recently, I hear.
Yep, so racing here last weekend, actually. Very successful, very quick. 2 P1s, 2 poles, and a P3.
So, have you driven a kart around here before? Or did you leave? Yes, you have, haven't you?
Yeah.
Quickly describe what the seniors are about to undertake.
This is a very fast track, very slipstream focused. So it's different tactics to a normal track. Definitely different mentality to take into the racing.
Okay, well, we'll catch up with you very shortly. Here's a look at your starting lineup. Nathan Kappen and Jules Dumont on row number 1. George Nassar, the points leader, and Laith Mumina, Rayan Qureshi, and Andrea Remy on the 3rd row. Mohamed Benamne and Rian Damadas, the O-Plate champion, are next ahead of Antonia Sadat, Enzo Tesluk, Eni Asachi, and Kian Crayenbull. Row number 7, Oman's Manaf Al-Balushi and Egypt Zain El Hamasani. Adish Mehta, Alessandro Bigi, Faisal Nashko, and Ryan K. on row number 9. Alicia Knessa, Tamim Hasiba, Abdul Al-Keita, Philip Dinu, Laluma Ngubemi, Orlando Bensavega, and Zara Karua. 25 karts, not the full grid. We're on the rolling lap now. Joe comes back in. We'll bring Harry in. Harry, you watch the first couple of corners, then unpick what we're about to see. But this, business is about to pick up, Joe.
Yeah, you've introduced Harry, yes.
Oh, we've had a long chat.
You've told everybody his CV.
Yes.
So he's more qualified than any of us sat here to be telling us what's happening out there.
Absolutely.
So it's great to have you along, Harry.
Didn't need to read his CV out to know he's more qualified than us, Joe.
Yeah, well, that's not a high benchmark, in fairness.
No, to be fair,
he is a high benchmark.
Yes, very much
so. Here we go then. Nathan Kappen brings the field round. It'll be all about the speed that he approaches the acceleration zone. This is what the officials are looking for. Nice pace. This is quite a trend. What's this trend I'm seeing, Harry, about keeping the pace down to walking pace? Because that seems to be only have crept in the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so it's just been a bit more focused, keep the car a bit more controlled, and also, as seen there by Nathan, to get a better start, launch by slowing everyone down and then catching them all off guard by going quite quickly.
Well, we've got a green flag, Henry, so we are racing, and that tactic has worked perfectly for Captain, who's got that looks like about 10 kart lengths there. So that is a cracking start here, and there's no sign of any false start flags. So we are racing indeed. And
there is a sort of a starting zone, so Nathan has to be concerned with that. Oh, what's the problem there?
That's
Nathan Cappen's broken. He's broken the cart. The cart has stopped, and he's looking down at the engine side of the cart. That changes everything. Rayan Qureshi moves in the lead. George Nassar up to second. I mean, it's pure speculation. When something goes wrong at the start of a race down at that side of the cart, Harry, what could it be?
Honestly, I've got no idea. It's maybe fuel related, maybe because they're obviously going at a very slow crawling pace. It could be maybe just oiling up the engine. But
I'd say that was electrics.
Yeah, I mean,
they had enough time to. I'd be amazed if that was anything other than some sort of catastrophic electrical failure there. There was no spark to the engine there because it just cut as he went into the left-hander. It just cut out, didn't he? He did well to get it out of the way, to be honest, because everybody came barreling in.
Yes, indeed. So we've now got a head-to-head scrap at the front between the 386 Mumbai Falcons kart of Rayan Qureshi, championship leader George Nassar. Now, we mentioned earlier, George a bit under the weather this weekend. Harry, if there's one thing that will cure the ailments and health issues is being up at the front of a go-kart race, isn't there?
Yeah, adrenaline as well. I'm sure he'll be feeling it and completely gets lost out of his mind. Obviously, in between races is when the sickness will get difficult. He's
chasing now. Do you prefer to be chased or chased down?
It's always nice to be in the lead. You have more control over the race, but especially here with the slipstream, you can maybe feel a bit more comfortable, get into a bit more of a rhythm, and then he can pick his place where he might want to do his overtake.
I just used to hate, you can hear the cart behind you, can you, when you can hear them get close, and I just used to hate to be followed. I'd much prefer to be George here rather than Rayan, because yes, there's an element of control. We don't know what cards George Nassar has in his pocket here. I think, what would you say, Harry? These guys are flat out, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's not like any other normal car series, it's karting, so normally they'll be flat out for the whole race. That's why you get some very great racing, especially in karting. But they'll be on the limit every lap. Obviously, Ryan would want a bit of a margin for a breathing room, but Georgie obviously will be picking his place, seeing where maybe he's a bit slower to make his move.
We've sadly, Mohammed Benaim there has joined Nathan Cappan on the retirement list. We're 1/3 distance, lap 5 out of 15. Jules Dumont, Laith Mumina, 3rd and 4th. Remy Haddad, Sachi, Damadasa, Tesluk, El Hamasani. The rest of the top 10. What we're seeing here, it's slipstream, a lot of single file racing. As I say that, Rian Damadasa makes a move, overtaking. In Formula One, they talk about like a DRS, or they used to, a DRS train at places like Monza, where, everyone's using DRS, they're all in the slipstream, which makes overtaking extremely difficult. Is that a similar situation to what you can get here?
Yeah, 100%. There's not really any hard braking opportunities either, so it's, as we see a move.
Whoa!
That was beautiful.
One of the best places to overtake, actually, as it's the closer you're going to get to a hard braking. But you definitely get some slipstream change even. It reaches the limiter, so everyone at a point will stay stationary even.
Well, the kartshop.me replay there just showing Nassar just ducking to the inside.
He looked like he got a tin opener out there. They met the gap though, didn't he? I mean, he really did make the move there. And I was amazed because visually there looks to be very little braking at all.
Yeah, coming through here, that's where the move happened. That's actually uphill, that one little crest coming through there. Now, of course, we talk about defending. When the track is so wide, we talk about, you can start white lining it. You can't do that here, really, because there's like a 5-lane track. You just drive around the outside and carry on. So defending is, you're not exactly a sitting duck, but you're forced to drive the racing line almost, aren't you?
Correct, it's very difficult, especially with such a low gearing, maybe 5 teeth lower than a normal track. So even if you do defend,
5 teeth low. I mean,
not particularly. Yeah, sure, but
Harry just realised that you can't give away trade. No, I mean that's a rough generalisation, ladies and gentlemen. It's not including what is going on.
But again, if you defend and park it, you bog and you can get quite easily switched back or just done around the outside.
Yeah.
What Harry meant was between 3 and 10 teeth.
Yeah, between 3 and 10, somewhere around 4 and 8, maybe. You're using very small sprocket, though.
Correct.
People are only going to hear this when they go home and watch the live stream back.
Or in the grandstands.
Well, there is that. Yes,
there is that.
Yes, there is that. I forgot we're on the PA, aren't we?
Yeah. Nassar and Qureshi, their lead 2.7 seconds. If, for example, they started the battle, in your experience, Harry, how quickly can that 2.7 seconds go back to 0.7 seconds?
Yeah, again, because it's such a fast track, battling will decrease the gap crazily. So again, it's first race of the weekend. I've worked with Ryan, so I know he's trying to go for some good. Again, we're trying to place. We've got this heat, next heat, point for the position for the final. And
yep.
As you can see, gaps split up quite quickly, so you want to at least start at the front for the final.
We talk about this track being different, don't we? This is unique. It's not quite unique. It is unique. We're on a Grand Prix track, and we're using part of the Formula One track. How different, Harry? Convey to the audience. How different are we here at Yas to a conventional track like Al Ain or Dubai Kart?
It is majorly different. The whole driving style, racetrack completely changes. It's all about keeping the momentum high, revs high, really trying to. It's hard to explain, but it is complete opposite to what you learn the basics. So it can really make the field differ out compared to other rounds.
Well, the leaders are coming up on Zara Karua, again, who's just off her novice plates. This is lap 13 out of 15, and Zara Karua gets out of the way. Blue flags. Now that was a blue flag without the red cross. That was just
that's a conventional blue flag.
That's a conventional blue flag. So Zara, it doesn't have to pit after that, or does she? We'll have a little look the next time around.
I don't think so.
No,
I think she was heads up as.
Oh yes, she did pit.
She's come in. So I didn't see the blue with the red cross. That was just a conventional blue flag of you're about to be overtaken, and then the back marker will be aware that they need to keep offline and help things around.
Maybe they've had a change there. There's been a separate sort of sub-briefing that we have anyway, but there's a big battle developing behind Jules de Mont, actually behind Leith Mumina. We're seeing Rian Darmadasa was making a lot of moves, but he's lost out a couple of positions. Well, no, he's 5th at the moment.
Yeah, Rian, who's dropped down to 8th from 5th. That's what you saw, Henry.
Yeah, there was a shuffle.
The Dubai All-Plate winner, who's carrying the All-Plate this weekend, and we get a great chat with him in the paddock show. Not sure if that's today or tomorrow, but Rian right in the thick of it and dropping to 8th that time by.
Yes, so
Checkered
we are
flag
coming
here
to the line. I'm not going to miss. This is the end of lap 15. Checkered flag goes out. George Nassar with a hard-fought win over Rayan Qureshi. We'll wait for the rest of the field to come across the line. Harry, you're going to join us for the next senior race. I wanted to ask one question. You've raced on the full GP circuit layout in a Radical and a Renault Clio, is that right? When were you more excited? When you first drove a go-kart on a Formula One track when you were a lot younger, or when you were actually on the full Grand Prix circuit as an adult in a racing car?
I think, especially when you're younger, it's very cool seeing your heroes on TV and then getting to then drive their same track. Even though it's only a dedicated area, it's definitely a unique experience, and it's one that I still remember now.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Harry. That's brilliant insight.
Yeah, Radical round here is a proper car, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's a proper car. Now, considering his dad, how eloquent and well-spoken is Harry?
Considering his dad.
Hi, Dan, watching it.
Yeah, Dan's still got you,
I
mate.
haven't forgotten.
Dan has still got you in the palm of his hand.
Yep, I haven't forgotten it.
Yeah. Harry, thanks for that. That's great insight. Yeah, brilliant. Look forward to seeing Harry back. Let's have a look at the result for this one then. George Nassar took the win in style that we became accustomed to earlier in the season, didn't we? He's back where he's wanting to be. Ryan Qureshi was second. Jules de Mont was third. In fourth place, Leith Mominite. Andrea Remy was 5th. A recovering Rayan Damadasa dropped away to put Kim through back to 6th there on the last lap. Zain Holomasani and Enya Sachi are next with Antonius Haddad, Kian Kryenbull, Adish Mehta, Alexander Biji 12th. In 13th place, Alicia Kanisa, Faisal Nashko, Manaf Al-Balushi, Enzo Tesluk, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Tamim Hasiba was 18th. In 19th place, we've got Ryan Caruso, Orlando Benchevenga with Philip Dinu, Luluma Gubemi, Zakarua, who pulled off there, we saw, and non-finisher was Mohamed Menemene and Nathan Kappen, who, from the pole position, got off with a great lead, tactically started there, and there, unfortunately, is the forlorn vision of Nathan Kappen there, and if this kart fires up and he drives it back to the... No, I don't think it is. I'm glad to see it didn't fire up because something's happened there that stopped that race, and that was an absolute shame for him because he was off and away, wasn't he?
It would be the worst thing because sometimes the start switch can just flick, and it can cut, the engine can cut. And, drivers, you always think, well, that's the first thing. It's like press Control-Alt-Delete, the on-off switch. In the middle, sometimes the adrenaline can just make you forget that, and it's only at the end you sit down, you go, and it starts.
Yeah. As the recovery truck bringing Mohamed Nemenai back as well.
That was a 15-lap heat race, Joe.
Yes.
How long are the finals?
25.
25 laps. I've got to say, because we were talking about when they had the longer finals at Al-Ain, that it was almost like a mini endurance race. That was great.
Yeah.
A 25-lap final round here, with a full 36 kart grid.
Only a 32-second lap, though, so it might be 15 laps, but distance-wise, it's kind of conventional.
But I'm just thinking with the amount of laps, you're going to get traffic involved.
You really are.
It's going to be great.
With a short lap, you are going to get the tail of the field coming into play. I want to say hello to a few people.
Hello.
Hello to Victor Mena, who is the Pride of Africa team. Amani is back on site.
Yes, hello.
Let's go Amani from Sami Warati. Priyan Kameta cheering for Adish. The number 310 there. Number 310 being Adish Mehta was just outside the top 10 in 11th place there. For Mama, Julio is Let's Go Daddy Mani, 317.
And this is, again, Amani Kanua's extended family and friends network from South Africa and from Kenya. His grandparents are watching. Amani now living over here in Dubai. I was speaking to his house mother, who he lives with over here. Sort of taking him in, part of the George Gibbons motorsport team. But I can't thank the viewers enough from all over Africa. Amani. I was speaking with Nick earlier on. Amani, one of the politest, nicest young men that you're going to meet. He comes in every morning just to say hello, to shake our hands.
We did an interview with him for the All-Plate, wasn't it? The All-Plate Paddock show. We had a great chat. And
he is an absolute credit to his extended family. I know he's had some tough times, but he is a credit to his family, his extended family watching in Africa.
He really is. Lovely young lad. Great personality.
Let's talk about some Minimax karting, shall we?
This is Minimax, talking about intensity. Benjamin Krachakovic and LBJ Stubbs on row 1. Austin Gray, Max Payton, next up. Third row is Maxim Zoyner and Oliver Butchard. Row 4 is William Mazzali and Adam Fleury with Mikhail Mitrokin and Kurevinoff on 5. Row 6 is the O-Plate holder Francesco Lignoli and Gleb Obikov. And row 7, Ahmed Faisal Almai, Louis Bataille, Zuha Turki, Mubarak Mohammed, Aaron Hessen, Mikhail Tvoklubov, Luashi Mathabula and Vian Chawan round off a 20-kart Minimax field. This has been, I'm going to say, one of the most intense championships. We've got intensity throughout our classes, but this one, for some reason, I think, has become quite a hotbed of drama, contention and pure racing, really, between those two drivers there. LBJ Stubbs from the UK, Benjamin Kraczkowicz, who lives in the UAE, and see the white, gold and blue livery of JNKD moving away from the black and white livery of what we saw earlier in the season. I'm not quite sure why. I thought that was just maybe an all-plate livery, but they're carrying it on for the rest of the season, I believe.
But you say there, yes, this class has lost a couple of contenders during the course of the first half of the season. It's boiled down to 3, Kraczkowicz and Stubbs. We talk, they're going to be fierce rivals. And yet yesterday, they were joking around, like sharing that pack of Doritos, back and forth, having a laugh. That's the spirit of competition we want to promote. They're into the tram lines very quickly indeed. And that's what worries me, the quickness of sweeping across to take the racing line. Kraczkowicz leads. No, he doesn't. Stubbs back in front.
Or is Kraczkowicz going to go all the way around the outside? It's 3 wide down the back straight here towards the right and the left-hander at turn 4. LBJ Stubbs gets overtaken by the number 177.
Gray.
That's Austin Gray into the lead at turn 4 through 5 into the twin left-handers here. And this is what I mean about the intensity. Kraczkowicz into second. They'll go through the chicane. It's a JNKD 1-2 as they cross the line for the first time.
And up into P4, that red and white Kart, that is Maxim, the number 175 for NI Racing, Maxim Zollner. Great to see, the NI Racing team expanding.
Yeah, and he's coming on LBJ Stubbs. LBJ Stubbs from moment there got into second. He's lost third now. Kraczkowicz got by. We did the switchback, but that looks like Zollner has gone through into third now, and LBJ Stubbs has got Oliver Butchard right on his rear bumper here. What a race.
Yellow flags waving there at the final corner. You can see the hands in the air. There's a cart off just to the inside. What was I saying about this being a really difficult track to overtake? It shows what I'm going to go and have a word with myself, because obviously I know nothing. And here comes Oliver Butchard, that lime green helmet, now with the Mumbai Falcons. Butchard up into P4.
And LBJ, and getting it wide there, going coming out of turn 5 was Austin Gray, the Kartshop.me replay there. He just gets it, just carrying too much speed, uses the curb on the inside. That pitches him off to the left. Kraczkowicz says, thank you very much. And LBJ Stubbs says, thank you as well. I'll come through in a second. We've got the 2 championship protagonists down the inside. Has gone LBJ, and he will lead onto the back straight. Will he? Side by side.
Great racing. Total respect between Stubbs there and Kraczkowicz. Stubbs giving Kraczkowicz just enough racing room. Excellent driving from the Sam Pollock Racing number 196. Likewise from the number 183 JNKD driver. Butchard trying to squeeze past Gray. Butchard into third place. 3 drivers, 3 teams. Here comes Kraczkowicz. This is a great race.
This is what I was talking about. Minimax, the most intense championship on the UAE RMC card, is again side by side, and LBJ Stubbs is going to have the ID line into turn 4. He turns in, barely any braking at all, through the right-hander now, heading towards the twin left-hander at turn 6 and 7. It'll be LBJ, and look at Kraczkowicz, throws it in there. These karts are just sliding around on this track, high speed, gliding around. With the Winter Olympics are on at the moment, and this is a slide sport, if anything.
Now, Kraczkowicz has got a much different line coming off the back straight into the downhill left-right that sets him up for that undercut coming through turn 6 and turn 7. Now, he may not use it. Normally, he goes a little bit wider there. Uses a bit more of the track, takes a wider entrance to sweep underneath. Stubbs can't quite replicate it. And Kraczkowicz doesn't use that line when he's in the lead. So Kraczkowicz has got one line he uses when he's in front and one line he's using when he is chasing. Sadly, we've lost Gleb Obukov, William Mazzali and Louis Bataille.
Back to the front, it's Kraczkowicz with LBJ Stubbs moving down the inside. It's side-by-side action on the back straight here.
Now we'll see the different
turning
line.
Through. Yeah, there is the different line, but there wasn't really any option there as LBJ Stubbs leads through the left and then the right into the twin left-handers, and Kraczkowicz does it again. And that was all about LBJ Stubbs just having to let the kart breathe to the outside of turn number 6. That allows Kraczkowicz through across the line and into one. Look at the speed that they're carrying through one. This is the old chicane on the Grand Prix circuit, remember, and then into the west hairpin here, and it's going to be a drag race again, side by side again. This is absolute deja vu. Oh, and he got it all wrong on the Formula One curbing there, did Kraczykowicz.
Yeah.
Was caught out massively.
Well, let's be fair. Now, let's look at the kartshop.me replay. We talked about how much room Stubbs gave Kraczykowicz last time. This time, later in the race, not so much room. I was about to say, if RBJ Stubbs wants to win this race, he's got to figure out a way to not allow Kraczykowicz to undercut him coming through turn 6 and turn 7. That's one way to do it. Kraczykowicz, likewise, has got to figure out a way to not let Stubbs pass him coming out of the turn 3 hairpin. Now, Kraczykowicz is going to get a great run. He's going to get a tighter line coming out of this next corner. He'll throw it in. He's not because Butchard is there, so's Gray.
It's hard to defend here, Henry, because the corners are so fast. You've just got to deal with what's happening to yourself. And it's a bit like a NASCAR race where if the cart is coming around your outside or down your inside, you're dealing with your own issues here of getting through the corner. It's settled down, the most settled we've seen it. We're on the penultimate lap. When they come by us next time, it's going to be the last lap board. So whether Benjamin can catch LBJ as they come through turn 6 and 7 here, it's the double left-hander.
Oh, Kraczykowicz misses the apex there. That could be critical.
That's what he's been doing, though, in fairness to him. That's the last corner there, which is massively rapid. Here he comes, and LBJ Stubbs has got a gap here into the final lap.
Oh, the lap 10, the checkered flag is out.
Oh, that's lap 10. These laps are so quick.
I know. Well, that's one apiece, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm not mocking you.
I don't know. We are. It's going to be. These laps are flying by so much. Can we not have a 50-lap race, please?
Well, I think we just let them go until they run out of gas. But yeah, that was because that's 10 laps. They have 9 laps completed, 10 laps completed. So when we're seeing lap 9, we're not on lap 9 out of 10.
That's right, we're on lap 10.
We've completed 9 out of 10.
Well, I was caught out by that. I wasn't even looking at that.
Yeah, no,
I was just engrossed in that.
Wishful thinking that the race would just carry on.
That was a tremendous battle. I mean, I set a precursor, didn't I, by saying this is one of the most intense classes in the series, and it is.
Yeah.
It's proved to be the case again.
Oliver Butchard was only 1.1 seconds down there.
He was getting involved, wasn't he?
Yeah, so, Kraczykowicz leading by just over 30 points at the start of this. So Stubbs is just got it, just pegging him back. Race after race after race. There is your provisional results. Stubbs and Kraczykowicz 1-2. Butchard and Austin Gray 3rd and 4th. Maxim Zoyner on season debut, and Francesco Lisignoli.
Cracking that. You got up to 3rd at one point.
Very good. Max Payton. But there, 7th, 8th. Kia Ivanov, Zuhair Turkey. We're looking at drivers, Mubarak Mohamed, Mikhail Mitrokin, 8 seconds back at the end of a heat race. Normally, they're a lot further back.
Yes.
They're a lot more than 8 seconds behind at the end. So, there's Tverdokliabov, Matulei Buala, Chowan, and was the last finisher in 17th. Now, boys and girls at home, we're going to see Louis Bataille. I want to know what that flag is. He's got the French flag on the side of his car. I wonder, is that Kazakhstan, perchance, or is it one of the French colonies? I am going to find out where Louis Bataille, because I asked him.
Yeah.
It is Louis, for 100% certain. He's got the French flag on his cart. Nick?
I'm going to change the subject slightly. I don't think any of you have mentioned the Abu Dhabi trophy.
What we were building up to. We were going to let...
Really? Were you?
Nick, hang on a second, Henry. Hang on a second, Nick. Dear. Have you been watching these races? You've been watching, haven't you? You've been cutting the pictures.
You know what? Also, I've known when the race ends.
Have you seen? Yeah, well, you do, yeah.
Because I was waving in front of you going, chicken flag.
All right. But, hey, you know what? The races, the actual purity of the racing that we're seeing here, this circuit, we knew it was coming. We knew the high-speed nature of this circuit. And you heard Harry Hannam say how different this place is. And the racing is different insofar as you can't white line it here. You mentioned that.
I was waiting deliberately because I was going to let, as part of our paddock show, which I would assume that Nick would have put into today's paddock show.
You would hope so.
That Lane Australia, Lane Australia, our championship coordinator, is going to explain all about the Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophy, which begins today. But rather than, we'll wait till the lunch break and then we'll see if it's, and if our producer and director Nicholas Damon has not put
these are wasted
into today's
these are
show.
Wasted words, Henry.
Well,
because he's dove into the pits.
Oh, he's over the pits, but I mean, it would be folly not to put Lalane's interview into today's paddock show, would it not?
I would have thought so, because Lalane who was one of the main staff members in the UAE.
Lane, Mercy
RMC
Joy,
team.
Marvy Lou and Kabita, the girls who,
behind the scenes. Without those people, we would suffer.
And would be
would suffer.
A ship without a rudder.
We absolutely would. They're the coordinators. They put everything together,
and they organise lunch.
Not just, this is what I mean about being. this is what I mean by suffering.
Yes.
But for all of the competitors, they look after the competitors. The signing on process, the paddock, the way that the paddock is formed. Guy and his staff are a phenomenal team here in the UAE, and the way that this meeting is run, with all of that team from the UAE RMC and also the team of officials and the marshals. You've seen the recovery vehicle out there. Very, very efficient way of running it. And already, as we see, one race finishes, the next race starts. What we said, Nick, while you were in the pits getting a tyre change, was Lalaine will explain the Abu Dhabi Trophy
during today's
paddock show.
Oh, well, there we go.
I never doubted him.
No, I mean, who would have doubted that they would have been in today's paddock show?
Never doubted him, mate.
No, of course not. Why not? Here we go. It's Rotax's ultimate class.
What have we got on the live stream chat?
We've got Evelyn Aguare saying, "Go Liam," and good luck to the GGM team. That'll be Liam O'Hanlon. And yes, this again, more Amani Kinua support. Saying that this is his kind of track. No Valentine's Day poems come in yet for your favourite kart mum or kart dad.
Yes,
I'm looking at flags now because the light blue flag with yellow decorations for Louis Bataille is frustrating me because I don't know what it is, and I should. And I pride myself on being...
You're very good with the nationalities, I must say.
Well, I feel as I'm letting the side.
Is that Will?
No, that's Bermuda. That's the Cayman Islands. It's not...
Is it not on your list?
Not on my WhatsApp group there. So no, is that the Dutch? We'll find out. Might even go and ask him. It's a long weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Or if you're watching and you've seen the graphics and you're maybe a family member, a friend of
Louis
Bataille, then please let us know. Now,
well, you say Bataille. If that was the French pronunciation, it would be Bataille.
Okay.
Bataille.
I mean, I got as far as Louis.
Yes. Well, Louis Bataille. It looks French.
Now, we're gonna, while we're waiting there, we how far are we more, Nick? Are we more or less than 2.6 seconds away from the start of this next race? Someone on the live chat.
2 minutes.
Oddly more than 2.6 seconds. It's a huge gap, though, 2.6 seconds.
Because somebody who might have been our host for the last round of the championship is inquiring about when are we seeing on the paddock show the Nick Damon versus Joe Bradley kart race at Dubai Kart
hello,
Show.
Mr. Bright. Yes,
2.6 seconds.
Yes, nice to see him up bright and early on a Saturday morning.
Wow.
I think it's going to be a decider.
Yes,
at Alain.
We've got an April decider.
An April decider. I don't know how we're going to decide it because I'm clearly 5 seconds quicker than Nick on a single kart.
I mean, I wasn't there at the Open. I mean, I couldn't possibly comment. I mean,
But
I trust Mr. Bright's decision as an official judiciary.
Well, David.
David's saying that Henry would show us both up.
Well,
Henry apparently the fastest of all.
I mean, David knows that I'm the 2005 Landau Kart Club Senior Pro Kart Champion. Should we have a look at the DD2 grid?
Before I say that,
okay.
David needs to invoice Nick for the damage he did with those curbs at the Dubai Kartdrome. Tyler Harris
don't tempt him.
Tyler Harris on pole position with Mark Bassier alongside. Saad Al-Ababi and Adam Malik share row 2 with Moritz Canopes and Hamza Rashisho in row 3. Row 4 is Sami Al-Assad and Kyle Blockley, and rounding off 10 karts, Greg Watt and Nicolo Cacciatore.
Yes, nice flare, working on that. It's a 7.2. Not a 2.6. That you got it from a 2.6 to a 7.2.
I don't know how he did it, mate. I don't know where I could find 2.6 seconds. I really don't. He was grotesque. He was grotesquely untidy.
He was incredibly quick.
He was quick but untidy, and anyway, Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, and 3 and 5 on this grid, with Tyler Harris back on pole. Been a while for Tyler in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, but he's back at the front of this DD2 field. As they head towards the lights, the red lights will go out and we will go green. As they approach the line, we have got a green light. We've got a green flag, I should say, and we are racing indeed through turns 1 and 2 and into the hairpin for the first time.
Yes, indeed. The 484 Mumbai Falcons kart. Tyler Harris leads them out. Now, he said earlier, him and Mark Bassier had a big pace advantage over everybody else. Adam Malik, Tyler was quite correct when he corrected me that Malik is his nearest competition. However, Bassier missed the opening 2 events of the season, so therefore he won't be dropping scores when we come down, and Bassier knows this. Bassier to the inside, and Tyler said, look, there are very few places that you can stamp on the anchors round the outside. Bassier, who's that? Adam Malik, yes.
Adam Malik went with him. Adam Malik attached himself to the rear bumper of Bassier and followed him through. Tyler Harris, our leader initially, is now down to 3rd. As they cross the line, we'll clarify exactly who is where, but it's Mark Bassier who is leading from Adam Malik, Tyler Harris, Saad Al-Ababi, Moritz Canopes through in 5th, Hamza Rashisho, then Kyle Blockley, Sami Al-Assad, Greg Watt and Nicolo Cacciatore rounds off the top 10, but it's too wide for second place now.
Oh, and you've got, here is Harris coming back at Malik. The 4 Mumbai Falcons drivers surrounding the lone 473 kart of Adam Malik.
Who was it was saying the DD2s are not going to be able to overtake?
Yeah, no, I'm going to have another long word with myself. Goodness knows how you think I'm going to be faster than you in a car.
I was in total agreement with you. As we've got now a Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3 with Adam Malik now down to 4th place. And look at that train of DD2s there, which is quite rare to see.
Hamza Hashisho, Kyle Blockley, Samir Al-Assad, all there. Hashisho, the Qatari driver, in the number 444 machine for Matthias Najem Motorsports. Blockley, the 531, second of the Masters drivers for the Kart Advisor Academy team. And the 494, another Matthias Najem kart. The Matthias Najem graphics kit and the Charles Leclerc bodywork that Kyle Blockley uses, looking very, very similar indeed. They're not the same team. They're actually parked opposite each other in the paddock this weekend. But this is what's the phrase? Mercy sakes alive. Looks like we've got us a convoy.
Yeah, we have. We've got a Mumbai Falcons convoy, haven't we? Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris, Saad Al-Ababi. They've now pulled out a bit of a gap there, but it's Adam Malik who wants to spoil the Mumbai Falcons trio. Not that far behind Malik is Moritz Canopes, leading the Masters class. He's part of the Mumbai Falcons team, of course. We are on lap 6 here. It's going to be 6 laps completed this time by, and we're almost completing it, Henry, as we go through the final chicane. And it's Bassier leading by, it was just under 8/10. Oh, it's down to 5. So yes. Tyler Harris is coming back towards him.
He is. Now, if you're wondering why the senior Rotax heats are 3 laps longer than the DD2 heats, that's because senior Rotax, they're not having a pre-final. They're just having their 3 heats and then a B final if necessary before we go into the final. Overall, the seniors and the DD2s will do the same amount of laps because, of course, this is the only DD2 heat. We then move into a longer pre-final. It's a way of ensuring that the drivers do the same number of laps.
Yeah, it's a good point, Henry, actually. We're on lap 8, so that will be 2/3 distance completed. This is a battle now that we expected in DD2. We expect things to be a lot more settled than what we've seen. This was some fantastic racing earlier on here, and it's not over quite yet as they come through the chicane at turns 8 and 9, through the left-hander there, and then onto the start-finish straight. Basia leads, Tyler Harris second, Al-Hababi is in third, Malik still fourth, Canopes is now behind him, as we've got a penalty, have we?
Tramline infringements at the start, out of formation. Hamza Hashisho and Kyle Blockley. That will push them down from 6th and 7th. It will only put them to 7th and 8th behind Sami Al-Assad. Saad Al-Hababi in Kart 451 is having the best race of his season by a long way. He's third in the race, and he's within spitting distance of his two teammates up at the front.
And he was under pressure from Adam Malik, but he's settled in. He's lapping really well, and he's pulled a gap to Adam Malik.
And he's taking points off Adam Malik.
And he's comfortable. He's comfortable in that third spot there. A bit of a lonely third that's developing. This is the lead battle, though. Mark Bassier on the orange and white Mumbai Falcons livery. His teammate, also on a Mumbai Falcons kart, is coming towards that rear bumper. Tyler Harris is the driver. Championship leader in DD2 is coming back towards Bassier. Now then, I think I mentioned that we have a lovely interview with Mark Bassier, who gives us some great insight as to how to drive these karts. And I was saying to Mark that it's clear to see how he's developed, how he's gotten to grips with the DD2 out of Rotax Max Racing and onto a DD2 two-geared kart has been a little bit of a steep learning curve for him. But he's leading the field now.
He's leading the field on the final lap. We are on lap 12 out of 12. We have completed 11 out of 12 laps. Into the final. Surely Tyler Harris isn't close enough to make it a last corner lunge.
No,
surely not.
It's tight through there, Henry. It would be a big ask to have a challenge there as the checkered flag flies for Mark Bassier. Tyler Harris will, I think, not be happy with that. He was expecting to take the win here, I think.
Well, he thought that him and Mark had a comfortable pace advantage. You will remember Saad Al-Hababi made a one-off appearance at the last Al Ain round in December, put it on pole, but then struggled with race pace. Has not struggled with race pace there. What Tyler Harris will be frustrated with is that, Mark made one move and then Tyler couldn't get back on terms with him, even though he had over 3/4 of the race distance with which to try. As we look, but Tyler will be pleased that he has outscored Adam Malik, who finishes a close fourth for Matthias Leger Motorsports. Maurice Knopper's fifth. Now, Hamza Hashisho and Kyle Blockley, they will have a 5-second penalty each. I think Hamza Hashisho might, he'll be 1/10 of a second shy of still finishing ahead of Samir Al-Assad. So Amir Al-Assad will move up. Greg Watt, the Honolulu racing driver, Nicolo Cacciatore, will round out the field. Nicolo Cacciatore, starting DD2 this year, is losing weight, getting a lot fitter, and improving his speed.
That's dedication.
It is dedication. It's
losing weight bit specifically.
Dedication. What you need if you want to be a record breaker.
Having seen the photographizing of the paddock shows by both of you, which was interesting.
Yes.
It did show me that in certain fits of T-shirt, I'm not quite as slim as I thought I was.
Having been on the road, including a 2-week stay in America, I'm not as slim as I was 3 weeks ago.
You've had 2 weeks of America.
I've had 2 weeks of...
massive breakfast.
Oh, yeah. Who would have thought that 5 eggs and 8 ounces of cheese was what you needed every morning for breakfast, all wrapped up in, a nice heavy, pita bread or fajita wrap. I still don't understand why the word burrito has made it into the lexicon of breakfast items.
Because it's America.
But they always say, but it's got breakfast stuff in it. That's what makes it a breakfast burrito. Anyway, I mean, that's just me. I
always like the fact that kind of you're about to leave and you just have to have another Cinnabon.
Yeah, yes.
I'll just leave. Oh, there's another 300 calories. Marvellous.
Yep,
I was going to leave, and then I didn't.
I was going to leave, and now I need a nap after my nice 3,500 calorie breakfast.
Well, then they put you in a little room all day, don't they?
Yes. They do indeed.
This isn't the commentary. This is a little room they put you in.
They only let me out to commentate. Looking at the junior field and coming down the grid there is the fifth of our young Turkish ladies. The number 232. That's Elif Yasiltay, the eldest of the 4 sisters.
Are we sure they're sisters, not just related in other ways?
Well, they've all got the same family name.
Yeah, they could be.
I mean, like Smith.
They could be nephews and nieces.
They could be, but there's definitely a lineage somewhere. I mean,
it's obviously more than likely.
It's more than likely, yes. I will go and ask Mehmet Yaman during the lunch break about that. Now, juniors, we mentioned that Paul Schutzman has moved out of Mini in to juniors.
You can hear from Paul,
Majib,
from Paul tomorrow on the Haddock Show.
Yes. Here's your Mehmet. Now he's going to go backwards. He's dropped something. Oh, no, he's just saying good luck to Floris Schenkenberg, who is not a Turkish girl. Floris is a Dutch boy, but he's racing for the Ford Abu Dhabi team, and now Mehmet is going down to, again, explain to the young lady, explain to Elif Yagmur Yasiltay, to give her full name. The Oracle was speaking, MJ.
Was he? What was he oraclising about?
He was oraclising about the Yasiltay family.
Yes.
He was saying they're all siblings.
Oh, excellent.
They're all siblings, yes. MJ, the Oracle. It's great being in the same room as MJ. You find out loads of interesting information.
Well, it's great in some ways, as long as they get the radios turned down.
Well, I mean, that's fine. But, with... and because do you remember Test Match Special?
Yes.
Malcolm.
Are we going to get some cake?
Malcolm would be the statistical genius. Yes.
The Hyper Hollands,
MJ is our Malcolm.
Hyper Hollands 832, they're saying good luck to Austin Gray with the Scottish flag. Your family tuning from Qatar.
Yes. There was a lot of the Gray families both here in the paddock. And Austin, was finishing in the top 5 in his first Minimax race. There is a look down, number 244 Kart, which, of course, doesn't appear. Now, is that Joe Murad changed number? Because I don't have a 244 on my entry list, but that is a Lebanese race suit, and Joe Murad is here for potentially one round only.
Our entry lists are very early in the week, aren't they?
Yes.
So they do. They're quite a dynamic entry list as ever. It's it evolves. So once we get the timing to catch up, once the carts leave, we'll have a look down the grid order. We'll establish exactly who that J&K jury.
Now, there's Paul Schutzman, the 270 cart. Again, this is the biggest jump any karter will make, from the 950mm chassis to the full 1050mm chassis.
Well, you've got a minimum weight on a Minimax of 115 kilograms. You go to 145 kilograms.
So an extra
30. The cart's heavier.
Yeah, and the driver hasn't suddenly gained 30 kilograms overnight.
He hasn't. And the tyres are wider.
Yes.
So you've got more grip. The chassis is bigger.
Yep.
You need more effort in the steering.
Yep.
And the engine is a lot less restricted in a Junior.
So
you've got more power and more grip.
It is the biggest jump.
The karts tend to slide around a lot less. I mean, we've just seen the Minimax karts race there. 2 and 3 wide on the straight into corners.
Outstanding.
Completely different in the bigger 1050mm chassis.
Absolutely outstanding. Now, we also have, let's have a look. No, our South Africans are all in the Micro Mini. One of our South African drivers, I believe, only arrived this morning, had visa issues. There was a Wesley Orr who has brought over the drivers, a Grand Finals champion in his own right in Rotax. Was dashing to the airport for the early hours of this morning to get the driver. I'm not quite sure which driver it was. We'll find out.
Have you mentioned that you do a great interview with Wes?
Well, I haven't mentioned it. We do, but I don't know whether it's today's paddock show or tomorrow's. And I'm not going to.
No one knows. No one knows.
No, I want you, the viewers, to find out by staying and watching the paddock show. All we do know is that if you want to find out more about the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy, then Lalaine Australia will tell you today during the paddock show. That is the only thing we will confirm. We've got many highlights in the 2 paddock shows, but you have to wait and see what comes in which show later.
Both paddock shows are very, very worth watching.
Absolutely.
So when you
apart from the opening shot, because Nick is in both opening shot, which means that one day I'm holding the camera, and then the next one you're holding the camera.
Well, I do know that I'm the first day. You're holding the camera for the first day for the intro.
Yes, because that's when I cut Nick's head off.
And that's right.
Yes.
Well, just his brow, actually.
Only his brow, because I was trying to use
what I like
zoom.
is that both of you are really, really keen on showing my shoes. It's a real, you want a full body shot, don't you, both of you?
No, I mean, what you'll see in the paddock show, we're on the infield in the West hairpin here.
Yes.
And the reason why I had a wide pan on the camera was to take in all of that grandstand area, just to show people and realise how fantastic it is to be here at Yas Marina.
Not because both Nick and I have put on a bit of timber over the last week. No,
not really.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Not really.
I've put on more attractiveness.
Ah, yes, I am. There's more of me to love.
There's more of me to love. Yeah, Valentine's Day. There's more of us to love, Henry.
Yes, exactly. We can see that the mechanics are being ushered to the back of the dummy grid. This is the final, well, it's not the final heat. It's the final class to appear in a heat race.
Joe Morad is 244.
Joe Morad is 244, as I speculated.
Here's the grid then. Aaron Qureshi with a very, very fine pole position. Giuseppe Montanari with an even finer blast to second place. Puts him on the front row of the grid. Mitansh Jain and Lewis Radcliffe share row 2. Ray Herber and Via Chopra share row 3. Derek Rivera and Aaron Mason are next with Jaden Hidding and Pierre Abu Diwan, with Johansa Senanyaki and Harry Radcliffe on row 6. Row 7 is Harrison Stevens and Floris Schengenberg. Saveli Kojai and Gabriele Baraccordi are on row 8, with row 9 Abdul Razik Al-Kura and Sam Turner. Row 10 is Erend Ortak and Antonio Husari. Paul Schutzman, his first weekend in the juniors, with Damien Noll, the independent, ran by his dad. Joe Morad on the 244 and 23rd, with Vladimir Gujo on 24th. 13th spot on the 13th row of the grid, I should say, is Raffaele Zagati with Lev Tolsif, with Saif Al-Badali and Murad Baramov and Aaron Setti and Elif Yagmer Yezelte on the 15th row. We've got Leo Aina, who didn't take part in qualifying, did he?
Engine troubles.
Faris Haroun, who is on the row 16 alongside.
Had his qualifying time disallowed.
Yeah, Kabir Kidwai and Romy Sabali round off a 34 kart. Full grid of junior Rotax karts here.
Kidwai and Sabali, novices, therefore have to start at the heat race at the back.
Probably thankful for that as well.
Well, they get the bird's eye view of 32 juniors trying to successfully negotiate the first S's and hairpin.
Exactly. That's a daunting prospect because it's a very high... Well, it's a high speed everywhere here at Yas Marina as we get the karts heading down 2 trains of karts. We've got a great start from the Mumbai Falcons from first and second row into turn 1. They sweep. That's a very fast left, into the fast right, into the hairpin for the first time. It's a Mumbai Falcon that leads, and it's a Mumbai Falcon that is second.
Yes, indeed. In fact, the 2 Mumbai Falcons, Qureshi and Jain, got such a jump. They were both able to sweep across in front of Giuseppe Montanari to take the preferred racing line going into turn number 1, therefore not impeding themselves and slowing each other down. They complete lap number 1 out of 12 with a substantial advantage. The rest of this huge junior Rotax field spreading themselves out in the sunshine behind them. Montanari continues to run third. Chopra is up to 4th. Louis Radcliffe, they're side by, they're about 4 wide. Johannes Senanayake, Pierre Abu Diwan is in amongst that, so is Ray Haber. And they all somehow managed to get back to 2 wide by the time they get to turn 6 and 7.
They're still sorting themselves out in the midfield, but it's very well sorted with the Mumbai Falcons game of high-speed chess going on at the front of this field. It's Aaron Qureshi who's controlling things. Mitansh Jain just following him round. I get a feeling that Mitansh is just waiting and biding his time. Giuseppe Montanari, the JNKD driver, and the white and yellowy gold livery kart there, looked like he was gaining ground on Jin and maybe just getting onto that rear bumper, but that's still a gap for him to complete there. And it's Via Chopra who's hanging on in 4th place there. Lonely 3rd and 4th place drivers. These 2, though, controlling the pace at the front.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see Giuseppe Montanari's race pace. Because this is his first season as a junior and he's not traditionally qualified very well at all. That means that he's been trapped in the middle of the pack during the opening, during most of the races. Is his race pace actually quick enough to run at the front, and has he just been stuck in traffic, or is his race pace mid-pack, genuinely? We're about to find out, because it's the first time he's got clean air.
I think we're finding out here because he's solid in that 3rd place.
Yes, he is.
He's got not very far behind him as Via Chopra, Aaron Mason, Louis Radcliffe coming through as well. Welcome to Louis into the UAE RMC as well. Mm-hmm. But it's the 2 Mumbai Falcons here who have got a lead of just under 0.8 of a second. In fact, that's 0.9 of a second that time by, as we've got the leader, Qureshi, looking like he's in control of this through the twin left-handers there at 6 and 7, and then into the final chicane. It's right and then left, high-speed left-hander there, letting the kart breathe across the line, and equally as high speed into turn 1. This is the old Grand Prix circuit, remember, Henry?
Yep. What I think Montanari is the biggest signifier of Montanari's pace is the fact that championship leader Via Chopra has not simply swallowed up Montanari and passed him. Aaron Mason back on form after a shocking round last time out at the Dubai Kartdrome. He was a podium contender regularly at the Al Ain Raceway round race days 3 and 4. Jonathan Paler, Aaron's mechanic, has got Aaron wound up, and in terms of not temperament, but just in terms of adrenaline, and he's moving.
We've got an investigation into the start, Henry. I'm not quite sure of the details of that, but I'll keep an eye on that screen. There was something that the officials didn't like, and they're having another look at that. Probably somebody out of tram lines, maybe. We'll leave that to the officials. We'll wait for a decision to be made there. But right now, on 8 laps completed, it's going to be 2/3 distance next time by for Aaron Qureshi, who is continuing to lead his teammate, his Mumbai Falcons teammate, the championship leader. Mitansh is second in the championship, isn't he?
Mitansh Jain is 11 points behind.
Yeah, and he was leading the championship until the last round there. Yes. Chopra's just overtaken him in the championship points. So this is ideal positioning to gain that ground back.
2 karts at the back of your screen going into turn number 6 off the side of the circuit. Harry Radcliffe and Jaden Hidding
Harry Radcliffe. Gone off. Sorry, that's Louis Radcliffe I'm mixing Harry up with.
Yeah, Harry, Louis' brother, and Jaden Hidding out of the race. Hidding 3rd in points. It was already looking like an insurmountable gap. I'm pretty sure that will be all she wrote. There is Hiddings' Kart. Now, Leo Aina, how much progress is Leo making? He's up to 22nd. That's good, but not great. Chopra in third. He has made it past Montanari. So our two championship protagonists run second and third. Make that first and third.
That's been coming. That has been coming. Mitansh Jain has now kind of pulled the trigger. It looked like from his body language that he was just waiting and biding his time, and then you could see how his body language changed and he got back towards the bumper of his teammate Qureshi. He's made that move going into the off the back straight into turn 4, and now he will lead for the first time in this race across the line. 10 laps completed onto the penultimate lap, and he pulled the trigger. Whether or not he's pulled the trigger at the right time, we're going to find out in these 2 laps, because Qureshi is not being dropped at all. Qureshi's still on his rear bumper.
I think he may have pulled the trigger the moment that his title rival Via Chopra moved into P3. Mitansh needs to keep Karts between himself and his title rival. It's all well and good taking 2 points off your title rival when you why not try and take 3 or 4 by making 1 pass? Points mean prizes.
I'm not sure how aware. I get your point. Yeah, absolutely. He was probably so focused on trying to get the lead. He's just got to focus on himself. And here comes Qureshi. Qureshi's coming back at him.
Round the outside?
Round the outside, has he not? No, he's not going to be able to do that. What's it going to be like by the time they get to the double left-hander?
On the last lap?
Yeah, it's still Jain in the lead. But that's Qureshi down the inside as Jain went wide into the chicane for the final time. Aaron Qureshi takes the win. He says, thank you very much. I'll have that back, please, at just the right moment. And across the line there, let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. And Jain goes in early, slips wide, and that just left a bit of gap for Qureshi just to turn in a little bit tighter.
Yep.
And he was able to position himself to get that lead back. Cracking racing from the Mumbai Falcons.
Yep, good kartshop.me replay there. Your provisional results. Well, he's recovered from his chickenpox. Ian Qureshi is a race winner. Mitansh Jain does decrease Via Chopra's points lead, but only by 2. Or 1 point, sorry. Chopra, Aaron Mason, he'll be happy with that, so will JP. Montanari, top 5, well done. Louis Radcliffe on debut. 6th, Ray Haber, Derek Rivera, Saveli Kojai, a solid top 10 for Saveli. Selena Yake, Abu Diwan, and Barrett Cordy, your top 12. Stevens, Schenkenberg, our onboard camera guide for the onboard lap. Samuel Turner's next. From the back of the grid, the Emirati Express, Faris Haroon for Yas Heat Racing. Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi, Abdul Razak 17th, coming back after his mock exams before Christmas. He said he didn't fail them. That's all he said. Well, he's allowed to. He couldn't have done too badly because he's allowed to race. Erin Ortak in 18th position. Muteb from Skyline Racing is here as well. Leo Aina and Joe Murad, Vladimir Gugo, Damien Noor, Paul Schutzman on debut in this class. Antonio Hussari, the top 24. Kidwai from the back of the grid. Tolstik, Sethi, Alo Baidi, Bayramov, Zagati. There's your top 30, and still the last 2 finishers, Rumi Sabali and Elif Yasilte, with Harry Ratcliffe and Jaden Hidding going out over a discussion over the same piece of real estate.
Well done, Henry. That was a very long rundown. We're just recovering karts. We're joined again by our guest in the booth. Harry Hannam joins us.
Pressing question.
Have we? What, for Harry?
Yes, Nathan Cappan. Do we know what happened? Are you allowed to tell us? Are they going to get into trouble? We're going to push you anyway. You're a journalist now. You've got to tell the people. You've got to tell the people.
Remember who's paying you this weekend, though, mate?
Yeah, and it's not us.
So what's the crackling with Nathan Cappan's car? Well, just to remind everybody, what we saw was Nathan Cappan from the pole position went off into a strong lead, into turns 6 and 7 for the first time, and his kart just stopped. Go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, well.
Hang on, are we switched on? Hang on. Oops, hang on. There you go, mate.
Well, I'm not doing much to do with the seniors at the moment, but again, so I don't know the specific. I've heard it's something I think to do with related with the clutch, but it's just an unfortunate thing. Nothing that I think the team really realised.
It's one of those things that you can't foresee.
Exactly, it's something quite hidden behind. So, but I'm not too sure on specifics really.
Yeah, thanks. Clutch related is fine. I mean that'll do. Yeah, we don't need to go any deeper than that. What it did was whatever it was catastrophic insofar as it caused the kart to retire. We saw a little bit more racing now here at Yas than when you were in last, and I've been surprised at just how much passing we've been able to see, because I was really from what I was watching in the practice, there aren't any discernible heavy braking areas. It's barely a touch of the brakes, and then you just the brakes are to settle the kart before you turn in, and everywhere's high speed. There aren't any slow corners, not even the hairpin at the top here. So give us an insight. You've raced here many times, Harry. The difficulty of passing, is it more about carrying momentum and sort of planning two corners before you're going to make the move and gather that momentum? Is that what we're seeing here?
Correct, yeah, 100%. It's all about momentum, lap times wise and overtaking wise. So you really have to keep the momentum through. It's very easy to get done with the switchback or just people hanging around the outside, keeping the momentum revs and higher. So you've definitely got to plan ahead. You've got to make sure you commit, but then committing with keeping the revs high through the corner.
And as well, you did Micro Max, yes? Bambinos, actually, you said you'd start doing Bambinos. And Mini Max as well. Those karts, what we saw racing earlier, there was an elements of the drivers you have to allow the kart to what I call breathe. And if it's sliding through the corner, you can't fight it. You've just got to let it go. And if someone's coming down your inside, you've just got to stay calm and just focus on how you're going to get that place back. Is that kind of where you find yourself in the narrower 950mm karts?
Yeah, for sure. I think even in the normal tracks around the world, it's also those little karts. The engines are so restricted with the restriction on the kart. It's all about momentum. And then here at a place where you need momentum, it's even more exaggerated than compared to cars like juniors and seniors. But the minis, I think the slipstream definitely seems a lot stronger, the effect of the slipstream. But then, all the bottom end, I think it's with the engine being very restricted, obviously, because it's a lower down junior engine, really. It affects the performance.
You started in Bambinos, Harry, and what we see, what astounds me when I watch kids from 8 years old and younger in Bambinos, of course, is what looks like it's instinctive. It's kind of a natural feel for speed and momentum. If it wasn't a natural instinctive feel, I don't think you would be able to go very fast. Is that something that you were taught, or is that something that just developed and evolved in your young mind and in your young body?
I think it's definitely a mix of both, really. Especially around here, we're quite blessed really to be living in such a country where it's always dry. There's a lot of tracks available. It's all tracks, I think, all around UAE are always open. So it's so much track time can be done, and you just do laps and laps. And then all the teams have their specific driver coaches, which then further develop the drivers. And it really, that's why I think now, and even when countries from here going abroad and getting some really good results, and it just shows the development of drivers here in the UAE.
Yeah, it is burgeoning, isn't it? It's building. You can see that.
But you came across to race in the UK for several years in the British Kart Championship. Obviously, you were very quick. You were a multiple champion over here when you got to the UK, and then the different style of track, different style of tarmac, different style of driving. You then learnt a lot there. Came back to win the senior championship.
Learned how to drive in the wet, I would imagine.
Yeah. But so that helped as well, didn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Especially in the British Championship, it's so aggressive, it's so high tempo. If you can't switch off for a corner, really, otherwise you can get done by 5 people.
Who were the names you were racing against over there?
So Bishop. So that age group, so I was junior. Well,
right.
I think Bishop was obviously the main leader. I think.
Kai Hunter.
He
was a bit older. So
he was right. So you were in juniors
I
with.
Think so. I think I did race Kant in my last year for senior.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question then? In comparison, we've talked about how it's building here in the UAE. Fantastic at the World Finals to see Team UAE third on the team's podium at the end of the event. Mega. That to me is an indication of where this UAE RMC is growing.
Yeah. But how much pride did you take in that? Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, you jumped in, but there's two questions in one there. So that was a very proud moment. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. So when I started, I think in Micromax, the biggest grid might have been 12. I think that was probably seniors.
Yes.
And just over the years, as I've progressed with the client, it's just numbers growing. People also then driving in Europe abroad, which then brings back extra skills to race in the UAE, and it boosts everyone levels, and that's why now we're seeing us come third overall in the team standings.
Where are we? Where are the drivers in the UAE RMC? Where do you think they would be now? You've got to bear in mind, right? So Kai Hunter's a friend of mine, and he was telling me when he came across here to race at Al Ain, he really struggled with regards to the track conditions and considering the sandy track conditions makes it a one-line track. And he really struggled with getting offline by a metre would ruin his tyres. So in the same way that drivers from the UAE going across to Great Britain and trying to find out where they are, I suppose the indication is what we've just said. Third in the World Finals is where the UAE is, I suppose, isn't it? But where do you think? Where do you think the likes of your George Nasser and the other guys at the front of the senior field? Where do you think they would be?
Well, George,
not on a wet PFI, but say hot summer's day at somewhere like Wilton Mill or Wardenlaw.
Well, Georgie's done a lot of Europe racing, always at the front. He's qualified places top 10. I think he's had a few that last in Le Mans RMCIT, top 5 in all the heats, and it's again I think Omar Ghannoum, who's last year's senior champion. He actually won a Euro Series round in Genk. And it just shows, these drivers, especially the top of the drivers, are coming over to Europe and showing that they can also compete in these with these Europeans who are racing every week.
The reason why I ask that is to just for the viewers out there. This is, we wax lyrical about the high standard of competition here, and Harry has just kind of put an icing on an already very, very, very rich cake for me by proving that my point.
Because of course, we'll. One of the paddock shows, we go round XL Motorsport with Jamie Day. Jamie was the first real UAE driver to make that transition over to the UK. He won a Kart Masters title, I think, 2018 in Minimax. You had Khalid Ray Saab come over, then Harry came over. You were sort of the trailblazers for the likes of Conor Clancy when he got pole position. He's going to be starting pole position for this one. He said, I came to race in Europe for Strawberry Racing. Yourself, Khalid, and there's a couple of others. I'm thinking, Ziggy Tamer, Kerman Sarchi came over, Piers Pakenham Walsh. Early, Sean Babington then went the other way, came from the UK to race over here. Now, I'd say that the second generation of UAE drivers are now heading over to Europe, and they're doing much better to start with because of the fact that you went over there, and I'm not going to lie, you had a struggle to start with. I know that Jack Dex did a fantastic job, but you came over from winning titles here to, being in the thick of it. We're going to go round, we're going to give you the starting lineup, and we'll get back to that point again.
We'll continue that conversation because I want to mention something.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the grid then. Conor Clancy, this is a kid who's transitioned from juniors to seniors, and Duck to Water comes to mind. Jules Dumont alongside. Jerry Montgomery, Swan and Leith Mominat are on row 2. Daniel Breath, newcomer to the series this year, is on row 3 with Andrea Remy. Row 4 is Trofim Krotov with Ren Damadasa. Amani Canoe is there on row 5 with Enzo Tesluk. Oscar Backhouse shares row 6 with Kian Kreinhol. Shivan Kartik is next with Zinil Hamatani. Oscar Lambert, Alexandra Biji, Igor Prachantov and Rayan Karuz are on 9. Row 10 is Andrew Obaid and Tamim Hasiba. Timofey Sevostanov and Philip Dinu share row 11. Alex Zer and Orlando Benchivenga share row 12. Abigail Pope rounds off a 25 kart field.
Bad news for Oscar Lambert. Second of the points, only qualified
Yes.
on the 8th row.
Yeah, he was way down.
Conor Clancy, of course, the championship dark horse here at the front of the field, and George Nassan not in this race, but won his first race. Pressure on Oscar Lambert.
Yeah, he needs to. We mentioned that in qualifying, didn't we? Don't know what the story is behind Oscar's. It's another one for you, Harry. We can maybe. Do you know the answer?
I mean,
what happened in Oscar's?
It's a similar issue to Nathan's, but didn't quite fully go.
So a mechanical issue on the cart. The cart wasn't 100%. Right, okay. Again, something that you can't foresee. Here we go then. We're about to have the red lights go off and are about to go racing. And from pole position, Conor Clancy, can he get down the inside? He chops across, closes the door on everybody, slams the door, in fact, and he leads into the hairpin for the first time.
Great view. I love that shot. The carts look minuscule against a grandiose backdrop here at Yas Marina as they fan out 2 and 3 wide. It's it's Clancy, and there is Jeremy Montgomery Swan up into P2. Jules Dumont on the black and white Telios livery cart there. A good start. Well, dropping only from second to third. Laith Mumina, who slips back to 7th, one of 2 Saudi Arabian drivers, and Muteb from Skyline Racing is here overseeing them. He popped in to see us last night at the hotel, and he'll be keeping a watchful eye over his young countryman, the gentleman who's in charge of the Saudi Arabian Rotax Max Challenge.
So let's see if Jerry Montgomery Swan can gain ground on Conor Clancy. Is he going to let Conor Clancy disappear? He's not going to want him to just disappear. Jules Dumont is dropping down the order to 5th now as Daniel Breath comes through. I saw Daniel Breath's lap times in the practice session, and I thought, he's going to be a contender for a podium here. And that's the orange and white cart of Motorscape that we see there with the black trim, just in 3rd there, as we get back to Conor Clancy, who is in control in a position that he thrives on, doesn't he?
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, Harry, Conor has made this transition seamlessly from junior to senior. I keep trying to tell people, that's not normal, is it? You normally take a little while just to get the last bit of junior, knocked out of you, so to speak.
Yeah, extremely fast driver. You can see it on the data, especially. He's very, very smooth. And especially when he gets in his rhythm, he cracks on really, and gets very consistent times, and it's a good example for the rest of the team to help us build on that.
But you're not seeing him get involved in, and again, I'm not, but you would probably, you could agree or disagree whether you were guilty of this, but getting involved in, and racing a bit like a junior against some more very experienced drivers. The patience that you need in seniors is something that a lot of drivers take at least a couple of months to learn fully, isn't it? Conor seems to have just one race in, bang, there.
Yeah, 100%. Conor's another driver who's done a lot of Europe racing, so he brings back again lots of experience. But fortunately enough, he's been at the front for a lot of it and hasn't really had to deal with much racing to do at the moment. But he's looking strong.
Trofim Kotov, the Carter, in 3rd place, going ahead of Daniel Breath, another newcomer to the series. Trofim Kotov with Sokol Racing Junior team. He's in the white. He's on the white nose cone there. He's on a Lando Norris card. He's not exactly a small driver. He's not a huge driver, but I suspect that he's not carrying any livery on that nose just to take off a bit of weight there. I'm not quite sure exactly what a nose cone livery sticker kit weighs, but I know if a sticker kit weighs about 0.5 kilogram, I think is the usual sort of calculation. But he's having a very strong drive here. He's come through and he's up into 3rd place. Daniel Breath is the red and white card behind him. And there's a move down the inside, and that's Amani Kinua. The whole of South Africa and Kenya and everywhere else on the African continent goes wild.
Absolutely.
As Kinua goes ahead of Jules Dumont and up into 5th place.
Amani is one of those drivers whose results do not reflect his speed. He put it on pole position at the Dubai Kartdrome, then had his best lap taken away for track limits, which then had a knock-on effect to the rest of his race weekend, because instead of starting at the front, he's starting right in the middle of the hornet's nest. And now he's got a chance of really showing what he is made of.
I just want to say here that teams-wise, Mumbai Falcons leading, GNKD 2nd, Sokol Racing Junior 3rd, Motorscape 4th, George Gibbons Motorsport 5th, Telios, and then Matthias Nigem Motorsport.
Yes.
We have to go down to 8th before we see another GGM card. Different teams, the first 7 places. That is out. Getting back to how great this series is becoming.
Yes.
There it is right there.
That is a difference from when you were racing as well. I mean, you had brand racing. You know, you were with the Mumbai Falcons when they were known as Dojo Moto. George Gibbons were there, XL were there as well. But we're seeing more and more teams putting together competitive packages on track, aren't we? Because certainly the paddock looks exceptionally professional now.
Yeah, correct. Big variety. A lot of teams getting the hang of these engines as well, and getting the setups right. And every team seems to have a star driver at the moment, which just increases the variety of teams in the top 8 really at the moment.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Conor Clancy is
2.4.
2.4 seconds up the road. And
not quite 2.6.
Not quite 2.6.
Which is the margin that he's aiming for.
Yeah, which is the margin that any self-respecting racing driver should aim for. 32.401 seconds. New fastest lap. Montgomery Swan, Krotov there, flying the flag of Bulgaria. Partying on the streets of Sofia.
Sokol Racing Junior, that's a new team to the series.
That is a team a little bit further east than Bulgaria.
All right, what I think is great is that teams can come from, whether it's the UK, from Eastern Europe, from anywhere.
They're Russian. They're a Russian team, and they're here.
And they're not left behind here.
No, not at all.
They can compete.
NI Racing, another team, and they've got more and more drivers.
That's right.
This round. CRG as well. Pleased to see CRG. You've got Enzo Tesla in 15th position. Nacho from CRG's got a number of drivers here. Another stalwart of the championship. Completely different chassis brand. We're on lap number 12. This, Harry, this race, it's spread out a little bit. This is where you can see this type of race happen. I mean, we'd be very, very lucky. Oh, yeah, there's a kart off the side of the circuit. That would be Orlando Benchavenga, the only retirement of the race so far. But this is the type of race that you can see. Things can get quite spread out simply because of the high-speed nature.
Yeah, 100%. I think in the seniors as well, especially, it seems to be spreading out more than the rest of the classes.
That's a photographer trying to get a very low angle. He's not had an issue. He's just trying to get a low angle.
This is a great run from Trofim Krotov, who has gained and gained and gained on the JNKD kart of Jeremy Montgomery Swan ahead of him. Now they've got 13 laps completed this time by. There's Conor Clancy across the line. 2 more laps remaining, and all right, it's one thing catching someone, completely different ball game. He's having a go. He's proving me wrong. I was going to say it's going to be a tough ask. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is agreeing with me, and he's making it a tough ask.
Yeah, he says, Joe, I've got you. Don't worry about that. I'm not going to make a Murray Walker out of you. I've got your back, Joe. And Timothy Krotov, Trofim. Yeah, Trofim Krotov is now has to go back to the drawing board, but we're on the final lap, Harry Hannam, where he's running out of opportunities, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely very short track as well, so it's the last lap, you could say, last half lap even.
But what can you say about Conor Clancy? Another
actually, not what can you say, what are you going to say?
Yeah, call him home,
because you're coaching him, aren't you?
Well, juniors, I'm running the juniors.
All right, okay.
Yeah, but well, I'm sure they will be very, very pleased. It's just, but it's again for his first race of the weekend. He'll be looking to push that for another 7 races. So looking at that, as we've got the checkered flag there, and Conor Clancy has clinched his first heat.
Yep.
You're not going to change that kart, are you?
There won't be much changes, but you never know. Driver might not be happy with some things. But he's always looking to improve.
Yeah, because he's already won by 4 seconds.
Correct. Yeah, you never know. We try and make it 5.
Love it.
But of course, that is a good point though, isn't it? Because everyone else will be working on their karts. So if you're standing still, you're going backwards, in effect, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's exactly the attitude, isn't it? You've got to. If you stand still at a 4-second lead, that lead might be 3 seconds next time, and it might be a deficit the next time. So you've got to keep pushing.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you go back with the juniors? How much data do you share in terms of? You just look at data traces, lines, between seniors and juniors. What can you take from Conor Clancy's senior win and take back to coach your juniors with, without giving too many trade secrets away?
So, yeah, well, data telemetry is what we use. Obviously, GoPro footages we can use from practice. But there's not too much we really take from the seniors with it being using a different tyre.
Yep,
The D5s compared to D2s, different power. So it's very, very difficult to compare. And then obviously they're using different chassis as well. The KR on Connor and the OTKs on the juniors.
Yeah. Now, we've got obviously got the third heat to go. Joe,
we've got the rundown.
Okay, let's have
the
a look.
result. Harry, if you have to go, just leave. Thank you again. If you want to, yep. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Harry Hannum there, our guest, and giving us insight that we can't give.
No, exactly.
He really is the real deal. Conor Clancy takes a very strong win there. Jerry Montgomery Swan had a fighting second from Trofim Krotov with a great run for Sokol Racing Junior Team. Daniel Breath, welcome addition to the championship. Amani Kunua, Africa goes wild. Amani with a 5th spot there. Jules Dumont. Jules will not be happy with that because he dropped down the order from 3rd on the grid, didn't he? Oscar Lambert, what a drive. What an absolute drive there. 2nd in the championship, didn't qualify very well, but he'd be happier with that. With 7th, puts him in a good stead for the pre-final. Rayan Damadasa coming back through to 8th. Zain Al-Masani was 9th. 10th was Lith Nominai, and then Alexander Biji, Oscar Backhouse, Oscar Backhouse. Let me find him. Andrea Remy, Shivan Kartik, Kian Krimball, Andrew Obaid, Enza Tesluk, Tammy Nasiba, Timofey Zevanostinov, Rayan Krahus, Philip Duneau, Abigail Pope, Alexis Alzar, and then we had some non-finishers, didn't we?
Igor Prochantov failed to finish, and Orlando Benchavenga. There is the result of one of those retirements. That looks like a rather second-hand 3-1-1 kart of Benchavenga.
Yes.
Heading back to the Kart Advisor Academy team, where it might come under the auspices of Reese Hunter and Sophia Necci, who are managing that team. It's time we make it into the pre-finals. Micromax up next, and we've still got one senior heat to go. It looks like we've got a little bit of a wait. There's still drivers assembling on the pre-grid area. There is Mehmet Yaman, he deserves a lot of coverage this weekend. It is a massive undertaking to bring over 5 drivers, 5 young ladies all starting out to a foreign country. It's just him. They've got some family members with them. I'm not quite sure if the mum and dad are here or how many parents are here, but it's certainly Mehmet who is, mothering and fathering the team, with the assistance of Fort Abu Dhabi, of course. He's got 2 out of the 4 girls safely into these races, and they did not get lapped in their heat. Now, of course, this is going to be a line. Look at the way he's constructing them. Now, you just, again, reminders. They've got the yellow plate with the black cross. That means it's one of their first 6 races. They're still novices. Such importance. And their eyes locked on Mehmet. This is, Mehmet has driven at the grand finals. He has driven in the MENA Nations Cup. He represents Turkey. He has his own kart circuit. He has obviously worked with these 2 young ladies extensively.
And a key part of what that job he has in hand with these novices.
Yep.
When you put a young driver who, because when you start racing, right, you think you're going the fat. I remember when I first did my first Formula 4 race. I went round Gerrard's at Mallory Park, and I'm absolutely flat chat. Mm-hmm. And then a car.
Yes.
I'm on the, I'm like, this is on the lip. And then a car went round me outside.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, maybe I'm not as
I've got some work to
I'm not a big a superstar as I thought I was.
Yeah, no.
And to keep those kids motivated as to, all right, you've come here, this is where you're going to be.
Yes.
In a year or two's time, you're going to go forward on this grid. The more seat time, the more laps you do.
Well, I've got...
and that's part of being the coach. It's not just about what line to take. It's not part of where to brake. It's about motivating them forward.
Exactly. The biggest motivating factor that the 2 girls and the driver of kart number 13, the other novice, well, there's a bunch of novice, Kilian Nkudu, who was battling with the 2 Turkish young ladies in that heat in their heat races, their lap times. I've got them. They were between 39.7 and 39.9 for the three of them. That's their motivation. For example, number 6, Tugba Yasilte, her best lap, 39.721. She's looking 39.6. That's 39.5. That's the motivational factor for all three of them. They're there. They're the last 3 karts you can see on your screens there. There is another novice, Leo Orochiman, for the CRG Middle East team there, who is in the number 36. Just in front of them, but Leo was a little bit closer to the pace.
I've just been told, for everybody watching at home, about just over 5 minutes to go before we get our first pre-final. Mm-hmm. We've great insight from Harry Hannon. I've got to say, great insight from what's actually going out on track. This gives us an opportunity to have a look at Sam Turner, who was kind enough, as I said, the KA team, kind enough to give us some onboard footage. Let's have a look at, from the driver's perspective, of just how fast we are here at Yas Marina. Yas Marina, a track that everybody has been excited to come to. Round 5 of the UAE RMC, and here we are on board with Sam Turner from the KA team. He's going to take us round a lap. This high-speed circuit is actually on part of what the Grand Prix takes place on here in Abu Dhabi. Out here onto the back straight, then Sam will take us down this back straight, hitting speeds of 120 kilometres showing on data before he turns left and then right into a double apex left-hander that kind of forms a hairpin here. Here we go then. This will end the lap through a little bit of a chicane and then flat out across the line. You'll notice the grid markings on the track as he crosses the line here, and then on another 120k being hit before we turn left and then right. The old Grand Prix circuit this bit is, and then into the hairpin and onto the Grand Prix back straight. Let's have a listen to Sam's engine revs. You'll just see how fast this track is and see how much throttle that Sam gets to use. It's got to be flat out in 90% throttle, this track, and it's going to be so taxing on the drivers, so taxing on the engines, and so taxing on all of our races here this weekend. I hope you enjoyed that footage. It really is insightful. There was a very, very close shave at the end there, wasn't it?
But that's what karting's all about. If you haven't seen it before, you will be amazed at just how close it is every lap, all the time. Inches, millimetres sometimes.
It absolutely is. But next time we show that, we are going to show that extensively over the next couple of days. Have a look at Sam's braking foot.
Yep.
And he's braking. All right, there's the firm dab of the brakes in areas going into the corner. But through the corner, you'll see him checking the brake. He's checking the slide, but just by checking, you kind of cover the brake with your left foot. Whenever I go to an indoor kart place, I'll get black flagged and I'll come in and I'll go, what? And the guy will say, you're using both pedals.
Oh, yeah, double pedaling.
I think the modern days...
I thought they said you're 2.6 slower than you should be.
There is that. There is that.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Alain. Anyways,
the rematch. It's going to be like Rocky 2. It's going to be like Rocky 2.
Oh no, I think more Rocky 4, and I'll be the big Russian.
Actually, mate, from that footage of the intro for the Paddock Show, you are going to be a big Russian as well. Because I'm going to have to equalise. I'm going to have to carry about 10 kilograms.
I know you are. We weighed ourselves in the weigh bridge.
You are much heavier than me.
5 kilograms heavier than you.
For a long time, I've been heavier than you.
I know.
Yes, it's the new me. Because I'm damn well going to be quicker than him and Alain.
Yes.
Is it still on, Guy, this rematch at Alain? This rematch, it's definitely on, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't tell that this has really, really bugged Joe Bradley ever since there.
I can't believe it, mate.
He has lost sleep over this. It has annoyed the heck,
mate, I've pulled over the data.
Bradley.
Nobody's ever quicker than me in our team.
Joe Bradley, ex-kart racer, ex-Formula 4 driver.
I wasn't really that, to be honest.
Has been eclipsed by a man whose only claim to fame, and I would say this, in a nice possible way, is that he's raced and he made Michael Schumacher cry.
He did make Michael Schumacher
cry. I just wonder how, when you said that, did you walk up to make Michael
Do you not know the context?
Well, I mean, I'm guessing, was it, do you have one of those magic 8 balls and you shook it and went, no,
listen to the story.
We're going to hold this because we've got a grid, I'm afraid.
So have we got a grid now?
Right. We'll have to come back to it.
Right, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Because Nick used to work in Formula 1.
He did he?
Yeah.
Right,
this is pre-final time already then.
Here we go.
Round 5 of race day 1 of the UAE RMC. And it's Liam O'Hanlon on the pole position in Micromax. Championship leader as well. It's strong for him, isn't it? Saif Al Khalifa's going to spoil his day, though. Adam Al-Sheikh wants to get in there as well. Alexander Feinstein shares the second row. Third row is Sama Chopra and Cameron Harvey. Sama wanting to get back on terms. Rudrapatap Shekhawat and Tadeusz Prochaska share row 4. Amar Tabatsa and Jensen Kelly on row 5. Zukan Yi on row 6 with Alexander Semenov. And then on row 7 we have Rafawa Dwambi. I hope I'm saying that right. Dwambi. Via Ponna shares row 7. Row 8 is Roddy Harris with Enzo Falzerano. Sebastian Storer on row 9 with Saif El-Mina. And then we've got Felix Sousa Jebjerg with Tayyab Haroun, Ivans Voronins in 21st, Leo Reutemann in 22nd, and then we've got the novice drivers from Turkey, and it's great to have them along. Took by Yeselte and Ella Yeselte. Great to have the sisters on the grid with Kilian Kudu Babida. Rounding off the grid there.
Watch for car number 12, Latvian driver Ivans Voronins.
Yeah, because he had a retirement, didn't he?
No, I mean, tyre wear, not much of an issue. Driver anger, far more likely to be a key factor in his ascension up the order.
He's going to need that controlled aggression to get him through this grid after that incident.
Ruthless aggression.
Yeah, in the heat.
Bit of John Cena.
It's pre-final time, though, and it's 13 laps for these Micromax drivers. Liam O'Hanlon keeps the pace down. They get off and underway. All the carts in the tram lines. We get this race underway, and it's Liam O'Hanlon for George Gibbons Motorsport, I should say, in the lead through the S's and on towards the hairpin for the first time. It's 3 wide through the hairpin for the first time. No surprise there, and it looks like 4 or 5 wide down the back straight.
Yep, the heat haze shimmering off the tarmac as O'Hanlon leads.
As Henry dies, we'll give a defibrillator over here, please, as Henry coughs his way to the end of the first lap with O'Hanlon leading. Who is it behind? It's an XL Motorsport second and third by the looks of it. It's Adam El-Sheikh, though, as Samar Chopra comes through from M&M in third. Saif Al Khalifa from the front row of the grid down to fourth with Rudrapatap Shekhawat in fifth. Alexander Semenov in sixth.
Somewhere on the opening lap, Alex Feinstein and Cameron Harvey have come to grief. Leo Reutemann is not out there, and that is because he has had a technical issue. Cameron Harvey joining Reutemann in the pit lane. When again, the Oracle Majib has given us that information about their number 36.
Cameron Harvey looks like he is still going round. Yes, 1 lap completed there.
Reutemann is in the pits. Harvey is right down at the back of the field.
Yeah, so he's been delayed somewhat.
Yeah.
Liam O'Hanlon leads, though, out onto the back straight for the third time. 2 laps already completed there. Battle beginning to develop for second and third as Samar Chopra through. He's the O-plate holder, is Samar Chopra, and he's second in the championship to Liam O'Hanlon. So now, in first and second places, we've got first and second in championship positions here, but O'Hanlon extending his points lead if things stay the same.
Yeah, indeed, and Chopra has some work to do. He's got support from Al-Sheikh and Al Khalifa. They're not teammates, but they will be, cooperators for the time being. Rudrapatap Shekhawat is up into P5. Great drive from Shekhawat.
Great drive, yeah.
Look how much clean air there is behind Shekhawat. Back to Zhu Quan Yi up into 6th position. The young Chinese driver only just off his novice plates. Fantastic.
And just behind him, Ivans Voronins coming through after that terrible incident that took him out of Heat 1. We've got a change for second there. as Adam Al-Sheikh goes through into second place. There's the leader through. There's the second place XL driver. Now definitely an XL kart in that second spot. That's Adam Al-Sheikh now ahead of Samar Chopra. So Chopra's not going to be happy with this.
No, indeed. Will he fight back, or will he work with... His only option, really, on lap 5 out of 13 is to work with the 2 XL karts, bearing in mind that the kart behind him, Saif Al-Khalifa, has just set the fastest lap of the race. Jensen Kelly and Amar Tabatsa.
They're not doing themselves any favours by swapping positions. No. They need to settle in, these three. That's what we're looking at there. Second, third and fourth. Need to settle in and let the science get them towards Liam O'Hanlon. What do I mean by that? Well, the aerodynamics of a 3-kart train will actually move through the air quicker than one individual kart. And let's see what the gap is actually, Henry. So it's 1 point. It is, what am I talking about? It's 1.3 seconds between fourth and first place. Yeah. Let's see if we can narrow that gap.
And I'm looking down there.
Second.
Chopra deciding, I've got to go. And here come the 2 XL karts now, pushing each other along, 1.2 seconds behind the race leader. Yes, Joe?
Saif El-Sheikh has gone ahead of Adam El-Sheikh. So Adam El-Sheikh's gone from second to fourth there in that move from Samar Chopra.
Yeah, Al-Khalifa there in third place. Here comes Al-Sheikh to the inside. Back into P3 goes Adam Al-Sheikh in the number 55 kart. And that one two swap of positions. Look at the gap that Samar Chopra has opened up. Now, the field has been spread out quite a ways. We were talking about blue flags. Now, of course, the problem is, how do you blue flag a novice driver when they're running in front of a driver that has been delayed and is also a lap down? This is where, good race directing, because there's Cameron Harvey, who is on the lead lap, almost the back of the lead lap, closing in on Tugba Yasilte, Kilian Nkudu Mabida, Ella Yasilte. Then there's Tayab Haroun. Fryenstein's back up to 19th position. And I'm looking at the lap time as well. Kilian has improved his lap time from, he's down to a 39.6.
Yeah,
for Kilian.
We'll keep an eye on what's going to happen at the front of this field, because Liam O'Hanlon, that's the battle for second, third and fourth. Now coming back together, concertinaing back up towards the rear end of the M&M kart of Samar Chopra. Samar now looking over his shoulder as Liam O'Hanlon has the novice drivers ahead of him. The XL drivers are not doing themselves any favours here. Adam El-Sheikh is overtaken by Saif Al-Khalifa, and now O'Hanlon comes upon our novice drivers, and it's how they conduct themselves.
Wow, that was Tugba Yasilte going for a spin.
That certainly got the attention of Liam O'Hanlon, who gets around that spinning kart.
And there's the blue flag with the red cross on it for Tugba Yasilte, so she will have to pit.
The last thing we want, a novice driver has to be taught and learn how to get out of the way and stay offline and allow the leaders through. And we've got a 3-second penalty for a tramline infringement on Adam Al-Sheikh, who is currently in third.
And Saif Al-Khalifa.
And Saif Al-Khalifa as well. So that's going to affect. Now, this is the leaders right in amongst the back markers there. They've scythed through them like a video game there. And that is the novices just finding their feet in this formula, of course. They've got to start somewhere. But look at this. The back markers, of course, Liam O'Hanlon to lose that gap. And we have now got Samar Chopra. We've got 2 more laps after this one's completed. We've now got Samar Chopra on terms with O'Hanlon and almost can feel a slipstream from that rear of the kart.
But, of course, the 2 back markers, Ali Yasilte and Kilian Nkudu Mbida, they were having their own private battle. And they're battling over 21st position. Cameron Harvey has also gone a lap down. Tugba Yasilte has been flagged off. She has had the blue flag, rather. I didn't see the blue flag waving for Kilian and Ella, because they're having their own race. Are they still behind? I think they might have come in now. But it's lap 12. There's 1 to go after this for Liam O'Hanlon. Yes, he caught the lap traffic at not the ideal place, but then again, they were racing.
And it is all a part of motor racing.
And it is all a part of motor racing.
And at this stage of any kind of young driver who is learning the ropes of racecraft, that's part of the game that we're playing here. O'Hanlon, though, conducted himself well. Cost himself a bit of time. However, it was discretion the better part of valor in making those moves past the back markers, and he did his best, and he did a cracking job to get through, and he's continuing to lead in a very, very commanding style. He's got about 4 corners to make, 2 more to go now, through the right and the left of the final chicane to end the lap, and across the line he'll be greeted by the welcome sight of the checkered flag and a pre-final win which will put him on the pole position for the all-important final coming up this afternoon.
Yeah, and we've focused on the top 4. Understandably, Al Sheikh and Al Khalifa, they do have a penalty. They will stay 3rd and 4th. Ivans Voronins from last to 5th. What a drive from Ivans Voronins. Rudrapatrap Shekhawat is 6th. Great drive from Rudrapatrap. And probably, I would assume, a best career result for Zhu Quan Yi. P7. There's your top 6. Voronins.
Yeah, you've already mentioned that, haven't you?
Yeah, yes, fantastic. But look, Al Sheikh and Al Khalifa, even with their start line infringement penalties, they remain 3rd and 4th. Such was the leader's advantage over everybody else. There's Zhu Quan Yi. Alexander Semenov. Great driver Alexander to 8th. Vaibhav Ponna, Amar Tabatsa, Tadeusz Pojatska, Radi Harris into 12th position. The best of the 2 South Africans, just in front of his countryman, Rofinwa Ndwambe. Then Sebastian Storer, Jensen Kelly. Hopefully Jensen's grandparents are watching somewhere in the south of France. Normally it's the Sunday where they're too sozzled to watch Jensen's first race. I'm just saying, it's just facts. I'm joking. Enzo Falzerano, Felix Sousa Jebjerg, Alex Fryenstein. Disappointing. Can he maintain his streak of podium finishes? In the final, Saif Al Maina, Taib Haroun, and then Kilian Nkudu Mbide, Ella Yasilte, Cameron Harvey, Tugba Yasilte, and retiring or failing to start, Leo Reutmann.
That was our Micromax pre-final. We have now got a short wait before we have the Minimax pre-finalists out there. Just want to say hello to a few people on the live stream chat. Hello to Monty Swan, who of course was supporting Jezza.
The debt collector's dad.
Yes, of course. And all of the Armani Canua fan club who have been along supporting Armani. I've just been sent a video from Paul Bainbridge. My heart goes out. If you are racing in the UK this weekend.
Or Valencia.
Or Valencia too.
Yes,
is it a bit nasty there as well?
It was, yes.
So this is Warden Law this morning.
That would be ice?
Is snow and ice, mate.
Snow and ice?
Yeah, snow and ice. There it is.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, lovely track line there from the sweeper that he goes out.
That's the newly resurfaced and reprofiled
reprofiled Warden Law, yes.
Well, I had a video from Valencia.
Newly licensed.
Yesterday.
Newly licensed, indeed.
Anthony Jordan getting wet. The rain coming in sideways through the commentary box window.
Ouch.
Yes,
Is it warm wind in Valencia? Is warm rain?
Absolutely not.
Baltic, is
Not
it?
at the moment, no. It's having a bit of a Spanish freeze.
Yes. Which,
weather's a bit odd.
what was it? Roses are red. I'm dying of boredom, so I'm listening to the commentary of Anthony Jordan. I wonder if is that my... There we go. That's my Valentine's rhyme.
That was nice.
My mate.
Do you want
Anthony.
to repeat that again?
Yeah. Roses are red. I'm dying of boredom because I'm listening to the commentary of Anthony Jordan.
Oh, that's cruel, isn't it? I enjoy Anthony's commentary.
I do. I love you, TJ.
Yes.
I
mean, he's doing it with Andrew Mather, isn't he? This time?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, Andrew. I'm a fan of Andrew.
I'm a great fan
of those two together.
Andrew's used to be your British Championship's boyfriend, isn't he?
Well, yes, my Pookie, my British Championship Pookie. Well, Anthony was my original Pookie,
That's
and
right.
now he's
He went
Andrew Manners,
he went on to greater things, didn't he?
my new Pookie. Yes.
I think basically he went through the Channel Tunnel and got lost and couldn't come back.
But they are in Valencia getting cold and wet. We are at Yas Marina. Not cold or wet. As you can see the sun baking down on me. Now let's count Minimax. I count 1, 2, 3 Ayrton Senna replica crash helmets, which brings me back to a very pertinent point that Nick made earlier about the Senna documentary being overrated.
Oh, no. The Senna documentary is a hatchet job, and Senna's overrated.
No.
Because you missed it. I said to Joe, because Joe's a big Senna fan, and I just said, if I wanted to win a race, I'd employ Ayrton Senna. But if I wanted to win a championship, I'd employ Alan Prost.
We forgot to tell everybody your Schumacher story.
Yes,
which
I think
also had Senna in it.
Did you make Michael Schumacher cry by going up to him and remember those magic 8 balls that gave you predictions?
Yeah.
Did you walk up to him and go, "Yeah, it's a skiing accident, mate," and then just walk off?
No, that's
Stymie.
No.
Wow.
Right, just keeping us on air.
Wow.
Here. Just keeping us on air.
No, it wasn't that.
So
okay,
I'm
just curious.
Nick used to work in Formula One.
He mentioned that.
And
I
so
don't
would you
like
like?
to talk about it, obviously.
He doesn't like to talk about it, but he is going to talk about it now. So Nick used to do the post-race driver conference. So in the post-race driver conference of where, Nick?
Monza 2000.
Monza 2000.
Right.
Michael Schumacher equalled Ayrton Senna's record.
Win record at the time.
Because he was overrated, of course.
But he was
Win record at the time.
winning, how many? It was
41.
41, wasn't
41
it?
races.
41 Grand Prix. And Schumacher equalled
at
this point. He went on to make his record. So Nick said,
I think I said you've equalled your Ayrton Senna's record of 41 wins. What does that? Does it mean that much to you, or does it mean much to you? I can't remember the word. And he went, "Yeah, it means it."
Was that where Hakkinen starts consoling him?
Yes, don't get me started on Mika Hakkinen.
I think we just have.
Lovely guy.
Mika Hakkinen was.
I got drunk with him.
Everybody always. Mika Hakkinen gave this impression at the start of his career that he was monosyllabic, but also that he deliberately made people think he was an idiot.
Right.
And he was stupid.
I've made.
If you look at his career since he's finished racing, it's pretty obvious he's not.
He's a very smart man.
Exactly.
Met Mika in Genk last year at his son.
It was his protection against the media was to make out he was dumb.
Oh, well, I mean, he was smarter than everybody else.
He was a very, I was talking to Harry Hannam about instinctive, natural feel for speed. Hakkinen was in that bracket of a naturally.
Yes.
He was a kind of a Ronnie Peterson, again, Scandinavian, but a Ronnie Peterson and a Mika Hakkinen. If there was a problem with the car, they were an engineer's nightmare because they would just drive around the problem.
Well, was it not, obviously because Senna was overrated, but Mika Hakkinen at Estoril 93, where he suddenly jumped into the McLaren that Michael Andretti had vacated.
And out-qualified him.
And out-qualified Senna,
Yes.
It's proven. I didn't say, make a point here, right? I'm not saying that Senna wasn't great.
Well,
I'm just saying that by what happened to him and the mythology around that, he's now become very overrated.
Beatified, almost.
Exactly, yes.
This is a strange thing.
You're shaking your head at me. So if you made your list of all-time racers, he'd be number 1, would he?
Yep.
Wouldn't be in my top 5.
Here's a question, though.
Very close to Niki Lauda.
You've got 3 drivers with Senna replica crash helmets, no drivers with Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton,
That's because they're always changing their helmets.
No, but the general. Okay,
that's quite a good point.
That is a good point.
The thing is, I took a photograph of Ayrton Senna in a Pools Jean liveried Rolt at Donington Park in 1983. And it was a close-up of Dick Bennett sitting on the sideboard talking to Ayrton Senna, who I'd followed from karting through Formula Ford 2000, into Formula 3, Donington Park, 1983. That helmet that he has with the green and blue band on yellow
and had Banjero
depended on the sponsor at the time.
Now, then.
Oh yeah,
was the same coloured helmet as he's had in karting all the way through Formula 1.
Yeah.
Ronnie Peterson, blue helmet,
Oh.
yellow peak.
Yep.
Nicky Lauda, orange with his name on the side.
Jackie Stewart?
Jackie Stewart with a tarn. Yeah.
Tom Price?
Same as Scott Stoddard.
Tom Price?
Tom Price with
no,
the
no surprise there then, really.
Graham Hill, the dark blue. Damon Hill copied it, and it
Oxford
stayed the
Rowing
same.
Club?
Nowadays, the drivers change helmets.
It annoys that you know what out of me that does, because one of the things why do kids like racing, the crash helmets. Growing up, I learned so much from looking at a driver's crash helmet, the colours, the patterns, things like that, because they were always the same. And I keep saying, drivers.
You're too young to remember Tom Price, though, surely.
I am, but I was as an anorak. I have learnt.
Oh, I see.
But I keep saying your crash helmet is your one sole identity that can remain with you throughout your career.
I know.
Your car will change colour. Your kart will change colour. Your race suit will change colour. The badges. Your crash helmet is sacrosanct. It is your identity.
Using Senna as
and changing it all the time.
Using Senna as an example, that colour helmet went from the Tolman to the black and gold Lotus to the yellow Camel Lotus.
Well, it went from a DAP kart.
It did go from a DAP kart.
From a DAP to a Van Diemen. Anyway, let's talk
have a
about
look
some
at the
go-karting.
Let's have a look at the grid. Minimax grid out onto the track then to start their pre-final. We have not picked up any kind of scrape for our grid.
Well, it's going to be...
There it is, LBJ Stubbs on the pole position then from Benjamin Kraczkowicz alongside. We've got Oliver Butchard and Austin Gray on row 2, Maxim Zoyner and Francesco Lignoli on row 3, Max Payton and Kurt Ivanov 4, row 5, Zahar Turkey and Mubarak Mohammed with Mikhail Mitrokin and Ahmed Faisal Amai. And then we've got Adam Fleury, Arian Essan, Mikhail Tevokrobov, the Washu, Matej Belula, Gleb Obikov and William Mazzali on row 9, row 10, rounding off a 20-kart field. Louis Bataille and Vivian Chouan.
I am hoping that Lissignoli is out there because he was very, very slow getting off the dummy grid.
Pardon me, I saw him on the pre-grid.
Yeah, he was on the pre-grid, but then when the karts fired, he didn't fire, rather than gently smouldered for a little bit. Here we go then, though.
I think he's got back into position as LBJ Stubbs in that pink and blue kart of Sam Pollard Racing leads the field into one. They concertina together, almost clash, but that's first and second place. That's Oliver Butchard, is it?
Butchard's up to second because a couple of drivers have gone off at turn number 1. Stubbs leads. That is an NI Racing kart. We've lost a couple of the JNKD runners. Gray and Karachkovic were caught up there now. Whether they've just been delayed or whether they're still at turn number 1, we will find out next time round. That is Maxim Zoyner up into third position in the red and white NI Racing livery machine.
Right, here they go, Henry.
And look who, someone has...
Yeah, that's a damaged kart there, just on the side there, but it's LBJ Stubbs, Oliver Butchard, Maxim Zoyner, Mikhail Mitrokin,
it's
Adam Fleury.
out of the race.
Karachkovic is our retirement there. We saw the karts coming side by side in the view.
And there's another JNKD kart with a very badly damaged nose cone.
Well, surely that'll be a drop nose. I know it's pointing upwards, so that was that a JNKD coming together?
It was, because they were so fast crossing the line as the drivers the outside line tried to get to the inside to stop the inside line getting to the outside, and they met in the middle, and the result was Gray and Karachkovic, not by design, by complete circumstance, just collided. Karachkovic's kart is facing backwards and out of the race. Championship game on.
Well, absolutely, significantly, that's going to affect our grid, of course, for the final. It's going to put him way back. LBJ Stubbs is rubbing his hands because he's clawing back that championship lead on Krachkovic as LBJ Stubbs crosses the line. Oliver Butchard, the gap was 0.4 of a second. The gap is 0.6. So LBJ Stubbs in control of the lead of this Minimax race as Maxim Zoyner tries to join in on Oliver Butchard. Looked like he might have had a challenge there, but I think that was the perspective of the camera there, as behind these two, Mikhail Mitrokin and Austin Gray. Now Austin Gray challenging Mitrokin as LBJ Stubbs continues to lead through the left-handers at 6 and 7 and then on to the final chicane.
I'm just looking at Butchard's results. This is only a pre-final, obviously. In Minimax, in finals this year, Butchard has had 2 seconds and 1 third place finish. He's not a title contender. He's missed a round. He was excluded from the opener. So he's just out to claim trophies. And I have to say, when I made a pit stop earlier, I walked past the trophies. The trophies are outstanding for this round. I've got to give the team here credit. They have got some really, really good trophies.
Well, at the moment, Albede Stubbs has got his fingerprint on one of them in Minimax, at least one. He's looking at the first place trophy, staring him in the face there, but there's still a lot of racing to go here. We're on lap 6 of 14 in the pre-final. We, of course, have got the Minimax final coming up. He's improved that gap. He's increased that gap, I should say, to a second. Oliver Butchard has now kind of relaxed from pressure from Maxim Zoyner. Zoyner's still there. He hasn't disappeared. And we've got Austin Gray moving ahead of Mikhail Mitrikin. And now we've got Austin Gray keeping JNKD honours alive by trying to get on terms with Zoyner ahead of him. But the gap, I've got to say, is 2.4 seconds. It's 2.7 seconds, so Gray not gaining ground here. And if anything's going to happen here, I think it's Butchard and Zoyner who are going to swap places potentially.
Yep, now Butchard checks over his shoulder. Zoyner, new to the championship, so he doesn't know his rivals. He's only had 1 day of practice around Oliver Butchard and, indeed, the rest of the field. So likewise, Butchard doesn't know, can I trust this new kid? Will he work with me? Do I have to defend? You know, we're halfway through this 14-lap race. The gap is 1.2 seconds. Now, that can be closed down if you work together. It's trickier than usual here because of the high-speed nature. Yeah, Austin Gray's kart, you can see the way that he was sort of oversteering. The back end was a little bit tail-happy coming through turn number 3. Now, Zoyner, I have to say, just looking, at the way that the kart... He doesn't look like he's willing to work. He looks like he's looking for a way to potentially use the, so you can't go in your phrase, use the tin opener.
Yes, it's kind of the body language, isn't it? We saw he was kind of settled, just gaining ground. He's sitting there with Oliver Butchard ahead of him. He's kind of making the kart move across to optimise his line through this section here, the hairpin, as we saw Austin Gray do exactly the same. He just not... Oh, there it is. There he comes. There's the tin opener. He didn't quite need to force the tin opener. I think that was a ring pull more than a tin opener. As he made the move, that was kind of we saw coming. Here's the kartshop.me replay. And it was all about momentum into the braking area. A little bit of a dab on the brakes. A very fast entry into turn 4. But there he is. He's made it happen. And it's second place across the line for Zoyner.
If you want a sort of example of what is a decisive move in karting, that was the karting equivalent of just ripping the bandage off in one go. Because it was sudden and instant. He didn't sort of like have a little look and have a glance and give Butchard any idea. It was suddenly instant. It was like left hand down, hard of the power, very, very decisive move. Good move.
I think that was a bit of last of the late breakers as well, element there, which he didn't quite get the perspective from our camera angle. The head-on shot doesn't really show that. It would have to be a side-on shot that showed when they were braking. But decisive move indeed. Solid second place. As solid as maybe a fragile Kinder Egg at the moment, because we've got Oliver Butchard that is not quite so happy with third place as he was with second, and laps are ticking by here. We're on 11 laps, but look how joined up he is with that rear bumper of Zoyner, and he only has to copy what Zoyner did to him. He needs to stay on his tail through this bit. I think turn 1's just too fast, Henry. Is he going to prove me wrong?
Butchard's got some...
It is. It's massively fast because of the width of the track.
Yeah, I mean, Butchard looking very, very strong. He needs... Well, will he rest his nose on the rear bumper of Zoyner's kart coming down the straight here? Zoyner, no point defending because the circuit is so wide. He's that late, sharp turn. Now, does he run a little bit wide? This is where Butchard gets a good run. They're falling further and further behind LBJ Stubbs as we now head onto what will be lap 13 out of 40. We complete lap number 12. Into turn number 1.
Here we go. Time is running out for Butchard. The This is the driver, remember. Butchart, if he doesn't have a career as a race driver, will be on the Las Vegas circuit as a magician.
Absolutely.
That kart trick that he showed us earlier in the season was just still blows my mind, really. It's the kid in the green helmet is who we're talking about here, who is lining up a challenge on young Maxim Zoyner with the NI Racing team. And Zoyner looking very, very strong. Butchart, though, these two are up. Well, everybody's flat out. LBJ Stubbs is flat out with a 2.5 second lead into the final lap now, Henry.
Now that Zoyner is ahead, he's slightly overdriving the corners. Butchart has got him where he wants him. Zoyner, he's just that little bit too quick into the corner, which means he's not scrubbing off any speed, but he's a little bit tardy on the exit.
It's not really showing any kind of disadvantages. We've got LBJ Stubbs, who is about to come through the final chicane and across the line. This is the battle for second, though, as LBJ Stubbs takes the checkered flag and takes a very fine pre-final win. Maxim Zoyner takes second place by 1/10 of a second from Oliver Butchart, and he was delighted, wasn't he?
And I've got to say that there was a yellow flag on the last lap because Mikhail Mitrokhin had stopped the car.
So if there was any attempt of passing, was negated by the yellow.
Yeah, because it's by here. It's just past this point of the lap now, where there is Mitrokhin's kart.
A bit of a mystery then, whether Butchart could have made it happen.
Yeah, R.I.P. green cones as well.
Have they been lying down all day, or have they been standing up?
Oh, no.
Let's have a look at the result then. LBJ Stubbs, Maxim Zoyner with a strong second place there, bodes well for the final. Oliver Butchart in third. Austin Gray fourth, fifth was Max Payton. Then we have Francesco Lignoli, the Dubai O plate holder. Adam Fleury was seventh. Then we've got William Mazzali, Gleb Obyakov, Mubarak Mohammed, Louis Batal in 11th. Ahmed Faisal Al-Mai was 12th. And then in 13th, Kurt Ivanov, Mikhail Tervoklebov with Aaron Eshan, Luwashi Methebula, Vivian Kuan, Zuhai Turkey was 18th, 19th. And a non-finisher, I think, was Mikhail Mitrokhin. And then Benjamin Krachkovich, championship leader, off at the first corner in that incident at turn one, that high-speed incident, causing that retirement.
Now, in all seriousness, I was joking about the rain in Valencia. That event has been cancelled due to high winds.
Oh, really?
Now, anyone in karting will tell you that high winds in a karting paddock is not a pleasant experience. So I do hope, joking aside, that thank you to Kirsty Hockley there for letting me know that I hope that all the teams can get their awnings down safely and that they can clear the paddock out safely there. That is... high winds is nobody's friend in karting. Anyone in karting will tell you they would much prefer stair rods of rain than gale force winds.
Because they blow your awnings away.
And they're not just simple easy up awnings. These are
these are structures, aren't they?
These are very, very big structures. So there we go. I do hope that everyone in Valencia. Well, I mean, it does. Should have come to Yas Marina.
Absolutely. Why would you not?
Why would you not?
Exactly. If you're going to travel abroad. Owen Radders.
Owen Radders.
Do you know Owen Radders?
Possibly.
Go on, Fintog. Fintog?
There's messages in front of you as well, Henry. There's messages in front of you.
There are. Will Gaffer is... Will Ratcliffe is coming on, is on to support Louis and Harry Radcliffe, who will be going out slightly later in juniors. And again, a huge number of support for Amani Kinua. It's remarkable how we've got 130 drivers here and one driver is getting well. And it's not just from one person. The viewing figures, I mean, must be, they're partying on the streets of Nairobi watching this.
Sorry, I've just had a message disappear on me.
Oh dear.
It was from Liam O'Hanlon's grandmother.
Oh, hello, Liam.
His mum's mum,
Dawn.
Dawn Sanford, who said Happy Valentine's Day to Liam.
Oh, bless. I'll tell you, I'll nip outside a bit, a quick pit stop and shout down.
Yes. Last time she was watching was at the airport, heading back to the UK. Are you still in the UK, Dawn? Or are you back here in the sunshine? Hey?
Do you remember one of our very early conversations? It's not on the NKC, who was always in the pub and not making a roast dinner.
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Paul Moran's Helen. Yeah. Moran, yeah.
She was always in the pub, never
always in the pub, yes.
chicken.
Never watching how her husband was doing in his day's karting.
That's right, yeah.
And what we thought was she was at home making a Sunday dinner. No, she was in the pub getting
having a nice
carvery.
Getting a afternoon.
Which, to be honest, is
fair enough.
Yeah, yeah. So we have got our DD2s lining up in the collecting area.
How many laps are there this time?
We have got we've got 18 laps of DD2 racing. 18 laps, not quite as long as the 25 lap final coming up. The DD2 final is scheduled for 15:32 hours, 3:32. For them, we've got the first of the finals coming up after the lunch break is at 2:45. We've got we've got 2 pre-finals and the final Senior Max heat, or the last Senior Max heat. It always gets me confused when I say final heat. It's the Senior Max, the last of the heats for the Senior Max after this DD2 pre-final, and then the pre-final phase rounded off by Junior Max.
Then the lunch break.
And then a lunch break where you can see our paddock show.
Yes,
which has what's it got in it?
Definitely got Lillian in it.
It's got Lillian in it, yes, telling us all about the Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophy. I didn't think you could, that's why I asked you. But we have got information on the Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophy, which is Lillian's going to tell us all about that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then we can talk about it this afternoon in great length.
Non-stop.
Absolutely.
In fact, we have about 15 minutes of time to fill after that before the next one.
Dawn is in the UK. Hopefully back in the sun soon. Yes, you're missing 30 degrees.
But is she cooking a chicken?
She probably is.
Is anyone cooking it? I mean, I don't want to get
it's a bit early.
It's anyone in the family cooking a chicken.
Dawn, have you got the Sunday dinner on?
6 minutes to 9
and,
UK.
And 6 minutes to 9. Are you even thinking about dinner? You probably just had your breakfast. Bacon and sarnie or something.
Some golden nuggets.
Reading the Sunday Telegraph or the Times or wherever it is. Oh, he's found a shortcut to the... Oh, I see. That was the sort of...
He was saluting the air, wasn't he?
Yes. I'm going to have a pit stop now that Henry's back.
Oh, they're all coming and going, aren't they?
I was just checking the weather outside. It's still hot and sunny, by the way.
How is the weather?
It's hot and sunny.
So what you're saying is we haven't been rained off or winded off or had to sweep the snow away?
No. And sweeping the snow away was something that we almost had to do in Texas, believe it or not.
Really? Texas can get really cold, can't it?
It did get really cold.
Whereabouts were you?
Houston.
Now, help me out. Because I've only been to Dallas at the airport, and actually I've been to Austin. So where is Houston in relation to those two?
Houston is towards the south of Texas, which avoided the snow.
Right.
I arrived in Houston. There was more ice on the road than there were on the streets of Minneapolis.
Wow.
Shall we say that?
Very good. He's writing his own stuff now.
Yeah. It was extremely cold. Theo Kakati.
Yes,
who we've seen, and he won one of the 4 rounds of the Winter Trophy. Missed out on becoming the first UAE driver to get a ticket to this year's Grand Finals, but has several more opportunities there. As we now watch some of the drivers now, what is? Who is that? Is that Saeed Al-Hababi there chatting with something with his Mumbai Falcons teammates? Some sort of gamesmanship or joviality going on. They're all sort of safely tucked away in the shade. There's Greg Watt. I have to say, Greg, and if you can hear me, I think you can. Greg is the Sami Al-Assad, the Qatari flag on the lapels of Hamza Hashisho, starting a little bit further back in that number 4-4 kart, the 4-4-4 kart after a penalty earlier on. Let's not forget, though, that Hamza, has only been racing for less than 2 years, about 18 months, less than 18 months even. This is his first full season of racing for Hamza. He's already won the MENA Nations Cup for Qatar. Last year, he became the very first Qatari to ever go to... No, was it last year? Yes, the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans. and he's doing great things. There are several other Qatari drivers in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Tamim Hasiba springs to mind, but yet Hamza is certainly leading the Qatari charge. As there is the... they're not
when
the
they're
cars,
firing up, they look like
they're
steam
breaking,
engines, like puffing billies.
Yes. I was going to say they look like they're breaking wind, but you're far more highbrow.
Other cars. Is it just is there a different angle to the exhaust on DD2, I suppose?
It's a different angle of the exhaust, and of course they're flipping in and out of gear to stop the engine flooding. Here we go. On to the out lap for an 18-lap DD2 pre-final. Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris, row number 1, Saad Al-Hababi and Adam Malik, row number 2. Leading Masters driver, Maurice Knoppers and Sami Al-Assad on row number 3. Row 4, Hamza Hashisho and Kyle Blockley, Greg Watt and Nicolo Cacciatore on row number 5. As they slow down, they will go into the escape road. And can Tyler Harris return the favour on his teammate, Mark Bassier? It was, of course, a bit frustrating for Tyler. Got passed early on in the heat by Bassier. They go into the top hairpin. They only use on the rolling lap. They will now cycle through that cone in the middle of the at the top of the hairpin is a cause of a little bit of confusion and consternation. Bassier on the inside into the tram lines. Are the lights out? Believe they are. And from the outside, well, Tyler Harris gets a huge drop on the pole sitter. Bassier up into second place as well goes Adam Malik. Bassier down to third.
I'm not even sure he braked at all for turn 1. He threw it in there around the outside, and he absolutely did not look like he scrubbed off any speed whatsoever. Off he goes into the lead. Mumbai Falcons now 1 and 2, as ahead of Adam Malik has gone. It's one of the Mumbai Falcons carts. Let's see who it is. It is Mark Bassier, of course, who got back past Adam Malik. He got overtaken by Malik, but Bassier now back through into second and chasing off after him.
And Malik getting mugged there at turn number 3 as well by Hababi and Knoppers. But it looks as though Malik has fought back into third position as they head through there. But Harris, not useful folly as Malik. But of course, he sniggered in the interview that I did with him after qualifying. I was like, "Why are you laughing?" And he went, "You said 6'7". And I was like, really? I was like, well, I am still only 17, and I do find such I do find such childish bits of brain rot funny.
Oh, there's a move for third, as this is a cracking battle between Al-Hababi and Adam Malik. Adam Malik coming back towards him as the leader goes through turns 4 and 5, off towards the sweeping left-hand hairpin. It's a hairpin. It's 2 corners that everybody makes into one, and Malik down the inside. Is he going to hang on to that by the time they get the chicane? The answer is no, not quite.
But very, very nearly, and that's twice now that Malik has tried to do that. And defensive driving going on in there. Maurice Knoppers trying to look at the inside. Knoppers gets 2 for the price of 1. Then gets caught on the exit, crossover 3 wide. Are we watching a Micromax race, or are we watching the fastest members of the Rotax family?
That looks great fun. That looks absolute delight to be involved in that race there. They'll be loving every moment of this. It's intense. It's very, very fast here at Yas Marina, and it's what makes this place so different from all of the other tracks that we visit in the UAE RMC. It's a bit of a crown in the jewel. Or jewel in the crown, I should say, get that right, of the season here in the UAE RMC. And it's, again, unique. This is the bit to the tarmac there, the back straight. That's the Grand Prix track that we're on. Just to remind everybody, I know we've waxed lyrical about that all weekend, and we will continue to do so.
Well, we're getting an influx of viewers who have woken up to look at another kart race in Valencia and realise it's not ours. Well, let's just carry on watching the UAE Rotax Max Challenge live, not only on Karting Live TV's YouTube channel, but also on the UAE RMC YouTube channel. Twice the fun as we're watching Knoppers extending his Masters Championship lead. Don't forget, there is a ticket. Here comes Knoppers on Malik.
He's having great. He doesn't need to do this if he's racing a class within a class. However, Moritz wants to be as far up this overall field as he can.
Yes, because of course the driver that was directly behind him was his nearest Masters rival, the number 531 of Kyle Blockley, who was ahead of Samir Al-Hassad, Nicolo Cacciatore, Hamza Hashisho and Greg Watts. We were talking about how much, you've noticed that there's less of Greg than he has been at the start of the season.
I did notice that.
Yeah, no,
I've not seen him all weekend.
He's you almost miss him. He's lost a lot of weight and he's working really hard. And I've got to say, this is not offence to Greg, because again, he is a much better driver.
He's
in
much bigger, he's much taller than you, so I'll be careful what you say here.
But he is a lot closer to the pace, so that little weight loss, the extra training that he's putting in is working.
Greg is really tall as well. He's got to be about 6'5" or something, isn't he? He's really tall.
Yes.
So he's already carrying a disadvantage weight-wise just by his dint of height.
I can't wait to see the photographs of that photographer.
Yes, I know. I'm looking forward.
Talk about crouching tiger, hidden dragon, crouching
photographer.
Hidden apex. That's the problem. He's at all sorts of weird and wonderful angles on the outside. Now, he is a long. I mean, look how long. He's about 4 miles away from the race circuit.
He is about 100 metres off the track.
And of course, there are
you
race
can see
officials,
the size of his lens.
Yeah, and there are race officials around, and they would, they would be the first to remove any photographer that was deemed in an unsafe position.
Well,
so
photographers
that is an approved
photographers tend to stand unprotected at narrower kart tracks throughout the world than they ever would here. You wouldn't be allowed there in the Grand Prix.
Well, I mean, back in the day.
What, back in the day?
Back in the day, yeah. Health and safety gone mad. We're halfway through this DD2 pre-final, and Knoppers is not done yet with Saad Al-Hababi for third place. Harris leads Bassier by 1.6 seconds. Yeah. This is the battle, though, John.
Yeah, Adam Malik just falling back off this battle of Mumbai Falcons here, and Moritz Knoppers there. You just saw the little bit as he coaxed it through the turns 1 and 2, and then coaxing the kart to get back across to the right to maximise and optimise his line through the hairpin. Just the kart just saying no, and a little bit of oversteer, costing him time. This is the point here. Look at this, little bit of a tug on, not so much this time. So the rear end stayed neutral for him this time, and he's able to optimise that. On seeing that, great drive from Saad Al-Hababi, who is just pulling away from him. Not much gain on Mark Bassier in second place, but this battle for third, fourth and fifth has been the one to watch, hasn't it?
And I've got to say, this is where what Tyler Harris said to me in his qualifying interview is starting to ring true. He said, look, I think that myself and Mark have got a pretty significant pace advantage over the rest of the field, and we're now seeing it 6 seconds up the road from this battle, and this is the battle for third, fourth and fifth. And now the top was just having a lay down, catalogue pose photographer.
Yes, he is. The gap between Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier at the front of the field, by the way, is 2 seconds, while we continue to focus on third, fourth and fifth. The two orange karts, they're the Mumbai Falcon entries of Saad Al-Hababi and Moritz Knoppers. Adam Malik is on the black and white kart. That's the Matthias Negem Motorsport kart. Kyle Blockley is part of the Kart Academy. Is it Kart Academy Advisor?
Kart Advisor Academy.
Kart Advisor Academy. I always get that mixed up. The KA team here with team manager Sophia Necci.
Her dad runs. Her dad is Mr. KAA, but has sort of allowed, Sophia now. She's learning. Obviously, she's got her own career now. She's moved away from karts into the world of endurance sports car racing and touring car racing, but getting a lot of experience of running a team and all the politics that entails. And I have to say that the addition of Reese Hunter and Reese Hunter to the team, it looks more European. It's all, the workstations. She gave us a guided tour.
Yeah, I mean, just those processes, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Reese and Kai hasn't come out to this one. Kai's far too busy with Venator engines, getting in preparation for. Well, there's a one-off club meeting at Warden Law next week, and the European season, the UK season, has started in earnest early in January with as clubs are calling them, icebreakers and the like. We've got a UKC event coming soon, and Kai just can't break away from all that dyno work that's going on in Venator.
I'm not trying to create drama where there is none, but if you look at the right rear half of Saad Al-Hababi's rear bumper, it is a lot closer to the tarmac than the left rear side of his bumper. Now, I'm not suggesting that it is, well, it may be set up like that, but that's very, very low. When you compare it to Maurice Knopper's rear bumper, I wonder if
that might be just on the mount, mightn't it?
Yeah, something has not completely worked its way adrift.
And it's not moving, it's not loose, because if it was loose, it'd be bobbling around.
That is also very true. Maybe I was trying to create drama where there wasn't.
You were trying to create drama.
Well, not intentionally, but it was just, just an observation, a mere observation, as we look at this. Well, it's not a battle for third, it's more of a procession for third. We're on lap 17 out of 18. And interestingly, so Cacciatore and Watt, they're battling over 9th place. We're on lap 17 now, and they are 27 seconds behind the leader. The final will be over 25 laps. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that we could have a lapped traffic situation in the final, which would make things interesting.
Checkered flag being unfurled for Tyler Harris, who comes through the chicane for the final time and crosses the line. He will take the win. That's second place Kart of Mark Bassier, who takes second place. Saad Al-Hababi comes through in about 8 seconds time, or 2.5 seconds time. There's 4.51. That's Al-Hababi, who came in through in third. Maurice Knopp is solid in fourth. Adam Malik was fifth, and then the rest of the field streaming through. But it's all about who can beat Tyler Harris on this one. Tyler Harris will start on pole position in the final this afternoon. The DD2 final scheduled for about 3:30. So please stay logged on as we have a look at the result then. Tyler Harris takes the win. Mark Bassier, his teammate, in second place. Saad Al-Hababi will be absolutely delighted with third. It's a Mumbai Falcons 1-2-3, isn't it? It's a Mumbai Falcons 1-2-3-4. And a win in the Masters category for Moritz Knoppers in fourth. Adam Malik is fifth at M&M, and then Kyle Blockley comes in sixth place. Seventh is Hamza Rashisho. I still think suffering from those ribs, I think. They can't possibly be totally healed.
I mean, it was, 5 weeks ago that we were at the Dubai Kart Club, or 4 weeks? It was 5 weeks ago. Then 4 weeks ago, the open plates. It wasn't long enough for a cracked rib to completely heal, because you feel okay walking around, but walking around and feeling okay is a lot different than sitting in a go-kart at 120 kilometres an hour and going
through these fast turns as well. The rest of the field then, Sami Al-Hassad was 8th, Nicolo Cacciatore was 9th, and Greg Watt rounded off the 10 kart DD2 field. We have got
messages.
Senior Max out for their last heat, and we've been joined once again by
Harry Hannam, the Lion. He's still wearing a Mumbai Falcons t-shirt, so he hasn't been sacked. No, for giving away any trade secrets over the live stream. Now, obviously, I've known Harry for a long time, and his racing nickname is the Lion. He's got a lion as crash helmet because your granddad Lyle and your dad Dan. And you, for your sins, are huge Millwall fans.
Are they really?
The Lions, yes. We don't like us, no one cares. That's pretty much the mantra, isn't it?
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, sorry. But you are the Lion. As a question, we've got a little bit of time.
We're not finished with football yet.
No,
so I'm a Sunderland supporter.
Okay.
So there's hope for you yet. We've shown that you can compete, haven't we?
Yeah. So 5th in the league at the moment, playoff positions. Just got to hold
yeah,
on
you have.
at the moment.
You've got to hold the nerve.
Correct, yeah.
We got through by the skin of our teeth in the playoff final by literally 121 minutes and several seconds. So keep the faith, mate.
Yeah. But as a driver, you had the Lion nickname from a young age. How have you incorporated that into Harry Hannam, the brand? Because obviously, you're looking for sponsors, you're moving up the motorsport ladder, you are the Lion. How have you incorporated, because a driver's brand is so important, so how have you incorporated that, and has it had any advantages to you?
Yeah, well, it's to be able to make a career, you have to be able to stand out. And thanks to you for giving me the nickname Harry the Lion. But I've incorporated it into my helmet design now. And then other commentators have used the nickname too. So it makes me stand out a little bit more. And then it's basically a little bit easier, but it gives something for sponsorship opportunities.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, because of course there's websites, there's social media channels, Instagram pages, all the graphics that you can put up together. Now we're having I got distracted by your man there in the Qatar race suit doing a little bit of Karate Kid down there. It's pre-race calisthenics, is that?
Maybe shaking off the nerves. I don't know. It seems to be keeping comfortable and.
Is that whatever you need to do, even if it's looking like a fool on the live stream, to keep yourself relaxed, to keep yourself lucid, to keep yourself, before the lactic acid building up and burning, whatever you need to do before you start a race, do it. And regardless of what it looks like to the outside world.
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely a big mixture. Connor at the front, Nathan alongside, both sat in the cart, just staying in the zone. I think you've got a few mid-pack standing outside of the car, but again, maybe just feel a bit more comfortable, not sitting in. And then a few a bit further back who chatting and doing their
thing.
I call that staying away from all the noise. You get in the paddock, and especially with kids, I've found in karting, they all gather together and start playing football or scooting about on their scooters. And all of the talk comes, isn't it? And you're faster than such and you're not as fast as him, and that starts getting into your driver's brain, doesn't it? How do you keep your young drivers away from what I call that noise and just focus on their job, especially if you've got a front runner as well, because they can start psyching themselves out, can't they?
Yeah, there's a lot of banter for sure.
Banter, that's a good word for it.
Yeah, between drivers. Obviously, when it comes to other sports, maybe or football or something, it's always incorporated into the racing. It is difficult to manage them, but it's the driver mainly. They've got to be able to be a good driver. You've got to mentally prepare yourself and control. Do you find as well that their individual personalities come into it? Because some drivers probably can prefer to be part of that banter, correct, whereas other drivers, you've got to make sure that they don't connect with that. Some drivers, obviously, they like it because it distracts them. Some drivers may do it just because they are able to control it, and some drivers just keep themselves to themselves and here to do a job and to get the result. How quickly do you identify what type of person that youngster is? I mean, they're 12 and 13 years old, and they probably don't even know themselves what sort of personality they've got. So is that something that you can, I mean, you're only young yourself as well, but is that something that you can identify from your experience being there where they were several years ago? I think it's definitely, as I think it's all quite similar when you're younger. In the micro classes, they all mix with each other, and as you progress and get older and mature, obviously some drivers then start separating, going their own ways. Obviously you get little friend groups and different like that, and it varies. I think it's same as a school, same as any other sport. It varies. Are you joining us for the final? I believe so, yeah. All right, excellent. Excellent. Yeah. So I was wanting to ask you about what your plans are going forward in 2026, but we'll leave that for a bit of preamble for the final, because we haven't chatted about Harry himself, have we? No. But it's great. I've got to say, it's mega insight.
No, it is. A bit more insight. Nathan Cappan. So you're in Nathan Cappan's shoes now. Obviously, led for the first half a lap, went out, mechanical issue. You put your faith in the team that they have fixed the problem, yet you sit on the outside of the front row. Does that mechanical problem weigh on your mind? Because regardless, Nathan now, with a 38-strong field, 36 go into the final, he has to. How much are you thinking about the previous race if you're in Nathan Cappen's shoes right now?
Well, if you're thinking about the previous race, there's more chance of something bad happening, really. You've got to take one race at a time, focus on the current race you're in. And he's more than fast enough. He knows that. He just needs to settle into a pace, settle into a rhythm, and just if he worries about previous results, it's only going to affect the current one.
Now, he's done one racing lap on those tyres. Yeah. Everyone else has done 15. Around here, is that a massive difference, or is that enough maybe to make an initial difference at the start and then things level out?
I'm not too sure, but I would think it probably would do a good difference, because as obviously you're going very fast, there's a lot of pressure going on to those outside, especially specifically the right tires.
That's right. It's all right. You were out drinking with us last night. It's fine. Sorry, Dan. I didn't mean that. He wasn't.
Yeah, right-hand side tyres gets a bit more wear, so it should make a big difference. But you never know with the different surface type. Again, surface type being rougher with it meant for cars, so it should do a good difference. So we'll find out.
That's a really, really interesting point, Joe. Kart circuits are made with a different type of bitumen and tarmac than race car circuits, and therefore they abuse or lack of abuse the tyres differently.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes, correct. Yep.
How different is this surface to everything else you run?
This one rougher.
It's a high grip circuit for Formula 1.
Correct. Yeah, it's a lot rougher than a karting surface. You normally use lower pressures.
I mean, not giving anything away.
Yeah, don't won't give any numbers.
Too late.
Normally you do use lower pressures, but
anything between 99 and double digits, single and double digits, not triple digits.
For everyone, any other team, go 36 psi. I think that's.
Well done.
Talking of tyres, I talk a lot about drivers out there during the heats, during the pre-finals, considering and thinking about their tyre wear. But then I have a rethink, and I give myself a kick up the bottom and think, nah, they're just flat out. They're not thinking about it. How much thought do you have to put in during the heat of battle in a pre-final? How much are you thinking about, I need to back off here, and I maybe need to settle for 4th or 5th to give myself better tyres for the final? Is that even a factor?
With it being quite a short weekend, obviously you're only using the same tyres for one day. If you're using the same tyres for obviously a whole weekend, it might be a bit different. Of course, this track it should be a bit more degrading on the tyres, which may put into account for a driver to calm down, but it wouldn't be too much. Still, wouldn't be too much of a factor.
Is that something that you, as a coach, are saying to your driver? But by the way, consider your tyre wear, and it's on a high-speed track like this, you can abuse the tyre by maybe a little bit more steering than you need, or a bit more aggressive leaning. Is that something that you as a coach will be saying to your driver, consider that, or do you think that's overload? I'm going to overwhelm them and what they're thinking.
Well, smoother style is also normally faster and better on the tyres. That's hopefully the goal for our drivers. There's one.
He gave nothing away there.
Good
Here we
man.
go then. Connor Clancy on the pole position with Nathan Cappen alongside it, and all Mumbai Falcons front row. Jeremy Montgomery, Swan and George Nasser want to spoil the Mumbai Falcons party, as Daniel Breath and Ryan Qureshi on row 3 also. Trofim Krotov and Mohamed Menemenai and Amani Kinua, Antonius Haddad, Oscar Backhouse, Eni Asachi. That's your first 6 rows. Then we've got Shivan Kartik, Manaf Al-Balushi, Oscar Lambert, Adesh Mehta, Igor Prachantov and Faisal Nashko round off 9 rows. 10th row is Andrew Obaid and Alicia Kanisa. Timofey Sevostyanov with Abdul Al-Kieta, Alex Zah and Laluma Gobemi, I should say. Abigail Pope and Zara Karua round off the 26 Kart field. Here we go then. We're at the 180-degree hairpin turn on the starting section of this track. It's not part of the track proper. It's how we start these races here at Yas, and they'll be heading down towards the red light. Connor Clancy, I suppose the question, boys, is who can beat him? Because he was dominant in his first heat. Absolutely dominant.
He was. Harry Hanna has made some excellent points about tyre wear. I suppose tyre wear naturally becomes more critical the closer the competition is, because then every minute advantage is magnified. Let's see about Nathan Cappen's tyre wears as we head into the tram lines It's Clancy. Capman being pushed from behind. Good start from George Nassar, who slices up the inside through the middle from 4th to 2nd. Best start of the day so far, George Nassar.
Yeah, George Nassar was very aggressive there, absolute cutting through. And you saw how quickly he jinked forward. He was a row ahead. He was on the front row before he turned left into turn 1. Solid in that second place. Jeremy Montgomery Swan slotting in behind, but the driver that's lost out the most there is Nathan Cappan. From that front row start, he is down to 4th, about to make that 3rd as he passes Jeremy Montgomery Swan.
Yeah, well, this is where, Harry, this is where we're going to see the tyres have their most impact, the early stages.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, pressures can depend. Mechanics change the pressures to change the style of how the feeling of the tyres will come. But for sure, lots of grip will probably come around the 3rd, 4th, 5th lap.
As they come through the final chicane, then lots of racing going on in the midfield. Conor Clancy, though, already a 0.6 of a second gap there as the youngster goes through the first and second turns into the hairpin. It's George Nassar with Nathan Caplan right on him with that slight tyre advantage, as we've mentioned. Jeremy Montgomery Swan in 4th place, hanging on there, staying ahead of Ryan Qureshi. Daniel Breath down to 6th, I've noticed. Trofim Krotov in 7th. Mohamed Menemene losing out to Krotov and losing that 7th place as we go through the left-hand sweeps across the line. Then it will be 3 laps completed for our leader there, Conor Clancy. And in 2nd place, George Nassar is now being overtaken down the inside as Gone Cappan. Nassar's coming back at him. That's what we're seeing all the time at the hairpin. And Nassar's going to have the lead. He's going to have the 2nd place, I should say, the ability to change position there for Nassar. And we'll see if Nassar has managed to hang on to that 2nd place as they come out of the final turn and across the line. Conor Clancy leads. It is Nathan Cappan who managed to stay ahead of George Nassar. Nassar now 3rd. Jeremy Montgomery Swan in 4th. Qureshi 5th.
And of course, now let's see the gap. Nassar, Clancy 32.729. Driving style, Harry, looks, we're starting to see a few more of that opposite angle of lean into the corner. Mark Kimber made that famous Macaulay Bishop, now most known for it. Do you find that drivers are actively watching other drivers and copying their style?
Obviously, it's mainly, I think, what they're comfortable with. I think taller drivers definitely have an impact of how they lean. So Nathan will definitely how he leans will have a bigger effect, but drivers such as maybe Georgie and Connor, the way they lean might not have as big of an impact, but it's just more of their style and what they're comfortable with.
Jeremy Montgomery Swan being passed and then repassing Trofim Krotov for 6th position coming out of the turn 3 hairpin. This is where we hopefully this is where we should start seeing the gap come down, but of course it doesn't. It goes the other way. Clancy, tyre disadvantage or not, it can't just be clean air, can it?
No, not at all. It's he's a very smooth driver, and being a smooth also does have a good impact on the tyres, like we said. But when he gets into his rhythm, he's very consistent. Hits a very fast time every lap, and that's why he's able to bring up that gap.
We've got Conor Clancy with a gap of 2 seconds now to these two here. Yeah. Nathan Cappan and George Nassar. I get a feeling though from the body language of Nassar that he's maybe just sitting there preparing. They're flat out. What am I talking about? They're absolutely flat chat here at Yas Marina. And Nassar looking for a way by. It's all going to be about momentum out of the corner more than anything into the corner, because there's very little massive braking areas anywhere on this track. So whether or not he can, remember, we mentioned the fact that Nathan Cappan, with that retirement in the heat, Nathan Cappan has put no miles whatsoever on those tyres, so they're going to be in a pretty good condition. Whether or not we're going to see any kind of advantage from that remains to be seen. Another driver behind these two, the orange and white kart of Ryan Qureshi, has the red and white kart of Motorscape of Daniel Breath, really breathing down his neck, I've got to say.
Very good, yeah, you're right. Amani Kinyua runs 9th. Eddie Asachi is 10th. For championship implications, Oscar Lambert still only 13th, losing a bunch more points to the driver second on your screen now, George Nasser, and of course the race leader Connor Clancy. Oscar Lambert, as that is Jeremy Montgomery Swan being squeezed wide, the deck collector getting shown the door there. Your name's not down, you're not coming in, and he will now have to fall back in line. He's lost a couple of positions.
Yeah, he's lost a few, hasn't he?
Oscar Lambert is one place in front of Alicia Knessa. Alicia, and there's a side-by-side. Woo, going through turns 1 and 2.
That's the first time we've seen a challenge there, and it was very... It took Nathan Capman to accommodate that slightly. Nasser down the inside into turn 4. This is where he's made it happen. That started at turn 1.
Yeah.
That started at turn 1, and Nasser has hung onto the side of Nathan Capman, and it was brave driving both of those guys.
But look how much closer Qureshi, Brith and Krotov have got. I was going to say Knessa is the first of 3 young ladies in this race. One of 9 young ladies here this weekend. Of an entry of 136. That's impressive. Harry, talk us through, go back through that turn 1 side-by-side moment. How much would you be holding your breath if that was you?
Yeah, for sure, especially with the championship to think about. It's a fast corner. You've got to hold your line and hope the other driver gives you room. And it's, again, very respectful racing, hard but fair. And then they got the move done in the end and pushing once again.
It's one of those where Nassar's protecting a 100-point championship lead. You can go from scoring 25 points, which is what he currently would be, or 27 points and no points very quickly. Would you still make that move if you were in Nassar's shoes?
I mean, yeah, well, you take one race at a time. Again, light drives, if you start thinking about the championship too early with still 3 rounds to go, then it's only going to go downhill from there. So go for the best results possible every race, and that's the way to win championships.
I would think the last thing on George's mind was that championship. He wanted that position of Nathan Capman, and he'd been looking... his body language, as I say, was looking very likely that he was going to make a challenge. There's a move down the inside from, is that Trofim Kotov for the Sokol Racing Junior team. Again, easy to spot with the bright white nose cone on that kart, and he's gotten by Daniel Breath. These two having a great weekend racing here in the UAE RMC. As we get towards the last lap board, we've got the last lap board being shown, is it?
Oh, that was Zara Karua there. Sorry, Joe. Zara Karua getting shown the
that
blue
could have
flag,
been a factor,
and she was slowing down to see the blue flag coming out of the final corner. Nassar had to duck to the inside. There's Karua safely out of harm's way there. She's done well to get out of the way. But here we go.
This is Connor Clancy heading to the checkered flag and heading to what I think is going to be pole position for the Senior Max final coming up this afternoon. Checkered flag flies then. There's the battle for second. That has gone the way of George Nasser after a very determined effort there. Nathan Capman, he'll be delighted with third place there. Not as delighted as he would have been with second, I would think. Rain Qureshi was fourth. And then that battle between Krotov and Breath ended up with Krotov in fifth and Daniel Breath in sixth. Those two great additions to the UAE RMC, I've got to say.
Yeah, indeed. Amani Kinua making several late passes as well to move into P7.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fandom watching in on the live stream.
Before you leave, Harry, for the lunch break, driver mentality. Oscar Lambert and Jeremy Montgomery Swan. How do you keep your head up when you keep losing ground to Clancy and Nasser? What do you do?
It's difficult, especially at the moment. It's always back of the head, but again, you can't think about the championship at this stage. Still, you've got to just go for the best results possible. Obviously, Jeremy got hustled around a little bit in that race, and Oscar didn't quite have a steadier start to the last one. But it's still got a final to go, all to play for. More of the top drivers will be in the mix at the start, which may create more of a battle and hopefully bring the championship contenders back into play.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got one race to go. There's a look at the
You say your goodbyes
results.
to Harry, shake his hand. You've got a job now, haven't you? Because your guys are out there.
See you for the final.
So we'll see you for the final, Harry. There's the result for The last of the heats for senior Rotax, and it was Conor Clancy, two drivers that we're expecting to see at the front of the grid in the final. Conor Clancy, George Nasser, third place Nathan Cabin, expect to see him regaining. He's going to be disadvantaged for his grid position with that heat, not finishing there. We've got Ryan Qureshi in third, Trofim Krotov in fourth, Daniel Breath in fifth, Armani Kinua, in sixth, George Nasser. Hang on, we've got George Nasser down in seventh here. So I'm not sure what I've got in front of me here. Mohammed Menemene in eighth, Jerry Montgomery Swan ninth. I'm not sure if there was a penalty imposed, and that's been adjusted there.
Yes, he was given a 3-second tram line penalty.
So what we saw at the start, with that very aggressive move in the second,
a little bit too early.
So Conor Clancy, I'm going to do this again, Nick.
And also Adi
Shall we do that again?
Getting
here's the adjusted result.
There we are.
Conor Clancy and Nathan Cappan, Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3 here. Karan Qureshi in third. Trofim Krotov up to fourth there. Daniel Breath up to fifth. Amani Kinua up to sixth place there. Africa will be delighted. George Nasser with that tramline penalty in seventh. Mohammed Menemene in eighth. Jerry Montgomery Swan, he'll not be very happy with dropping the ninth. Enya Sachi rounds off the top 10. Oscar Lambert just outside the top 10 in 11th. Then we have Antonius Haddad. In 13th, Alicia Kanesa with Shivan Kartik next. Manafal Belushi, Faisal Nashko, Igor Prachantov, Timofey Sevastianov. And then we've got Abdullah Keita, Andrew Obaid, Laluma Ngomba Gobemi, Alexis El Zaya, Adish Mehta, Abigail Pope was 24th. And then we've got Zara Keru and Oscar Backhouse, which was a retired. Oscar dropped out, didn't he, Oscar?
I have some information for Joe.
Okay.
And it's weather-related information, and it's from my wife.
Is it?
My wife has sent a message to you, and it says, it's cold here, and it's very frosty. I hope Joe's ambient temperature was the right one. His car is covered in frost currently.
That's not good for my car. I've got glow plugs off, you see.
Oh, dear. Oh, right.
Joe's car is a diesel car with not enough
glow plugs. Preheaters.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's...
I might have to stay at Nick's for the week.
Well, I mean...
I'll just be on holiday. I need to be at Warden Law next Friday, though.
Yeah, so as long as you're back by then,
we'll just get the heater on it for a bit.
We'll get the heater on.
Quickly moving on to some karting.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not taking that, Henry, because you've been as tangential as any of us, so I'm not having that one.
Yeah.
What is going to make Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Oscar Lambert even more frustrated is the fact that penalty for George Nasser pushes him back to his worst finish in any race in this championship since the final at Al Fassan, which was 12 races ago.
Well, the final at Al Fassan was, of course, he lost the side pod and got a mechanical flag. Yeah.
Yes. So since then, he's gone through, he's gone through a total of 12 races, heats, pre-finals and finals, without finishing lower than that. That was a golden opportunity to steal some points back, and yet both Lambert and Montgomery Swan finishing behind Nasser. Of course, the only other driver that was good news for, Conor Clancy.
Yeah, because let's just put some context around what you're saying there. Conor Clancy started this season in the UAE RMC in the junior Rotax class.
He did.
He did how many races in juniors?
He did 3 rounds.
3 rounds, and then in round 4...
And won them all.
Yes. At round 4, he moved up into the senior class.
Yes, he's done 3 rounds in senior so far.
Yes.
And won them all.
Yes,
won them all.
So he was 3 rounds down. How many scores did we drop?
3 rounds.
We dropped 3 rounds?
Yes.
Do we?
Just about that. I'll speak to, the Oracle over there, Majid will tell us.
Majid?
This is...
how many rounds do we drop championship-wise? Drop scores?
This has gone...
5 races qualify.
5
races.
So let me have a look then at how many races took place in the first 3 rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. So Conor Clancy is starting the championship 4 4 races worth of points down, which, so it's 90, 120, 130 points. It's difficult, but not impossible. Since Connor has arrived on the scene in seniors, he has had, let's have a think, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 races up to the start of today. Of those 11 races, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those 11 races have been first or second place finishes, plus 2 wins today.
And if he continues in that vein, going into the final round at Alain in April,
yes,
that's great for us.
That's
because that's going to take it down to the wire.
Yes, for those of you that are familiar with the British institution that is Test Match Special, which is a radio program about cricket, there was a gentleman with the Withdean Cricket Annual in the background who would provide tuffers and aggers and all the other commentators with all the actual facts and figures. And rather than just take credit for those facts and figures themselves, they would acknowledge the facts and figures. And the guy's name was Malcolm.
Is that right?
Mujib should therefore be known as Malcolm.
Great idea.
Mujib, you are our Malcolm.
He's also the championship coordinator, isn't he?
Yeah, well, timekeeper, fixer
Chief
of
technician.
anything that goes wrong.
Cook.
I thought Lelaine was the championship coordinator.
Lelane's championship coordinator.
Yes, Lelaine is.
Mujib / Malcolm is our chief statistician, timekeeper, a fixer of anything electrical that happens to break down and put it up of screens and tables.
The provider of internet.
Yes, the provider.
To be honest, actually, that last thing is the most important.
Yes.
It is quite. We've got the last of our pre-finals coming up before the lunch break. The lunch break's going to be about 40 minutes, I'm being told.
Yes.
Is Junior Max. That's the grid of karts that we can see in the collecting area. They are scheduled to start in about 4 minutes' time. So we keep to the schedule here. We don't just dash on. We keep to a schedule. The teams, the drivers know exactly where they are. We're about to start in 4 minutes. Let's have a quick look from on board. Sam Turner, who's on this grid. Sam Turner's going to take us around the track. Yas Marina, a track that everybody has been excited to come to. Round 5 of the UAE RMC, and here we are on board with Sam Turner from the KA team. He's going to take us round a lap. This high-speed circuit is actually on part of what the Grand Prix takes place on here in Abu Dhabi. Out here onto the back straight, then Sam will take us down this back straight, hitting speeds of 120 kilometres showing on data before he turns left and then right into a double apex left-hander that kind of forms a hairpin here. Here we go then. This will end the lap through a little bit of a chicane and then flat out across the line. You'll notice the grid markings on the track as he crosses the line here. And then on another 120k being hit before we turn left and then right. The old Grand Prix circuit this bit is, and then into the hairpin and onto the Grand Prix back straight. Let's have a listen to Sam's engine revs. You'll just see how fast this track is and see how much throttle that Sam gets to use. It's got to be flat out in 90% throttle, this track, and it's going to be so taxing on the drivers, so taxing on the engines, and so taxing on all of our races here this weekend. That's how fast it is around here. Yeah. You know what? I wish I'd shut up on that one. I wish we'd done 2. I wish we'd done where I'm describing where we are and that for viewers who would just.
I know how you feel. People have been saying that about me for years.
Yeah, exactly. But I annoyed myself listening to that back because what I want to hear is the engine revs and just how much throttle. I mean, you told us the stat, Henry.
I think it's more than 90%. I mean, you're looking at that, but. You know, just a couple of tiny little blips on the brake pedal, almost not to slow the kart, but just to settle it at an angle to turn in to get the power back on.
Just to balance it on turning, isn't it? And then there's a little bit of feathering the brake through the long turns, just to kind of keep the check, the slide check.
But what you also saw a lot, especially going down the back straight, is you saw Samuel flexing his fingers and his thumbs, moving them around, Tyler Harris mentioned this morning, you have to grip the wheel so tightly because you have to be so pinpoint, and you can see him on the straight there. There was no sort of, I always say you look at kart handling well, the driver hardly looks like they're turning the wheel. Here, you can visibly see the arms are moving because you are changing direction and trajectory at such high speed. But, I can't believe that. You see, and I commentators curse now, touch wood, all those white foam-filled barriers that creep out to prevent the drivers from just abusing track limits. Not one of them has been clipped so far. Such is the level of precision.
I've got Reese Hunter ringing me.
Oh, is he? Oh,
he's in the paddock.
Is he saying, what is Henry Richard? Well, it was his driver.
Yes.
He's about to give you a statistic about the percent,
the
throttle percentage.
He says I can't hear any commentary.
Oh, you're lucky.
You're welcome to join us in the booth. Welcome to welcome to join us. You keep talking, Henry.
Okay, well, there we go.
Message Reese.
Well, you message Reese, who can't hear the commentary in the paddock. I'll take you through the starting lineup of the Junior Rotax Pre-Final. We are heading out on to the back straight, and it will be it'll be Mumbai Falcons versus Mateus Najem Motorsport at the head of the field. It's Ian Qureshi and Via Chopra, Aaron Mason and Giuseppe Montanari, Louis Radcliffe and Mitensh Jain. There's your top six. Kojai, Haber, Rivera, Saradiake, Abu Diwan and Stevens, your top 12 on what is a 34-kart grid. Barakordi and Haroon, who start at the back. Watcher, Flores, Schenkenberg and Aina. The back markers, well, they've got to stay out of trouble. Can they move forward all the way back to Romy Sabali? Here we go.
Absolutely. It's going to be an intense one here. The Junior Max Pre-final, it's all about the grid for the all-important final, maximising points as our pole position driver.
Still not sure about that car in the middle. Do I go inside of it, outside
I know. I don't know what it... I don't know. I think it's been moved, actually. Here we go, though. That's two lovely trains of Junior Max karts. Here we go across the line then, and we then jink out into the lead. Has gone Mumbai Falcons kart. That looks like Qureshi, who leads into turn one, into turn two. It's all to play for through the hairpin and onto the back straight, though.
Good start, Aaron Mason. Chose not to try and sweep to the outside. Put all his eggs in the inside line basket, and they hatched. And he is up into P2 ahead of Louis Radcliffe, who made another driver making a good start. There were a couple of drivers that got caught out. You can see the second of the Sam Pollock Racing karts. Harry Ratcliffe down towards the back of the field. Not a great start from Giuseppe Montanari, who has slipped back to 8th position, but it's your pole sitter, Arhan Qureshi, continuing to head the field. Mason, Radcliffe, the O-Plate champion of Via Chopra. Jain is down in 6th position. So
yeah, he's
Chopra is... Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, no, it's Jain is like needing to kind of maximise his points all in this round 5. We've still got a lot of racing to go, as we've got a challenge by Radcliffe, who gets through and into second place. Louis Radcliffe overtakes Aaron Mason there, the Sam Pollock Racing, the pink and blue livery of Sam Pollock Racing. They're very clear to see who's in second. George Gibbons Motorsport, Aaron Mason is now behind him in third. Via Chopra's coming through for M&M, but the leader is very much Aaron Qureshi as they come through the final two turns here through the chicane. There is a great battle developing here as Via Chopra has got ahead of Aaron Mason. Aaron Mason in 1/32 odd lap has lost 2 places, Henry.
Yeah, indeed, and he's got to stop the rot because there goes Mitensh Jain past him. Mason trying to cut back. He's got his teammate Saveli Kojai now behind him. Another of the George Gibbons Motorsport karts, Jaden Hidding, who started outside the top 30 after an accident in his heat race. Jaden already up to 21st. Harry Ratcliffe, the driver that Jaden crashed with, is up to 29th.
Here they go then. We're on lap 5 of this pre-final, and Qureshi, with everybody still sort of trying to maintain and settle into their race pace. And there we saw Louis Radcliffe. Louis just tapping his helmet, but Via Chopra's got other thoughts on his mind. We had Radcliffe tapping his helmet to say, work together, let's catch Aaron Qureshi ahead of him. But Via Chopra, I think, has got different thoughts on his mind. He wants that second place. The black and white M&M Motorsport, or the MN Motorsport, I should say, has got Mitansh Jain right on his... Oh, and Jain down the inside into the hairpin. Jain didn't wait any time at all, and doing the switchback. Jain's all the way across the Formula One curbing there. Whether that's going to disadvantage him, nope. He slots in behind Chopper again. Let's have a look at the cartshop.me replay. And Jain just runs out of room, really, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, Chopra sort of ran him out of room, but then it gives Mitansh Jain a big run through that second. He wasn't able to capitalise. These the two title rivals. Now, of course, Chopra not sure what to make of Louis Radcliffe. Why? Because Louis is new to the championship. Via doesn't know how he races. Can I trust this driver? He'll assess situation. Yeah, he's with the Sam Pollock racing team. Okay, he's going to have a good kart. Waft is going to be not an issue. But what is he like as a driver? Because Arhan Qureshi is now over a second up the road and continuing to pull clear. Now, Chopra, Jain, Kojai, Mason Montanari and Derek Rivera in 8th position, all trying to come back. Gabriele Baracordi, Pierre Abu Diwan rounding out the top 10. As I'm just looking down, all 34 starters still running.
Still with us. We're not even at half distance yet in this pre-final. So there's a lot of racing could unfold yet, as Via Chopra carrying that Dubai O plate number, the O on the number board of that Matthias Najem Motorsport entry, and behind him Mitansh Jain just dropping back off his rear bumper. Savelli Kojai going really well here, Henry. I know he's a driver that you followed for a while here, and I've got to say this is probably the best showing we've seen all season from.
When Savelli Kojai calms down and just stops being quite as excitable about everything as he has a tendency to be, he is a very, very quick go-kart racer. It's when he gets excited that, you know...
You can tell you've been to America a lot.
He hasn't learned how to temper enthusiasm, shall we say, emotion. It's a learning process for all these drivers. We saw it.
Well, they're only kids, aren't they?
They are only kids. They're kids in an adult sport. And you sometimes forget they're kids. But when kids make mistakes, as they all do, it's how they learn from it. And, you know, I will say Savelli got excluded from an entire event earlier this year for a fracas after qualifying with another driver. He was simply sent home for the week. And, of course, he's come back. He's learnt. He's got quicker. Has he learnt? Of course he has. You know, that's the only way you learn.
He's just learning fast here because he's just overtaken Mitansh Jain, and he's up into 4th place. The blue and white kart there of the GGM entry. Kojai is the driver we're talking about. You can tell you've been in America. Keep seeing go-karts.
Oh, I know. Sorry. yes. It's now Mitansh Jain, the nose cone on that Mumbai Falcons kart has a bit of a divot in it.
A divot
on the front. It is potential. The plastic is not in the shape that it left the factory. That's not to say that it's been pushed in or the bracket has been pushed out, but I'm just saying it looks like it has come into contact with the rear of the wagon.
We'll see. I can't quite see if that's a drop bumper or whether it's managed to survive a bit of a thump in the front end. We have got a race for second developing, though, as Arhan Qureshi crosses the line, 1.9 seconds. Might as well call that 2 seconds in the lead now. Via Chopra has now closed right onto the rear bumper of Louis Radcliffe. Louis Radcliffe there in the pink and white and blue kart of Sam Pollock Racing. He looks over his shoulder. They turn into turn 4 through the right-hander at 5 and then head towards the double left-hand hairpin here. Chopra now onto the rear bumper of Radcliffe. He's going to be in a position to challenge. Whether or not that challenge comes, certainly not here through the chicane. This is where the momentum is gathered, but this is a really, really fast turn into turn 1 here, and he has to sit there maybe has a go here. We've seen people pass into the hairpin. Not going to happen this time, though. And maybe we've got plenty of time, though, Henry. We're only on lap 14. There's another 4 laps after this one's completed.
Yeah, and if I were Louis Radcliffe and Via Chopra, I would be, maybe looking to see if my team is signalling to me, because because they're coming up on slower traffic, and the first of those slower karts gets out of the way, and they'll be thinking, okay, slower traffic. It is the kart of Romy Sabali, novice driver. Elif Yasilte are not far away from going a lap down. In fact, Sabali has been lapped. There is Yasilte, who has already been lapped by Qureshi. This could be Chopra's opportunity to strike, depending on where they catch Yasilte, the young lady from Turkey. I think they're going to catch her. Ooh, they're going to catch her going into turn number 1. This could be big.
It's something that you have to consider as the chasing driver. You can see what's going on up ahead, and you can see that there's a potential of being delayed by a back marker. It comes into play, and there's contact there as the Louis Radcliffe gets by Kojai, comes together, and the back marker, who did a really poor job there of keeping out the way, and he does. Kojai's gone missing.
Yep.
Kojai has gone missing. So there was contact with the back marker there when he made the move, but the back marker didn't get out of the way at all.
But I please don't think I've not got every angle. I didn't see a blue flag waving.
I couldn't see that. The posts are too far away.
Yeah,
I'm
not saying there wasn't. I'm not saying there wasn't, but I'm just trying to say, in defence of of Yasilte, who she was caught coming out of hairpin number 3. Where is Saveri Kojai?
Yeah, Kojai has not come through. Kojai, let's see if you can find him as we go into the final lap then. It's Aaron Qureshi, who was, once he got into the lead of this race, he's been very, very strong. I think that's down also. Strong drive from Qureshi, not taking anything away from that. But it's been Louis Radcliffe and Via Chopra who've been racing. They haven't been challenging one another.
Nope.
So it's all about performance from Qureshi, who goes through the turn 7, that's the double left-hander, and then through the chicane for the final time. He'll be crossing the line any moment now. And there he goes, taking the checkered flag to take the pre-final. As Louis Radcliffe comes through in second, holds off the O-plate holder Via Chopra. Mitanj Jain through in 4th, Aaron Mason 5th, and then Giuseppe Montanari into 6th place there. But that driver there, Aaron Qureshi, a very fine, strong win there, because it's not just about getting in the lead, it's about maintaining the pace, and with a 2.3 second gap at the end, that was a fine drive from Qureshi.
Only one podium prior to today in Junior Rotax for Qureshi. Looking down the order now, Faris Haroon, as we'll see the top 6. Qureshi, Radcliffe, Chopra, Jain, Mason, Montanari. Now the next page will be significant because Faris Haroon had his qualifying times deleted, so he had to start his heat race from 34th. He has made his way up to about 16th to 17th after the heat race, now on the fringes of the top 10. The Yas Heat Racing driver in Abu Dhabi, home of Yas Heat, the Emirati Express, on course for a great recovery. It may not end up on the podium, although it might. Who knows? There is Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi in 12th. Saveri Kogai. This is now going to be an important thing. He'll be angry after that, but can he control himself? Schenkenberg, Stevens, Jaden Hidding from the back of the field at the start of that one, up to 18th. There's our onboard guide, Sam Turner, inside the top 20 as well. Looking down, there's Louis' younger brother, Harry Ratcliffe, finishing in 22nd position. As the rest, there's Damien Noor. Now, Damien Noor, that's an interesting, he's a privateer driver, yes?
Yeah, run by his dad.
Run by his dad. as you look
there's
at...
there's the rest of the field. Rest of the finishers. As the rest of the finishers are there, all 34 karts. Not all did they finish.
But, well, they did. A couple of them were lapped down, but they all finished.
Oh, yeah, they did all finish. 34 karts finished there. So that rounds off our pre-finals. We go into our lunch break now, where you can catch up with our paddock show, which is coming next. We are scheduled to be back on air just before 3:45. So about 3:40 we'll be back. Enjoy your lunch. 2:45, sorry, what am I talking about? 2:45, let's do that again. So at 2:45, 20 minutes to 3 p.m, we'll be back on air, that's local time of course, to kick things off. Our finals will be Micromax kicking things off. So we'll see you then, enjoy your lunch.
Well, hello and welcome to round 5 of the UAE RMC Championship at the marvellous, fantastic, unbelievable Yas Marina Circuit. And here we are at the west hairpin of the Grand Prix track, where champions have been made, champions have been won, races have been overtaken, and also occasionally you fall upon a young man who's known for his paddock interviews. It's Joseph Bradley. Joe, Yas Marina, a bit special.
It is a one that we've been waiting for all season, isn't it? When we saw this venue on the calendar, Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, Formula One track. The karts are actually on the very same tarmac. In fact, they're using part of the track that's not used now by Formula One, but that doesn't detract from the point that we are on the very same tarmac. That only, 2 months ago, we crowned the 2025 Formula One World Champion Lando Norris. Deserve it as well to all Australian fans out there. It is a one. And also getting back towards what we're here about, Nick, the UAE RMC Round 5. This track is unique. It is, I think, the fastest track that we're going to race on. I think Henry came up with a stat of 90% throttle. The slowest corner here is that hairpin just behind us. And that is a fast flowing hairpin. Everywhere is fast and flowing. You're going to need a very, very good kart that's balanced in the high-speed corners, because everywhere is a high-speed corner. I'm very excited. I'm more excited than I usually am, because I'm always excited.
Well, we're echoing the sound of Joe Bradley's interviews, but the track will be echoing the sound of multiple karts going as fast as they can. Joseph, go talk to people.
I'm off.
Well, the UAE RMC, it's a fantastically organised series. I must go, I need to find something out. Perhaps it's a timetable, or maybe I need to get myself a new pass. I've heard there's some really efficient people. Oh, God, Henry's what are you doing here, Henry?
Well, thank you, Nick. I am here to talk to one of the unsung heroes of the championship, our championship coordinator, Lelaine Australia. Now, Lelaine, the most important thing about this weekend is not the Yas Marina, although that's really important. It's the start of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's a good opportunity for the drivers who just actually starting for the season. I know there are a lot of drivers who have not done great scores in the championship, but and also new drivers who just got their license. So even if they've not done the round 1, Abu Dhabi Sports Council is something that they could actually join because it's a championship which is within the Rotax Max Challenge. Yeah. So it's a separate score points, which means for those who are actually racing for the first time in Yas, they will get to score points for this and towards the Abu Dhabi round. So it's actually consists of 5 rounds, which is in Yas Marina. The next round will be Al Forsan and also the double header in a lane.
And how many years have Abu Dhabi now supported the UAE Rotax Max Challenge with the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy? Because it's been a while, hasn't it?
Yes, it's actually, we're very, very grateful because it's 14th year this year. So Abu Dhabi Sports Council has been very, very supporting for UAE Rotax Max Challenge, especially in Abu Dhabi series. So that is really something that we are very grateful for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, and hopefully they're still going to support us in the upcoming years. So, and also it's something that for them, it's actually nurturing grassroots for the drivers who are doing the motorsports in karting. So,
So this is the first of 5 rounds. There's 2 here at Yas Marina, 1 at Al Fassan, and then 2 at Abu Dhabi. Now, there's 140 drivers here around.
Yes, it's more than 100 drivers.
Yeah.
So it's been for how many years, the numbers are getting higher and higher. So, but again, this year, I think we have a total 130 drivers. So it's actually, more than what we had last year. Yeah.
And of course, all the rounds that qualify are actually in the Emirati of Abu Dhabi. See, it's so busy here. I mean, behind the desk, this is the heart and soul of the race meeting. The drivers score points in their heats, pre-finals and finals, like they would in any championship round. In fact, there's no 2 lots of points. It's the same series of points, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the same series points. Well, for those who are actually doing the full season of road tags, and if they're actually on the top 3, they're not eligible to.
So if you finish in the top 3 in the UAE road tax max standings, you don't qualify for the Abu Dhabi. But we don't know that until the end of the year, do we?
Of course, it will be until the end of the season. So it's actually really good opportunity. It's a double opportunity actually for the drivers who's doing the full championship in Rotax, and as well for this Abu Dhabi Sports Council, because even if they're not doing great in Rotax, they still have a good opportunity for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council.
And it's not necessarily the driver that automatically finishes 4th in each championship. It's the driver that scores the most points in these 5 rounds, isn't it?
Exactly. That's actually, the purpose of it. For those who are just starting this round, that will be their, the first start of the scoring points that they're going to be on these Abu Dhabi Sports Council.
So if you started the season in a new class and you haven't really done very well up until now, it's taken you half a season and now you're firing on all cylinders, that the actual UAE Road Tax Challenge is beyond your reach, but the Abu Dhabi Sports Council isn't. And likewise, for example, if you say someone like Paul Schutzman, who's just moved up from mini to junior, you're just starting your championship campaign here.
Yes, correct. That's true. So those who are actually, done the mini and then, the age-wise, they have to move to junior. It's still not a loss for them because it's a start now as well for the round. So, well, hopefully they're going to get good score points for this. So.
Well, thank you so much, Elaine. As you can tell, the work never stops. There are people on the radio, people trying to contact Lily constantly here at the race secretary's office here at Yas Marina. Lelaine, Australia, thank you so much, and we really do appreciate the support of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council.
Thank you so much, Henry, and yes, I hope that those drivers actually coming for the championship, they're still, they can still do it, even though if it's too late. So good luck to everybody.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
There's a lot of fuss and bother goes into O-plates. It's all about the O-plate. It doesn't matter what country you compete in. And the UAE O-plate, the Dubai O-plate is a coveted prize. And this lad here, Ryan Damadasa. Ryan, great drive at the Dubai Kartdrome. What was it, last month? Doesn't seem 2 minutes away, but that was a cracking drive to get that O-plate. How hard was it?
Going into the weekend, we had really good pace. Quality was good, some really strong heats. And just really good pace, managed to bring it home in the final.
With an O-plate event, I always think there's got to be an element of luck sometimes. Did you see the luck pan out for you? I think I saw that, and you were just able to get off into the front.
I think just not having any bad luck throughout the weekend as well. Yeah. So it counted. I wouldn't really say there was many times when we had amazing luck, but just not having any really terrible luck throughout the weekend really contributed.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. We're back here, RMC, UAE RMC, and we're at the Yas Marina Circuit. I mean, that must be quite a thing to race on a Formula One track, a Grand Prix track.
Yeah, it's a really nice venue, nice track as well, really fast flowing. Everyone's really close because it's quite a short lap. Pace from the first 2 sessions looks really strong.
It looks like a very, very fast track. Is there any areas on the track that you have to use the brake harshly, for instance?
Yeah, Mostly just the hairpin turn 3 and at the double left in the back, the 2 main braking points. But yeah, not many places really where you actually need to stop the car.
What's the key to a good lap time then?
We were doing, I think, senior 32 highs in that one. So yes, I think track will get better as we go on to the weekends. We'll see how it goes.
You've got the O plate, you're going to carry the O plate for the rest of the season. We're into the second half of the championship. I've got to say, I'm going to ask you what could be deemed as an awkward question, but Ryan, you started really well in the championship and then your performance seemed to peter off, but lately, the last round for instance, you're right back up there. Is there any kind of tangible reason for that?
I mean, pace-wise, we had the pace all the rounds. It's just racing. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're back strong. Your timing is probably very good going into the final half of the season. Do you even think about the championship?
Not yet, no. We just go on it round by round, try be as strong as we can in the heats, pre-finals, finals, just build it up.
And keep all that bad luck at bay, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, I want to wish you all the very best of luck, and here's to a great race at Yas Marina. Thank you, Ryan.
Micromax this year is a bit of a head-to-head fight at the head of the field between Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra, but there's a whole group of drivers nipping at their heels trying to take their first win. One of them is Amar Tabatsa. Amar, firstly, you haven't had a great time in practice. Tell us what happened.
I just crashed and hurt my elbow. I get a big bruise, and they just spun in front of me. I had nothing to do. It was just very chaotic. I had nothing else to do because it was a blind spot and the barrier was just blocking my vision.
Now, when we saw you, you were being helped out of the ambulance with a big bandage on your arm in front of the medic. After the medic left you, how long did it take you to take the bandage off?
Because I'm brave and I'm really brave. I don't care about it. It's just...
Get the bandage off and go racing.
Yeah.
Now, this is your second season in micro?
I've done 1 season and a half so far.
And how close are we getting? Because last year you were mid-pack. Now we're heading towards the front of the pack. How close are we to getting on that podium and getting the first win?
I'm really close, and I have really good hopes for going on the podium.
Now there's
winning.
And winning, because you've got a great team behind you. Why XL, and what do XL do to help you?
They have good engines. They have good coaches. They have their tent is good. I look very professional when I'm wearing the suit and I'm in the karts. So that's why I like it. That's why I went to XL.
Okay, now of course you represent several different countries. Tell us about your parents, where they come from, and what flags you wear on your race suits.
In my flags are Palestine and Egypt, but in the live timing it says Canadian.
And why is that?
Because my nationality passport is Canadian. That's why.
So you got so there's reasons for people from 3 countries to cheer just for you: Palestine, Egypt, and Canada. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you could have the biggest fan club here. Talk about parents. What are they like when they're watching you? Are they nervous? Are they excitable?
I would say both.
Both. Who's more nervous, mum or dad?
Mom.
100%. Now, driving a Micromax car, especially around here at Yas, it's the fastest track you ever drive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really fast. And most of the corners are flat out, and plus the straights, it's kind of like a straight line track.
How many times do you actually use the brake here around the course of 1 lap? How many times do you brake?
Let me see, 2.
Only twice you were on the brake. So it's going to be a real slipstreaming battle. You're going to have to get in the draft and work together, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now, and of course, who are we going to, not ask you to give away any of your secrets, but have you got somebody that you think I can work quite well together with that person?
Adam.
You're going to work with Adam O'Shea?
Yep.
But if it comes down to the last corner and you're behind him, you're going for the win, yeah?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep, you're right.
Now, So we're going to see Amar Tabatsa on the podium and winning his first race this weekend, or just sometime before the end of this year?
Going on the podium.
Excellent. We're going on the podium with Amar Tabatsa in Micromax this weekend. And if you're a supporter from Palestine, Egypt or Canada, here's your man. Lebanon has a rich tradition in Rotax karting, believe it or not. Christopher El Fagali becoming a Grand Finals champion. Matthias Nejem becoming a multiple Grand Final top 10 finisher. And now Matthias owns Matthias Nejem Motorsports, bringing the Lebanese pride to the very front of the grid in a number of classes, including junior, with Pierre Abu Dhabi. Pierre, fresh off one of your best results as a junior driver in the O-Plate, the top 3. How does it feel? Number one, how's your season going? And number two, what is it like driving for a Lebanese-owned team, being able to put your home country's flag on your race suit?
For your first question, so far the season, like the second half of the season right now from Dubai Kart, it's been really well, especially round 4 and O-Plate. And for your second question, I mean, I feel really honored to be in the Lebanese team as a Lebanese driver, and I'm already used to being with Matthias in the past, and yeah, overall it's really good so far.
Now, you were one of Lebanon's original drivers in the MENA Nations Cup, where you were a Micromax driver, about 5 years ago. You've moved up through the ranks, now into juniors. And it's great, all his teammates are just behind the camera waving. You want to say hello to them?
Hello.
Yes. But he's being an ultra-professional and focusing on the questions. Now we moved up to junior. How proud are you to wear your colours all the way through the system?
Sorry, what was your question?
How proud are you to wear the colours of Lebanon all the way through the system, and now you're with Matthias as a team?
It's really nice. I mean, I love the colour black and white and red as well. White and green and red mostly resemble Lebanon. I mean, we do have a little bit of green, but it doesn't really show, but mostly it's red and white.
When Christopher El Fagali won Lebanon's very first International Motorsport Awards at the Grand Finals in 2022, where were you?
At that time, I was in micro. I actually won the RMC championship in micro, and in the year before, he actually won it. And in the same year that I won the championship in RMC, he also won second in junior as well in the RMC championship.
But when he crossed the line in Portimao and Lebanon, were you there? I can't remember. Oh, were you watching at home? And what was it like when that happened? Because I've seen some of the pictures, and I've never seen a go-karter bring so much positivity to an entire country. I believe even it was on the national news.
Yeah, it was on the national news, FTV, and it was really, how do you say? We feel really emotional as well, because I mean it's the first time any mostly Arabic driver really has won this big of an event, and also because he was much bigger than the others, so it's very unexpected as well.
Now, what are your hopes? We'll move on. Second half of the season. It starts here at Yas Marina. Tell us, what are your hopes? We've had a podium. We want more than that, though, don't we?
Yeah, O-Plate we had the chance, but we move on. Especially in round 4 as well. But right now I feel like I'm catching up to third in the championship. First place in the championship is a long way, but we want to try and get third.
Now, your teammate, Via Chopra, is one of the 2 drivers battling for the championship. Okay, it comes down. Last race, he's going for the title. You're going for your first win in the final. You're coming into the last corner. If you pass him, he doesn't win the championship, but you win your first final. What do you do?
I mean, overall, I just think of what I have to do for myself. But ultimately, once that happens, we'll see what we'll do.
We'll see what happens. See, a racer through and through. Pierre Abu Dhabi, one of a number of drivers flying the Lebanese flag for, let's say, Lebanon's almost national karting team, Matthias Nejem Motorsport. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you so much for having me as well.
Welcome back to Yas Marina, round 5 of the UAE RMC. Day 1 this is. We're going to do all of this again tomorrow. Can you believe that? My name is still Joe Bradley, and still sat next to me is still Henry Baudet.
I believe it's now Slow Joe, isn't it?
Oh, shut up. You know what? People are going to get tired about this 2.6 seconds, Nick.
No, well, you're going to get tired of it.
And you've got until the weekend of, April the 11th and 12th to stew.
Yeah, I have.
You've got go-karts to talk about, though.
No, we haven't. We've got karts.
Karts, sorry.
You've been to America far too long.
I know.
We have got a green flag. We're about to get going with the Micromax final on day 1 of the 5th round of the UAE RMC. And here we have Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra, the 2 championship protagonists, on the front row of the grid for the final here on day 1. Adam Al-Sheikh and Saif Al-Khalifa are on row 2, with Evans Foreigners and Rudrapatap Shekhawat on row 3. Row 4, let's have a look at it. Zhukan Yi and Alexander Semenov share that one. Row 5 is Vaibhav Ponna. Amar Tabatsa shares row 5. Tadeusz Prochaska and Roddy Harris, isn't it? Rofewa, the Duwambi and Sebastian Storr on row 7. Jensen Kelly and Enzo Falzerano on row 8. We've got Felix Souza Jebjerg on row 9 with Alex Freinstein. And then on row 10, Saif Al-Mina, Tayab Haroun with Kilian Kudu Nambadi and Ela Yeselte, with Cameron Harvey and Tugba Yeselte rounding off. Oh no, we've still got 25 karts. Leo Reutemann, who had the reason he's at the back is because he had a retirement, isn't he?
Yeah, he had a technical failure before he got started. Obviously, Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra battling for the title. Alex Freinstein, he starts from 18th. He's got to gain at least 15 places to continue his record of 4 straight podiums so far.
Liam O'Hanlon, who his dad reckons got a bit of a bee in his bonnet about the O-Plate at Dubai a month ago. Here he goes. We get this Micromax final underway, and we get things started with the red lights going out into turn 1. It is going to be O'Hanlon for George Gibbons Motorsport.
Through turn number 1, and now around towards turn number 3. Karts all still pointing the same direction. O'Hanlon with a beautiful getaway. He has got 10 kart lengths between himself and Adam Al-Sheikh in second. More importantly, O'Hanlon has got about 15 kart lengths plus 1 kart in front of him and Samar Chopra, although Chopra looking to the inside, Joe.
Yeah, Chopra chopped down the inside coming out of turn 5. However, it doesn't work for him. By the time they got to the chicane, Adam Al-Sheikh still in second place. Chopra on the O-Plate is in third through the S's and into the hairpin at turn 3. Who's that joining in? It's Evans Foreigners behind Chopra now. Got a 3-kart battle for second, third and fourth place.
Poor Saif Al-Marina, I don't think made the start on his CRG, and it was a poor getaway for Roddy Harris, down to 17th, but Wesley Orr says that he's a potential superstar in the making. Let's see how he recovers. Alex Freinstein, wow. 5 places in 1 lap. Freinstein for Motorscape wants a 5th straight podium. He's got 15 laps and a bit of change left to make it happen. Lots of marbles being laid down coming out of the first couple of corners there as we watch O'Hanlon.
Interesting, we were talking about the track surface here being a Formula 1 grade, high grade Formula 1 circuit. This is the infield sections. I'm not sure if it's the same grade of tarmac, but yeah, pickup becoming a factor, or getting on the marbles and getting offline, especially with the high-speed nature of the Yas Marina circuit, that might become a factor. However, that's when you make a mistake. And right now, a driver very unlikely to do that, touch wood, is Liam O'Hanlon.
Yes, indeed. The top 4 drivers head out. Once again, a big field spread here in Micromax. It has to be said, as Chopra needs to work with the 2 XL teammates, Al-Sheikh and Voronins, who of course has got fresher tyres, but in Micromax it's not a huge thing, but he certainly is he's not at a disadvantage, put it that way. Looking for Zhu Quan Yi has dropped to 15th position. Saif Al Khalifa, who was our pole sitter, has dropped back to 6th behind the leading Ital Course Middle East kart.
That's
the
great
red and white kart,
yeah.
Tadeusz Prochaska, up into 5th position.
Great to see them up into the top 5, Tadeusz Prochaska, as the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place karts begin to, I say settle. You wouldn't have said that when you saw them go through turns 6 and 7 there. They were absolutely all sliding around, just getting the karts through that very fast double apex left-hander. O'Hanlon into the hairpin then. 6 laps completed at the end of this one. We have got a 17-lap final here, and O'Hanlon has got his head down.
Yep.
Samar Chopra trying to work with the drivers behind him. It's not really down to him, as Adam Al-Sheikh and Evans Voronins, they've got another plan up their sleeve, I would think, and they want to get past Chopra if they can.
Yeah, now, of course, Liam O'Hanlon took 3 final victories back to back to back. The second round, the second event of the season, then at Al Ain, then at Al Fasan, and then another one at Al Ain. Samar Chopra, only 1 victory so far.
Onto the back straight then, O'Hanlon leads from Chopra. These are the 2 drivers that are leading the Micromax Championship in this year's series. The UAE RMC being dominated by these 2 drivers. Chopra, we know how quick he is, carrying the ore plate. Won that at Dubai last month. And then the 2 XL drivers behind Adam El-Sheikh, Evans Voronins, and with Saif El Khalifa not that far behind, or is he? That's quite a gap, actually, biggest gap we've seen between them 3. It's settling in, and it's kind of this high-speed game of chess that goes on at this stage of a long final as we get them out of the hairpin and towards that very fast sweeping left-hander that brings you onto that infield section. There they go through what is a fast S-bend. It's
and downhill.
It's not a chicane. And then they go uphill here.
Yep.
So you can really carry speed into this bit because the gradient takes the speed off the kart for you. So you just throw it in there. I just got a glimpse there of Saif El Khalifa with Tadeusz Prochaska right on his rear bumper there as O'Hanlon leads into 1.
And so O'Hanlon's the only Micromax driver with more than 1 final victory to his name so far this year. We've had 2, 4, 6 finals, 4 different winners. Chopra, Fryenstein and Al-Sheikh have all won 1 final each. And I'm not sure that there's... it looks like at the top of his steering wheel, he's got Liam O'Hanlon has a cable tie sticking up at the top. But yeah.
Is that an aerodynamic
thing?
Well,
I think to centre the wheel. Have a look. Now, that's not something the George Gibbons Motorsport team would have done accidentally. That's a deliberate thing for him to maybe focus, and to make sure that the wheel is completely straight. Why? I don't know. Maybe we'll ask him.
You have minimal steering inputs on a kart.
Yeah, but the leaders are closing in. But
they are.
The next time we get a chance, you'll see it is a cable tie just sticking up, and it is pointing due north.
Yeah,
on his steering wheel.
If that goes to 9 o'clock or 3 o'clock, then he's in trouble.
Yes.
I tell you what, I think he's in a little bit of trouble here because Chopra has closed the gap down to. It was a half a second last time by. It's 0.4 of a second now. So as we get into back markers as well, O'Hanlon very decisive there. As is Chopra, who's gone through. As is Adam Al-Sheikh, as is Ivan Voronins. So the back marker's not a problem there. There's more coming though.
Yeah, that was Tugba Yasilte being lapped. Ella Yasilte has sadly had to retire her kart. Tugba on lap 10, which again is about right because they didn't get lapped in a 9-lap heat race. So they're maintaining their general speed. In fact, 30. Let's have a look there. Well, no, 42nd lap. Killian Nkudumbida. Here we go, Joe.
He's born back markers here. O'Hanlon, again, another decisive move there to make short work of that. Chopra goes through with him. The gap has come down ever so slightly there, but the back marker, great driving from that back marker who was Tayab Haroun, I think it was.
No, it's Killian
Nkudumbida. Well done to them as the 2 XL drivers try to get back on terms with Samar Chopra. Liam O'Hanlon, though, he's going to start being pressured now. 6 laps remaining. 5 laps this time by. You're right about that cable tie, though, Henry. That is sticking right in driver's eyesight.
Yeah, no, I mean, it could be by design. I will find out if O'Hanlon holds on to a place on the podium. And Chopra, who has maintained... Chopra has been stealthy in this championship. O'Hanlon, feast or famine. Chopra has been there or thereabouts every single race virtually, and he's there. He's caught O'Hanlon. He gets a good run through the final 2 corners. Well, that's corner 10, which is nothing, not a corner at all. It's just a...
He's got momentum, Henry.
Yes.
And if he can continue the momentum past O'Hanlon, that's the best thing to do. Once he starts getting stifled, once that momentum and speed and performance starts getting stifled by trying to get past O'Hanlon, that's where he'll sit. So what Samar will want to do is get right on the bumper now, which he virtually is as we speak here, through into turns 6 and 7 now. This is the double left-hander, and then they've got the chicane, and then they're going to cross the line, 14 laps, 3 more to go. And I think that momentum's been stifled.
Yeah,
That's exactly
because
what I was describing.
Going through turns 1 and 2, not turn number 1 necessarily, but turn 2 here, a lap ago, that is where Chopra, I think, lost that momentum a little bit. He just got his line not quite perfect. Behind the top 4, Alex Freienstein is up into 8th place. He's not going to make it 5 podiums in a row, but it's been a very, very good drive from Freienstein, who now sits 3rd in points, although Adam Al-Sheikh will probably pass him for 3rd in points during this race. We're going to complete lap 15, start 16 out of 17, and I think that, O'Hanlon, he may have just spoilt, Chopra's, as you said, momentum.
It's the track here. The track is so smooth. Yep. It's so fast and flowing. Chopra had performance enough to gain ground on O'Hanlon, but I'm not sure he's got that little tool in the toolbox to get by. These two are very, very equal on performance. And O'Hanlon now, coming out of the final turn here, will cross the line. What he'll see is the last lap board. So it's 1 more lap, and it's only 30. He's 36 seconds away from taking day 1 of round 5.
Now, is Chopra going to look to the inside? He is looking to the inside. Samar Chopra to the inside, can't get it slowed down in the apex, and O'Hanlon gets him back, and O'Hanlon very cleverly just eases Chopra onto the curb so that Chopra has to just back out ever so fractionally, which means that O'Hanlon is not under pressure through the final couple of corners, Joe.
And a round of applause to Samar for having a go at it. But it's been all about Liam O'Hanlon, this. Dawn Sanford, who's watching, I know, will be delighted with her grandson. The kartshop.me replay will show Samar Chopra, he tried. He went down the inside, but in so doing, he compromised his line onto the back straight. And I tell you what a cool little head Liam O'Hanlon has on him. He just sat there and used the momentum and took him back. You're going to find out what that cable tie's about as well, aren't you?
And we're also going to find out what Evans Voronins makes of a podium.
Wow, excellent stuff. Henry's on his way down to Parc Fermé and a few post-race interviews with our winner, Liam O'Hanlon. You're going to chat with Samar Chopra and Evans Voronins. That's our podium. Just off the podium then, Adam Al-Sheikh, Saif Al-Khalifa was 5th, Tadeusz Prochaska was 6th. In 7th place, we've got Ruud Rapaport Shekawat. In 8th place, Alex Freienstein. In 9th place, we've got Alexander Semenov. And in 10th, Amar Tabatsa. 11th is Vayab Ponna, with Enzo Falzerano in 12th. And then we've got Cameron Harvey, Zhu Kuan-Yi, Jensen Kelly, Rothewa Duambi, Roddy Harris, Sebastian Storer, Felix Uzajebjerg, Leo Reutemann, and Thea Baroun. 4 non-finishers, Kilian Budu Mabida and Tugba Yeselte, Ella Yeselte and Saif Al-Mina, who unfortunately didn't take the start. So that concludes the Micromax running for today. They will be back out tomorrow, though. A full day's racing tomorrow for day 2 of round 5 of the UAE RMC. And that battle will continue, won't it? Liam O'Hanlon extends his championship lead with a 100% record of heats, pre-final and final, taking the victory there. But round of applause, I think, for trying at least for Samar Chopra. He had a go. It was all he could do. However, not quite enough for that youngster. But round of applause for entertaining us.
Another great race.
Yeah, as ever. We've got Minimax coming next.
Ooh.
If you enjoyed that one, if you enjoyed that one, stand by for more action. It's going to be a mixed-up grid as well. Certainly a mixed-up grid in the way that Benjamin Kraczkowicz, who retired in the first lap incident, the start incident of the Minimax pre-final, that's going to put him down the grid. Now, Benjamin, with JNKD Racing, is leading the Minimax Championship by, not a considerable margin, but a strong margin. And he's been the driver to beat in the Minimax class pretty much everywhere we go. And he's been thriving this weekend. However, that start line incident put paid to that. So we look forward to that one going forward. Just to give you an idea of what's coming, after Minimax, we've got DD2, followed by Juniors, and then the Senior Max final will round off day one of round 5 of the UAE RMC. Let's head down to Henry, though. We've got Henry in the Parc Fermé with our winners.
Well, hopefully, you can hear me. I've forgotten to bring my alarm down to signify as to whether we're on. Hopefully we are. I can't hear Joe Bradley's dulcet tones in the background. Well, 3-2-1 in Micromax. First of all, let's talk to a driver whose day started about as badly as it can start. Evans, talk about the heat race and the fact that you didn't even get to the start. Come in this way a little bit. Yeah, talk about the start of the day.
So, unfortunately, in the formation lap, somebody hits me and I smashed into my teammate. I nearly flipped and I couldn't continue.
Okay, so that was the bad. What about the good? That fight back in the final, taking third place. What was the move like to take P3?
It was pretty hard because, you know, me and my teammate are very good friends, but on track it's like rivalry and off track it's lots of friendship.
Exactly. Who would you like to thank?
My team, all of my coaches, my mom, my sister, my dad, all of the people that have helped me to this journey.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Well done, Evans Borenins. A great third place finish. Second place, Samar. Come in here. Swap over a second, Samar. Well, you chased. On the last lap, well, it'd be rude not to have at least a go, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Talk about the move, you know, the door was open, you just couldn't quite get the kart slowed down coming out of the corner, could you?
Yeah, I did not go close to Liam on the entry of the corner, because then he got the switchback and then pushed me off.
Well, you know, how do you think about P2?
Well, it's better than lower.
It's better than lower, yes. It's not P1, but it's better than lower. Who we want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Dan, Danny, Matthias, Adish, and all of my team.
A whole team, okay, thank you very much. Right, Liam, come in. This is win number 4 on the season. So you've had 7 main events now. You have won 4 of them. But this is your first win in 3 races. How sweet does it feel after the disappointment of the old plate and after not winning either race at the Dubai Kartdrome?
It's a good really finish, and I had good pace, and then on the last lap Samar did me, and then I got the switchback on him.
Yeah, no, you had to make sure that Samar got squeezed a little bit wide so that he didn't come back at you the last couple of corners, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to, obviously when I got the switchback, I didn't want him to overtake me on the last couple of corners.
Now, I know your nan has been watching and commenting in. Who else do we need to thank? And what do we make after being back on the podium? Does this make up for missing out on the O plate?
Yeah, a bit.
A bit. Who we want to thank?
I want to thank my mum, my dad, George, Jacob, Lockie, Zavir, my nan, my granddad, my 2 sisters, and my granddad's in the hospital right now, so I want to say hello to him.
Oh, well, say hello. Hello to Grandad in hospital. I hope that you haven't, done yourself a mischief getting all excited watching Liam win. Well done.
Thank you.
There we go. Micromax in the books. We've got 5 finals to go, guys. I think so. Plenty of excitement. Back to you.
Thank you, Henry. Great to hear from our 3 podium drivers there. The Liam O'Hanlon, congratulations to Liam. He's been absolutely outstanding today. And a big round of applause to Samar Chopra, who did have a go, didn't he? He had to have a go with the hairpin, and it was worth a try. Samar in second. Ivans Voronens, who we heard from there, the XL driver, on that 3rd step of the podium. And he had a great battle, didn't he, with Adam El-Sheikh, his XL teammate. That was a great tussle for that final step of the podium. Great driving from, as ever, from our Micromax field. And a big round of applause to everybody in Micromax. It's Minimax, one of my favourites coming next. They're all my favourites, really, aren't they? Minimax coming next, then. It's going to be a 19-lap race this time for these youngsters, and it's going to be as intense as ever, I would think. With the championship, that is very much up for grabs. We came into this 5th round with Benjamin Krachkovic in the lead of the championship by, I think, 30 points or so. Albijay Stubbs, who I haven't seen an official grid yet, but I suspect Albijay will be on the podium. Yes, Henry's back. You just the PA went quiet for you, didn't it?
Yeah, I waited, and then I waited for another 20 seconds.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's what's called a pregnant pause. As you were sitting there going,
I'm thinking, and then I thought, how do I try and disguise the fact that basically the high tech world of motor racing involves me listening to Nick Damon to text me and say go, and
don't spoil the magic.
That only works when I've got
me behind the curtain. Don't show behind the curtain.
Sorry. Normally it's seamless. It was my mistake. So, but you had a good chance to see, the smiling face of Ivans Voronens, who was very, very happy with his run to 3rd. And he said, "My teammate is my friend, apart from when we're on the track, and then we are not friends."
Yeah,
but they're friends again.
They had a great battle, didn't they?
As soon as that interview was over, Adam and Saif were straight over to high five Ivans, who were just beating them to the podium, which is, really nice.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, they should be, when they look back at this round at Yas on day 1, they'll look back at that battle he had with his teammate Adam El-Sheikh and his friend and his mate.
Yes, yeah.
And they'll be absolutely delighted with that, because that was a cracker.
And a big hello to Liam O'Hanlon's granddad, who is in hospital at the moment. I'm not quite sure where, but hopefully that Liam, like I said, hopefully Liam O'Hanlon's granddad hasn't done himself a mischief getting too excited from his hospital bed.
No. Is that granddad who was with his grandma then?
Not quite sure.
Is that Mum's granddad?
Not sure.
Don't know, because Dawn Sanford is with us.
Hello, Dawn. Well,
Yes.
I mean, without wanting to pry, let's...
well done. She wants to say well done to Liam.
Yeah, well, I did say Liam does know that she was watching. Yes. There you go. Now, that was, not bad. And this is good. Now, at the back of the field there, psyching Benjamin Krachkovic up, that's with his cap on backwards, that's Liam Smith International, who is now Ben's full-time...
Is that in difference to Liam Smith UK?
Yes, this is Liam Smith International.
What about the universe of Liam Smith?
Well, the University of Liam Smith, the Liam Smith Universe, International is back cap on backwards, sunglasses on.
Right.
Yeah. Liam Smith UK, usually a cagoule.
Cagoule?
A cagoule.
You need a thermals today.
You need jodhpurs and a cagoule. There we are. Signal
That's
has
a vision.
Jodhpurs and a cagoule. Green flag waving. Minimax is up next. Albijay Stubbs is there. And it's going to be a new name alongside Albijay on the front row of the grid. That name, Maxim Zoyner. Oliver Butchard and Austin Gray go from row number 2. Max Payton and Francesco Lisignoli are on row 3. Adam Fleury, William Mazzali, Mubarak Mohamed, Louis Patay, Hamed Al-Faiza, Kian Ivanov, Mikhail Tverdokliabov, Gleb Obukov, Aryan Esan, Lwashu Matibula, then Vivian Chowan, Suhar Turkey, Mikhail Mitrokin, and 20th and last, championship leader, Benjamin Krachkovic. It has been a rough month for Krachkovic. part of life's growing pains, Joe.
Well, it's going to be interesting because it's a damage limitation exercise in clawing back up this field to regain championship points, as the field is being led by the Sam Pollitt Racing driver, LBJ Stubbs, as they come past us into the tram lines. And the race gets underway and into turn 1, sweeping through turn 1, then the right-hander at turn 5, into the hairpin at turn 3. It is indeed LBJ Stubbs in that pink and blue cart. We'll keep an eye on just the progress of Kracikovic as they get out onto the back straight. It's definitely the lead for LBJ Stubbs, but he's got company.
I got to say, he does in the form of number 188, Oliver Butchard. I watched Benjamin Kracikovic held back at the start. He was a good 10 to 20 kart lengths behind the rest of the field as they approached the line. That was deliberate. It was to make sure that he didn't get caught up and maybe get a nose cone penalty through any of the to a potential incident in front of him. It gave him that split second to react and avoid an accident. He has already picked up half a dozen places. Kracikovic will feature for the battle for the podium before this one is out. How quickly depends on how these two race each other now.
19 laps. However, a lap time here at Yas is 35 seconds, so they are very short laps.
Yep.
But there's still a similar amount of time than where we go to any other track. So time-wise, they're a very similar race length.
190 corners.
It is, and there's very little opportunity for overtakes here.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's going to make progress rapidly, but then he's going to get stifled. He's already in 10th place here.
Incredible.
So he's
stride.
gone through half of the field. We'll continue to monitor his progress. Right now, though, the front battle, the lead battle, is all about LBJ Stubbs, Oliver Butchard and Max Payton, with, you can't discount, Maxim Zoyner, who's just dropped back to 4th. Austin Gray's there in 5th, and then all-plate holder Francesco Lignoli in 6th place.
And now the top 5, Kracikovic is already up to 9th. His next target is Adam Fleury, then Mazzali, then Lignoli. In fact, there's the 3. You can see Kracikovic head down. Those 3 JNKD liveried machines in a row, chasing down the George Gibbons Motorsport O-plate of Francesco Lignoli. And already Lignoli looks like he's under pressure from the first of those JNKD machines, that of William Mazzali. And I expect Lignoli to be duly dispatched back to 9th. Kracikovic is 8th.
3-card battle at the front, about to become a 5-card battle here, as LBJ Stubbs in the lead, Oliver Butchard in 2nd, Max Payton in 3rd, Maxim Zoyner and Austin Gray about to latch on the back of Max Patton. Max Patton on that black and gold coloured liveried cart of I've got him down as Synergy
He
here.
is Synergy.
And is Oliver Butchard Synergy? Because he's on an orange and blue cart.
Oliver Butchard has moved over to the Mumbai Falcons on his debut with the team this weekend.
Right, that figures. The livery is Mumbai Falcons, which we can recognise. The red and white livery is NI Racing.
Okay, sorry, Joe. Kracikovic is 6th. 6th. There's the gap.
Now.
He's got nothing but clean air between himself and the lead group. He has passed in the space of 5 laps. He has moved up from 20th to 5th. Talk about, drivers learning from their mistakes. He is a Grand Finals champion for a very good reason. Even champions are allowed mistakes. It's how you learn from them. Kracikovic has learned.
He's 6th. He's gotten past the... You know what? He's just scythed past Francesco Lignoli.
Oh, yeah.
The next driver on his list is the last driver in that picture there. That's Kracikovic just come into the picture in the background there. So these 3, followed by the 2, Maxim Zoyner and Austin Gray, then Kracikovic. Kracikovic has got 2 seconds to make up before he starts getting on terms with Austin Gray, his JNKD teammate.
LBJ Stubbs, Toby George and Anderson Chilcott and the rest of the Sam Pollitt Racing team, this is where they need to be telling LBJ Stubbs about there. They need to be signalling, not about where Kracikovic is, they need to be signalling to... there you go, wow. That was Austin Gray actually past Zoyner.
He's got the message. He's got. When I say he's got the message, I mean metaphorically.
Yeah.
They haven't got any pits to car radio or anything.
Albie, get your head down, drive. There's a signal to say, look, push. push, push, push. Don't block, don't battle, just push.
And
that's the way that Stubbs stays ahead.
And Austin Gray has heard the telepathy coming through from JNKD because he's just been told Benjamin Krachkovic is now en route to him.
Yeah.
And from that he reacted by overtaking Maxim Zoyner. So gap between Krachkovic and Zoyner, 2.2 seconds. He made no ground on this top 5.
Actually, Stubbs was 0.2 quicker than Krachkovic, so it's not as though Krachkovic is just blowing everyone away through outright pace, because Stubbs has got just as much, if not a little bit more pace at the moment. This thing that Stubbs has got is clear track. However, Krachkovic also has clear track.
He's got 2 seconds of clear track,
and that might be too much to make up on this particular circuit. Anywhere else, we'd currently be watching Benjamin Krachkovic get the saucepan and the ladle and the oven gloves out and start a cookery lesson. He hasn't got the opportunity.
If he can make a second, which is a big ask, as we thought he would side through the field, then get towards the front of the field where everybody is just literally microseconds away from one another. If he can bridge that gap to Austin Gray and just make it, Maxim Zoyner, to a second, he might at this high-speed track start picking up a bit of airflow.
Yeah,
and it might be breaking the air for him enough to start, coming back at him. At the moment, it is working because he's down to 1.7 seconds. So he needs another 7/10. Now we've just passed half distance, so there is time.
It's not impossible.
Towards the end of this race, we may see him challenging for 5th and potentially 4th.
Yeah. So I mean, Lisignoli has actually gone with Krachkovic in seventh position. So Krachkovic 1.6 now behind Zoyner. But he needs to get to Zoyner, but he's only closing by 0.2 of a second a lap, because this is a very even championship. It is a very even category. It is a very even engine program. Yes, there are differences. The teams work extremely hard to build the best engine.
Fixed exhaust, remember?
Exhaust, but they work very hard within the limitations of the rules to maximise performance out of every aspect of the kart. Krachkovic, he's now 1 second behind Zoyner. He's going to get 5th.
This is where the science starts.
Okay.
But this is where the science starts coming into play here as Zoyner, he knows he's dropping back off the rear end of Austin Gray, and very soon he's going to be able to hear the engine from Benjamin Krachkovic. He's going to be able to hear that note coming in his rear as Krachkovic closes the gap. So it was 1.1 last time by. Let's see where it is this time. As LBJ Stubbs crosses the line, Butchard, Peyton, Gray, Zoyner, Krachkovic, 0.8.
Yep. Krachkovic has not gained or lost any time to Stubbs. Stubbs' speed at the front of the field is equal to that of Krachkovic. Obviously, the issue at the start of the pre-final that pushed Krachkovic out of the race, that's robbed us of what pace-wise looks like it would have been a race-long head-to-head fight between Stubbs and Krachkovic, with possibly Butchard, Gray and Peyton involved as well. Stubbs is able to just drive. He's basically, LBJ Stubbs, since the start, has currently done 14 consecutive qualifying laps. And that is what has kept this field apart, and it's what's prevented Krachkovic from getting any higher than he has. He is going to eat Zoyner like a sweet now. He is literally Zoyner.
This is Zoyner's first round, isn't it?
It's his first round here, and he's about to meet the Grand Finals Micromax champion. Hello, Krachkovic.
I think he's just overtaken him.
Yep.
I think he's just got him.
Yep, like a knife through butter.
As across the line has come LBJ Stubbs in the lead. We've got a change of third place as Austin Gray's gone ahead of Max Peyton. Benjamin Krachkovic has gotten by Zoyner and now up into 5th. Now then, he's got... Is that 2.2 seconds to Max Peyton?
It's too much.
Yeah, it is too much.
It's too much.
Well, we're going to have 3 more laps to go after this one's completed, and we're almost completing it. Look at how much of a gap. Albie Stubbs has pulled out for Sam Pollock Racing.
Now, if these two drivers, Joe, start battling, Gray and Payton for third place, that might open the door for Karatsky, but that's Karatski's only choice, only chance now. However, it has been a monster of a drive. And it's like Aladdin. You know, your wish is my command, Mr. Commentator. We're starting to battle. Is it too late, however? On lap 17 out of 19, there goes Gray ahead of Max Payton, who is still looking for his first podium. Is that search going to come to an end? Or, you know, will the racing gods smile on Benjamin Karatsky for the first time, really, since, you know, the start of the old plates?
Yeah. I mean, we don't need to go over that ground. I tell you, he'll not thank us for that. It's going to be the one lap to go board next time by for that driver there on the pink and blue and white cart of Sam Pollock Racing, Albie Stubbs. Second place, Oliver Butchard. The battle for third is not over in any way, shape or form as Austin Gray continues to circulate ahead of Max Payton. JNKD and Synergy are the teams that are involved, and with one more lap of racing remaining, that's the third step of the podium. That's the last opportunity to get to speak to Henry Baudet in an interview post-race. He is the leader. The leader goes through the hairpin, followed by Butchard, and there's the move. The move from Payton was down the inside, and he's made it happen, Henry. Can he hold on? He looks over his shoulder. Here comes Austin Gray back towards him.
Well, Payton has got to try and hold on. He's a big task because it's impossible to defend. It looks like Grayson, but Albie J. Stubbs, championship lead consolidated. Has he overturned the championship lead?
That's what I was going to say. He hasn't consolidated.
No, he might have taken it. He might have taken it today.
My maths is not that good to work that out. Plus, provisionally clinched it. Albie Stubbs takes the win in what I can only describe with a 1.8 seconds gap.
Majestic.
Is a dominant. Take your phone, Henry.
I can take my phone. I'm going to go and speak to Stubbs, to Butchard, and to Austin Gray.
Yeah, and three different teams there on the podium. Sam Pollock Racing, Synergy, and JNKD. Just shows the strength of field here in the UAE RMC. It is indeed a very, very competitive series. Let's have a look at the result then, as we've got Albie Stubbs, Oliver Butchard and Austin Gray on the podium. Max Payton, a fighting fourth position, unfortunately for him, not quite enough. Look at that drive though, 20th place grid start for Benjamin Kracikovic. He came through and consolidated the fifth place points there to make that a damage limitation exercise. Maxim Zoyner is a welcome addition with NI Racing, a welcome addition to this championship. All-plate holder Francesco Lignoli was 7th, Adam Fleury was in 8th, William Mazzali was 9th, Mikhail Mitrokin in 10th, 11th was Louis Bataille with Ahmed Faisal Al-Mayed. Kurt Ivanov 13th, Mubarak Mohammed 14th, and then we have Zuhai Turki, Mikhail Tervoklubov, Luwashi Mathebula and Gleb Ubakov, with Aaron Asan and Vivend Chauhan rounding off the 20 kart mini-max field. As we wait for Henry to gather up those drivers have just pulled into the pit lane, so it'll be a few minutes away from that happening. Hello to Zajaninoka. These tags on YouTube are very, very strange to read out because they're more than one name conjoined, I think. Supporter of Austin Gray there, we'll be happy with that. Saj, I'm going to call you. I'm going to shorten your name to Saj. Supporter of Austin Gray, who got third on the podium. Hello to Evelyn Go Francisco, who was, of course, Francesco Lignoli, who finished in 7th place there. Let's head down to Henry, are we? Let's head down to Henry Baudet.
Well, thank you. And through the seamless shift from one part of the broadcast to the other with no prompts at all required, Austin Gray you've just echoed my thoughts. It is boiling out here. Yeah, that was a tough race because it was intense from start to finish. Not necessarily with all the passing, but just 19 qualifying laps, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really hard out there. We didn't have a good start because the second place was sleeping at the start. I don't know what he was doing. 6 kart legs behind where he should have been, so yeah.
Well, I mean, it's Maxim's first race in the championship. He can be forgiven for missing one start. Talk about your battle with Max then at the end. That last lap, it was a podium or bust, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, you know, I knew I would get third at that point. I knew I would. Like, I don't know why he kept going in on me in like the laps where we could have catched this guy, but yeah.
This guy is looking at you smiling. You got your third in the championship. That's another podium, and you finished in front of Ben.
Oh yeah, I'm happy about that. Finishing in front of Ben is the only thing I want to achieve this weekend.
Okay, who do you want to thank?
Everyone, you know.
Everyone. Okay, thank you very much, Austin. Come on then, Oliver. Well, new team, new hat, another second place finish. Coming this way a little bit. That was a tough chase, but Albie had just that little bit too much for you, didn't he?
Yeah, it's pretty hard ice. I could keep up with him first few laps, but it was pretty hard. It was really, really hot, boiling inside the cart. I couldn't really catch him. I don't think I had the most pace, but I did what I did, and I got second.
Second. That's your first race for the new team? Yep.
Second race.
Second race. How are things going with the new team? Do you feel at home yet?
Yeah, I feel at home. I've settled already. I know most of the people. Feel pretty good in that team. It's a lot of pace there. Yeah.
Good. Just got to wait a little bit longer for that first win tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in next.
Give it.
I'm gonna give it all.
Give it all tomorrow. Okay. Who do you want to thank, Oliver?
Mom, dads, grandparents at home, everyone who's watching, and I want to say happy birthday to Charlie yesterday.
Happy birthday to Charlie.
Yesterday.
Who's Charlie?
Charlie Page.
Charlie Page, yes. We wanted to say a big hello to Charlie, who's not racing here today. I hope his family. But there is another part of Charlie Page here. Thank you very much, Oliver, because our race winner, Albie J. Stubbs, is wearing Charlie's race suit, which is a really nice touch. Albie, yesterday, when you were waiting to get a snack, I asked you, I said, what are you thinking about? And you went, I don't think, I just do. Was that race a case of just doing your instincts, not thinking about what was going on, just corner?
Just when I got in front, because this track isn't too much about the driver, you just have to get every apex right, every lap, and I managed to do that and pull away.
Yeah, were the team telling you about Benjamin coming, and did that make you sort of just focus harder to not get involved in a battle?
Not really, because it's hard to say when somebody's coming. I just kept my cool, looked forward, and kept on with the race.
Now you've got the lead at the start. You weren't challenged. Was that one of the easier races that you've done this year, or because it's so intense, is it one of the harder ones?
I don't know. It wasn't the easiest as the pre-final, but it wasn't the hardest either.
No problems. Now, we're wearing Charlie's race suit. We think we might have just taken the points lead, possibly, or we're very, very close.
Yeah, I hope I get back into the lead of the championship, but if not, we'll just have to go for tomorrow.
Go tomorrow. Anyone you'd like to thank or say hi to?
I'd like to say happy birthday to Charlie for yesterday. Happy birthday to his sister for today. I'd like to thank Anderson, my driver coach, Toby, my mechanic, my family, and that's it.
Okay, there we go. Happy birthday, Charlie, and Charlie's sister from most of the top three. Indeed. Well done, LBJ Stubbs.
Thank you.
There we go. A surprising, a really mature, thoughtful podium there from Minimax. I wonder what happens then when they move to juniors. They're so nice at that age.
They're like little professional racing drivers, aren't they? You know, it's as if they've had media training. I want to say hello to Dan Hannum, who wants to say great drive from Bouchard, who's Oliver their second on his team debut with the Mumbai Falcons team, who his driver coach is bonus surely. Well, yeah, Mumbai Falcons should be giving, of course, Dan has got a vested interest, our co-commentator Harry Hannum, our expert driver in the booth. If he hasn't got a career as a driver or a coach, in fact, Dan, you might want to steer him towards motorsport commentary. Doesn't pay as well, of course.
Or at all, if he's doing it for us.
Doesn't pay at all. Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we did offer him a bottle of water, though.
Did you?
Yeah, yeah. I had one of your biscuits as well.
He those expensive.
He said no to the biscuits, but took the water.
Oh, racing
He's
drivers.
an athlete.
Like Alex Brundle.
And, not sure if we're going to have time now, but we do want to go and see Dan's workshop in Dubai. But I'm not sure we're going to have time next time we're here because it's a one-stop shop, isn't it? We land, we do the rest, we go.
I'm there for a week afterwards.
Hello to Sam Canopes, go on. It's his dad out there, Moritz, out in the next race there. As you can see, they're all lining up in the collecting area. Sam, of course, no slouch in a DD2 himself. Last saw him out at the... Well, you didn't, Henry. You were too busy flaunting yourself in Macau. But Sam was out in the O-plate.
Oh, yes.
Did really well.
Farewell to the DD2 class. Now a Works Birrell ART driver who was very, very quick on his debut. Couple of crashes, and we're not really getting to grips with the starts yet, are we, says Morris. But pace-wise, right up there with...
What class?
KZ.
Oh,
KZ2, yes,
yeah.
Matching lap times with
Whereabouts?
world champion WSK and all the FIA
really?
events. So
right.
So
that's
Sam
a
is
pretty high level for Sam.
He's a factory kart driver.
Fabulous.
Which is, it's the holy grail of karting.
That is living the dream.
Don't pay for it. You don't have to pay for it.
yeah, living the dream.
Or rather, Morris doesn't have to pay for it.
Yes, of course.
But the reigning Grand Finals champion, and a factory Birrell ART driver who was matching the likes of Christian Batuca, Pedro Hiltbrand for lap by lap once he'd figured out the starts. So he's going to do great things.
I want to take you back to that Minimax podium.
What a lovely set of interviews.
They were great. I mean, do these kids get media training? Because I think they're comfortable with you, Henry, bizarrely. Because they've known you for a long time.
Yeah.
They've known you since they were smaller kids.
And I'm the same mental age as them.
But that's why you relate.
Say media training. No, I try. I bounce around the paddock like an idiot. It's an extension of myself. In life, I'm generally a bit of an idiot, as you know. But I want the drivers to not be afraid of the microphone. So if they just see me, it's only Henry,
and they're not, are they? And
they're not thinking about the black stick with the I'm holding in my hand.
They've got remarkable recall.
Yes.
This is what I find amazing. And sometimes I interview professional drivers at a pretty high level of motorsport, and those kids can teach them a lesson or two.
Sharp.
We have got the DD2s being released then out onto the track here, and the grid looks like this. Tyler Harris, who's going to beat Tyler Harris, or indeed who's going to beat Mark Bassier? They are the front two Mumbai Falcons karts. Syed Al-Hababi is the second row with the Mumbai Falcons team as well. Fourth is the first of the Masters, Moritz Canopes. Again, Mumbai Falcons with the first two-row lockout. Adam Malek for M&M is on row 3 alongside Kyle Blockley for KAA. And then we've got another M&M driver, Hamza Ashisho, still recovering from those ribs, I think. Sami Al-Assad, another M&M driver with the NL Racing Nicolo Cacciatore. Greg Watt, the Honolulu Racing driver, rounds off a 10-card DD2 field. Now,
Greg Watt, who reminded me that he hasn't lost any weight whatsoever. What do you want about Henry? However, he has been going to the gym, so the weight has simply been transferred.
Oh, yes. So well, you can put weight on when you start going to the gym.
Yes.
I mean, Greg's a big lad.
Yeah, and there's some.
I mean, in the best possible way, he's a tall,
broad
lad.
But
here we go. DD2, the gearbox class, 2 gears, first gear and second gear, which the drivers will flick between left paddle and right paddle. Tyler Harris being pushed along into turn 1. He turns left, he turns right. Who's that sneaking in at second? Is that
it is
Al-Hababi?
Yeah, it is Saad Al-Hababi up into P. No, it's not. It's Bassi. You can see the Swiss white cross on the top of his crash helmet. Hababi took P2 as they got underway, but Bassi fought back. He needed to fight back. If that first corner could have been critical, it still could be critical for Tyler Harris in terms of whether he wins this race or not. Bassier has given himself the best opportunity to prevent Harris from taking what would be win number 4 on the season.
This is a 25-lap race on tyres that have already done a lot of laps here at Yas Marina. It's a high grip level Formula 1 circuit, so for the D5 Mojo, it's even more so. So it's an abrasive track. Certainly the Grand Prix circuit sections are, which is here and here. So, you know, these tyres, after 25 laps, with a lot of heat and energy going through them, it may need a bit of tyre management towards maybe the last 5 or 6 laps of this race.
Well, adding to that, as you're looking at Adam Malik passing Maurice Knoppers for 4th position, I don't like that right rear bumper position on side Al-Hababi's kart, as Malik does take P4. It is hotter than at any point I have been out today. It is roasting out there. More importantly, because of the way that we are configured, this is the west hairpin. The sun is, it's 3:30, the sun is beating down directly onto this side of the large grandstand. So we have got a huge grandstand area that separates us, the circuit, us and the paddock behind. In the morning and around lunchtime, when we were recording the paddock shows yesterday, we were in the paddock under blazing hot sun. That sun has now moved away from the paddock. The paddock is now in the shade and cool, and it's the track and the pit lane, which is, you know, in unabated sunshine. You can see a little bit of shadow there. The rest of the circuit is as hot and as sun-baked and as exposed as it has been all day.
Well, we've got an ambient temperature of 31 degrees, which will give us a track temperature, in my estimation, of about 45 degrees.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
So it'll be about 45 degrees with the 31 ambient, because the tarmac soaks up the heat and it retains the heat. And these tyres will be, these DD2 karts will just love this, because the grip level through these corners, as you can see, these high-speed corners. So that's the hairpin, which is one of the slowest parts of the track.
Yeah.
But just look at the speed they're carrying out onto the back straight, and then turning off the back straight through the left, now the right, heading towards the double apex left-hander here of turns 6 and 7. And just look at the speed that they're able to turn and change direction in such a speed that the karts, you can see the drivers' necks are just pulling to the right.
Yeah, and this circuit, this part of the circuit we're looking at there, that's not used by cars. That's just used by karts. And the amount of rubber that has been laid down, that has been absolutely peeled off these Mojo tyres.
Yeah, it does.
You know, you've got a real racing line there through, and we didn't have testing on Thursday. Look at that, you know.
Yeah.
You could hardly see the red and white paint on the outside curb. We've only had 1 day of testing, and today.
Not on these tyres. These tyres started as new this morning in qualifying.
But I'm just saying in terms of the amount of rubber that has been laid
the amount
down.
of rubber, absolutely. We've been going round
me,
and round since Friday morning. Tomorrow, for day 2 of round 5, brand new set of Mojos.
Absolutely,
certainly, you know, different compounds for the different classes, but these are on the D5, which are the stickiest of the Mojo
these
collection.
are the real sticky icky.
Yes, these are. I remember a lot stickier tyres back in the day,
Well,
but these are pretty standard Rotax Max and Rotax Fair.
Put a set of Bridgestones on an ICA kart and
exactly.
Yeah, you need to strap yourself. You need a two-wheel around the corners.
Off goes your head.
Yeah.
8 laps completed of 25. They're on lap number 9, and it's Tyler Harris who has pulled out quite a gap here, just under 2 seconds. The gap to Mark Bassier, who's got just over half a second on side Al-Hababi, who's in 3rd. Adam Malik is up to 4th. He's about 1.5 seconds behind. Maurice Knoppers not that far off the tail end of Malik. He's about 0.3 of a second. And then Hamza Rashisho, further 2 seconds behind. He's got Kyle Blockley for company. And Kyle staying about a half a second off the back of Hamza. And then Sami Al-Assad, 3 seconds behind. Another 4 seconds for Greg Watt and another second or so from Nicolo Cacciatore.
Now, Cacciatore has been ahead of Greg Watt all day. Watt has been working hard. He's a master, and Cacciatore is not. Greg is now ahead. I have seen Tony Hogg in the paddock, so I'm sure that Tony has now been given some driver coaching.
Oh, he's not at home then?
No, he's here. Well, the Kart circuit is his home. So I'm sure that Tony has imparted some pearls of wisdom on Greg Watt. Told him to get his finger out, buck his ideas up, and Greg has responded. There's not a lot happening in terms of action. We'll be frank. It's this is a purists race.
No, I was going to say
this is the purists.
This is kind of more like a car race, where you've got small gains being gained by the karts in second place. The gap's gone out to 2.6. It was last time I looked, I think it was about 1.8, 1.9. So Tyler Harris is running a good pace. That's the number 455 Bassier that we're watching there, who has got about, let's call that 8/10 on Saad El Babi. Then there's the battle for third.
For fourth, sorry. Yes, between Malik and Knyoppers. You're right, Joe. It is like a car race. And what is so critical in a car race? Not making mistakes.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to make mistakes in a car race because the consequences are that much more drastic. Same here. One error, one mistake, and that's it. You will not be able to make up the time that you lose by making a mistake.
The high-speed nature of the track here at Yas, it costs you chunks of time. The slightest error, the slightest slide, the slightest overbrake, and you slide wide, you're going to ruin that high-speed momentum. It's going to become slow-speed momentum, and those chunks of time can disappear. We're already into the second half of this race, and it's a bit of tyre management, it's a bit of race management, but you've got to keep that concentration and focus at all times.
Yeah, now, if the pace in the second half of this race matches the pace of the first half, Cacciatore, Watt and Al-Assad, certainly Cacciatore and Watt, they will be lapped. Now, that's going to be something different. Bassier, at the moment, isn't close enough as Knyoppers to the inside of Malik for P4. Has he made the move? Just about. Malik will try the crossover. Knyoppers. Sem in the live chat, let us know. Rate that one out of 10.
Yeah.
Rate Dad's defence. He's going to get snookered.
Oh, no, I think he's hanging on to that. Yeah, he went down that back straight, literally looking over his right-hand shoulder for the duration. Adam Malik is not happy, is he? Adam Malik not happy at all to lose that fourth place to the Masters. What do we mean by Masters? Well, they've got to be over, 32, is it?
31.
31, so they're ancient, aren't they, really?
Yeah, but, of course, the championship, Morris is taking points off Adam Malik. Morris still scores points in the main DD2 championship.
Yes, that's right.
So, Adam Malik, thinking about Tyler Harris, he needs to stay as close to Tyler Harris as possible. Fifth is not good enough. Saad Al-Hababi, we saw him at the double header at, let's have a look. No, he was the single round at Al Ain Raceway before Christmas. And he got pole position, but then couldn't translate it into a podium in the main event. He's third, and he's comfortably in third. Could this be the moment for Saad Al-Hababi?
Well, it's
his second weekend in a DD2.
It's the start of the second half of the championship. So the second half of the championship, he can, and with this small grid, he can come back through and get himself into contention for a top three finish.
Well, do you know what he could get himself in contention for? As Lane Australia explained during the fantastic paddock show during the lunch break, the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy.
Absolutely, yes. That is a little add-on to go for, isn't it?
Yeah, so, new to the class. If he stays with it, it's the top. It's the best. It's the highest scoring driver, not in the top 3 in the overall championship, in the 5 Abu Dhabi base rounds remaining this season, which is today, tomorrow, not the Dubai Kart Drome, then Al Fassan, and the final doubleheader at Al Ain.
Yeah.
Now, Cacciatore and Watt, they are about 5 to 6 seconds away from being lapped. Luckily, Harris has a 3.5 second buffer.
He's got a 3.6 second buffer at the moment. So at the moment, the number 424 is Cacciatore, he's already got a 5 second tramline infringement. So he's off the back of the field at the moment, so that's put him even further back off the field, further 5 seconds off the back of the field. Mark Bassier, he's lapping last time by 33.007, just off as Tyler Harris comes through, 32.721. Harris still the fastest kart on the track at the moment and extending that lead to 3.8 seconds. So he's not just coaxing it to the end, he is continuing, because it's all about rhythm, isn't it? It's all about pushing that rhythm. And if you start backing off, and I would expect, and was Mark Bassier in the paddock show today, Nick? Did you notice? But Mark Bassier is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And Mark will tell you that, getting to grips with the two ratios, the left-hand paddle is for first gear, the right-hand paddle is for second, and the driver's just flipping between first and second gears. Getting into that rhythm is where we see Tyler Harris. He's got a huge lead of 3.9 seconds. However, he's not going to slow down. He's not going to get out of that rhythm of driving around the Yas Marina. He's going to continue that. And he is continuing that with a 32.957. Again, fastest lap. However, Maurice Canopes, 32.968, is not quite as quick as Tyler Harris, but it's a personal best that time by.
Well, this is something that's going to please Maurice, who is in the Masters class. I can't disclose his age, but it doesn't begin...
Well, he's over 31.
It doesn't begin with the number 4, I don't believe. Only just. Sam can correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're doing your personal best lap on lap 23 or 22 in these conditions, and you're a master, then at least hey, physically, I'm in the right place. Now they're coming up to I think Tyler Harris has already lapped Nicolo Cacciatore and hasn't lost any time. Gap is 4 seconds.
The gap was 3.9 or 3.898 or something. It's 3.963. So he is pulling a tenth of a second each lap by as Tyler Harris.
Yeah, here's Cacciatore.
Cacciatore's going to keep out of the way is Nicolo. As we are heading towards the last lap board for our leader, Tyler Harris. It'll be 24 laps completed. One more lap to go. There's Greg Watt for Honolulu Racing, as we have Greg come through. But this final lap, Henry, is all about this young man here. Mumbai Falcon, Tyler Harris, is back on form. He was carrying an injury, did you say? That he was
a hand injury caused playing basketball in school.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's
Greg Watt looks over his shoulder, and that's going to be Greg out of the way. Well done.
Now we look for Tyler Harris, who will be heading towards the checkered flag as he comes through. Checkered flag for Tyler Harris there. This is the second place kart of Mark Bassier, who crosses the line. Saad Al-Kababi was third, first of the...
heavyweights? The Masters.
First the Masters, Moritz
I'm the
Canopes.
first the heavyweights.
Don't forget your phone. Adam Mallet was fifth, Hamza Rashisho sixth. We'll have a look at the official finishing order in a moment there when they come through. But it's all about the number 484. The number 484, Tyler Harris, takes the win. Mark Bassier in second place. Saad Al-Hababi was third. Fourth place was Moritz Canopes. Adam Malek was fifth. Hamza Rashisho through to sixth. In seventh was Kyle Blockley. Sami Al-Assad was eighth. Greg Watt was ninth. And Nicolo Cacciatore was 10th. It'll be Tyler Harris, Mark Bassier and Saad Al-Hababi who get to speak to Henry, as well as our Masters winner, Moritz Canopes. Henry heading down to Parc Fermé now. And it was quite a sort of textbook show from Tyler Harris, who's back on form.
Mark Bassier still his first season of DD2 racing and still finding his feet by his own admission, where you will see in tomorrow's paddock show, which will come up in the lunch break tomorrow, that we'll see that and when the description and the insight that Mark's able to give us, these are not easy cars. No Rotax Max kart is easy to drive, but they just add that complication of two gear ratios, and it just adds a complexity to how to maximise and optimise your lap.
But it also adds a complexity when you get so far ahead we can't find you because there's 3 other Mumbai Falcons karts. So I apologise to Tyler, we didn't get you over the line because you were too far ahead and there were too many of your teammates who looked the same.
We did get a Mumbai Falcon.
We got one Mumbai Falcon, so we just pretend it was the right one.
Well, hard to do that.
Even things always live coverage. Things always go slightly awry.
Yes, we are live. Don't forget to check out our Karting Live TV Instagram pages as well as our Facebook. Keep up to date with what's coming. We are giving you all live coverage of the UAE RMC through March and into April. The season coming to fruition via the Dubai Kart Drum. And then we go on to Al Fassan at the end of March. And then the championship concludes with the final round of the UAE RMC in April, middle of April, at the Al Ain Raceway. And then our NKC Championship coverage starts at the end of March as well. So keep up to date via our Instagram and our Facebook pages. You'll find us Karting Live TV in both instances, if you like. And you'll see.
Subscribe,
please.
Tell your friends.
Yes.
If you're not subscribed to any of our channels or the UAE RMC YouTube, please do all those things. It does help, actually. A few likes.
Well, it helps. It helps prove to sponsors and people that it is worthwhile, and we are reaching out to you, the fan base and the viewers, and it justifies us being in. We can bring you all this coverage.
And now down to Henry.
Right, Tyler. We're going to start with the winner. Well, we'll do it slightly differently in DD2, mainly because third place and second place are still sort of gathering their thoughts after an intense 25-lap final. Not in terms of maybe overtaking, but in terms of concentration, focus, speed, and heat. Tyler, the first thing you said to me, you were like, it's hot. How was 25 laps in this cooker for you?
Well, when you're driving, you don't really notice it because the wind hits you so much, especially around here. So it's just when you come in and take your helmet off, you just realise you're sweating like a pig, really.
Yeah, I mean, you got the lead at the start, and you sort of were just able to just pull away. You won by 4 seconds in the end, but you couldn't really relax, could you? Because we were saying, if you sort of throw yourself out of your rhythm, that's when mistakes can happen.
Yeah, the main focus was to stay consistent the whole time, which I think I did, mostly around 32.8s the whole race.
Now, the rest of your teammates, and this is a Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3, 4, the rest of your teammates are busy kind of getting rubber and stones and grit out of their eye. Was that a problem out there?
Luckily not for me, because I guess I was leading the way, so nothing was in my eyes.
Okay, fair enough. That's 4 wins out of 7. Championship lead is, is still there, but you can't let up, can you?
Not quite. The championship lead is strong, but at the end of the day, we still need to finish all the races quite strongly.
Still need to finish all the races. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, definitely would like to thank the team. We made it 1, 2, 3, 4 for the pigeons today. So
4 pigeons. 4 pigeons. Not 4 candles, 4 pigeons. Morris might get that joke. Joe definitely will.
I think I'm too young for that.
Yeah. You got 6, 7 earlier on. That tells you what generation you're in. Anyway, there we are. Who would you like to thank? Carry on.
Yeah, as I was saying, definitely would like to thank the team, especially my dad as well, for mechanicking and doing everything he does. And my mum, who might be watching. I'm not sure.
She is watching. Hi, Mum. Say hi. Hi. There we go. Thank you very much. Well done, Tyler Harris. Thank you very much. We'll bring Mark Bassier in. Mark, the most important move you made in that race was turn 1, turn 2, getting past Saad. Tell us a little bit about that, and then what it was like just trying to chase Tyler down.
No, at the start I had to definitely get past Saad, because if not I wouldn't even be close to him. And then something got in my eye, and that kind of ruined my race in general.
But this is becoming a regular occurrence, you and I meeting on the podium. That must be a positive for you.
Yeah, definitely. No.
Excellent, excellent. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my parents, my mom and my dad for everything they do, and especially my team and team manager Anjum.
Team manager Anjum. Thank you very much. Well done, Mark Bassier. The third of our 4 pigeons, including a new pigeon. Well done, Saad Al-Hababi. This is your first... Well done. Well done. Come and stand in here. Your first podium as a DD2 driver. Congratulations.
Second race as a DD2 driver, and I think I did good.
Yeah, I mean, you were at the start. You managed to get second going into P1, held off the reigning Rotax Grand Finals Masters champion.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard, but our pace didn't help because Tyler was a bit too fast.
A bit too fast, but considering, look at how fast you were when you made your debut at Al Ain to now. Where have you improved?
I think it's the same.
You think it's the same? There we go. Pigeon number 3. We'll learn. And now Daddy Pigeon, the head of the Mumbai Park. Morris, another DD2 win. This time you were able to get past Adam Malik to make it a 1, 2, 3, 4 overall.
Yes, that was good. But I'm not happy because obviously winning is great. Kyle's also really fast, keeping us on our toes. But the gap to number 1, 2, and 3 is not that huge, So hopefully tomorrow we can find. I know where I can find some pace, but just doing it is something different, yeah.
Were you aware that you set your fastest lap of the race on lap 21 and 22 out of 25? And does that make you feel a little bit better about yourself, considering that we are a Masters?
That's good to hear because Xen and Luca told me what to change. I changed that when I had a small gap to Adam, and clearly it worked. So let's do that the whole day tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Morris is the reigning Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals Masters champion. This year, this week, Daryl Smith from Rotax was inducted into the Karting Australia Hall of Fame. Now, there were 2 inductees. One of them was multiple V8 supercar champion Mark Winterbottom, who did a voiceover in the film Cars 2. He actually had a role in a Disney Pixar film. The other one was Daryl Smith. Now, some people, call me the heart and soul of the Rotax Grand Finals, and that's their opinion. I'm just me. But the heart and soul of Rotax is Daryl Smith. Now, he was a driver. I never saw him race because he's very, 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 very old. However, he has done 2 things right. He has found a job and a sport that he loves, and he's found the love of a much, much, much younger woman. Hello, Jen. How are you? Much more younger and attractive woman. Hi, Jen. Daryl is the heart of the brand that we wear. Rotax would not be the same without... You couldn't imagine Rotax without Daryl Smith, could you?
Yeah, mate. In 2008, when I finished 3rd in the World Finals, I was there a few weeks in advance with Daryl Smith on track, and we were pushing each other to get to the maximum. And at that moment, he was already a grandfather in 2008. Can you imagine?
See, he beat Fred Flintstone for his first karting championship, but Daryl helps everybody. He's the first up, he's the last to bed. No problem too big, no issue too small. All he wants is for people to have a smile on their face. Congratulations, the most worthy inductee of Karting Australia's Hall of Fame, Mr. Rotax, the heart of Rotax, Daryl Smith. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Henry. Great insight there into our DD2 final there with the podium sitters. We'll see them at our trophy presentation. Right now, we've got our junior Rotax finalist out with Aaron Qureshi on the pole position, Louis Radcliffe in 2nd, Via Chopra in 3rd, Mitanj Jain in 4th, Aaron Mason, Giuseppe Montanari, Derek Rivera, Pierre Abu Diwan, Gabriele Baraccordi Rehaba, Faris Haroun, Abdul Razak Al Qureshi, Savil Kojai is next with Leo Erner. Floris Schenkenberg, Johansen Senyaki, Jaden Hidding, Sam Turner, Aaron Ortak, Harry Radcliffe, Harrison Stevens, Vladimir Gusho. Joe Murad is next with Lev Tolsik. Paul Schutzman starts his first final as a junior Rotax driver. Saif Al-Obadi, Arthur Sethi, Antonio Husari, Kabir Kidwai, Raffaele Zagati, Murad Baramov, Damien Noor, Elf Yagmir Yeselte and Romy Sabali round off the grid. 24 laps then for junior Rotax, and we're about to get going with two trains of junior Rotax karts making their way down to the start. The red lights will go out and we will be racing. It will be the Mumbai Falcon of Aaron Qureshi, who dives to the right and loses out massively there, and that was a sneaky move. The M&M driver Via Chopra says, thank you very much, you go out there, mate, I'm going to take it down the inside. But he's coming back as Qureshi comes back at him and scythes back into the lead. By the time they get round to turn 4, he's still hanging on to it. By the time they get to turn 6 and 7, has to defend going into 6 and 7 for the first time as the rest of the junior Max field come through turn 6 and 7, which is one sweeping hairpin. Here they come across the line then, 1 lap completed. It's Qureshi in the lead. Chopra, Mason, Radcliffe, Rivera, Jane, Heber, Montanari, Abu Diwan and Haroon round off the top 10.
One single podium finish is all Arhan Qureshi has in his junior career as one of the Mumbai Falcons gets way wide. Coming off the turn 3 hairpin, Qureshi, back from illness, wants to make his first win. Up to second, newcomer to the championship, Louis Ratcliffe, championship leader, Via Chopra is next. Mitant Jain down to 6, Derek Rivera. This is the best I've seen Derek run since his Mini-Max days. Derek in the number 235 kart is also there in what is, let's have a look, 2, 4, 5th position, possibly? 7th position, I apologise.
Change for second place as Louis Radcliffe goes ahead of Via Chopra. Sam Pollitt Racing's pink, just noticed there, the pink livery there.
Yeah.
Easy to spot in second place, ahead of the M&M Motorsport black and white livery. It's 24 laps, we've only completed 3, so there's an absolute abundance of racecraft left in these drivers as Qureshi continues to lead and extending that lead a little bit as the rest of them go to war.
Sadly, it is feast or famine for Sam Pollitt Racing and the Radcliffe family as we watch older brother Louis in the number 227 kart run P2. Younger brother Harry is already out of the race, along with Kabir Kidwai. Harry Radcliffe stopping on the rolling lap. Made it out of the pit lane, but no further.
That is never, ever a good thing as the leader, Aaron Qureshi. He's going to have company very, very soon because the field is slowly catching. Or are they? We're going to measure it. It was 7/10 last time by. Now, as Via Chopra continues to have an attack of Louis Radcliffe, that's going to play massively into the hands of Aaron Qureshi. And Qureshi's going to be thankful of that. Right, here they go, Henry, across the line. It was 7/10 of a second, the gap between first and second. What is it now? It's 8/10, so it's not coming down. And I think because Radcliffe has got his concerns with Via Chopra about to attack.
Yeah, this is Radcliffe's UAE Championship debut. You know, he's got a good package underneath him, obviously with Sam Pollitt Racing, but you know, Via Chopra knows the series, knows the conditions, knows how the tyres react in these conditions, and the engines and all the other little ancillaries. Oh, waved yellow flag. We'll try and see who that is. Looks like there could be an incident. Oh, there is an incident. A couple of karts have come to grief coming out of the final corner. Faris Haroon and Floris Schenkenberg are out of the race.
They started quite high up the grid as well.
Oh,
so
that is a shame.
Yeah, that's championship points taken away from them as this battle for second place goes on with Lewis Radcliffe. He's got a lot of experience in karting with Sam Pollitt Racing. I don't know what that means, Nick.
The lead is shrinking, is what I think our producer Nick David is trying to tell us.
Yeah,
it's down to half a second.
Did you see sign language? No clue what that meant.
Joe,
I thought that was something to do with the bottom.
No. Joe, I mean, obviously from one race into another, myself and Nick, we know how to go quickly in karts. We understand the sign language. There is a waved yellow, and I have a feeling that Arhan Qureshi may have eased off a little bit more than Louis Radcliffe.
Not by 2.6 seconds.
No, not by 2.6, by 0.6 of a second. It is 0.6 of a second now between Qureshi and Radcliffe. The yellow flags are in. So obviously, Radcliffe. Oh no, the kart is. There is still a kart on the outside of.
Is that causing a yellow flag though? Because we've seen it now, so the yellow flag should come in, I suppose.
Yeah, and I can't. I mean, obviously, there's depth perception, which I don't have there, so that could be because the size of this facility.
Yeah, I think so.
That could be half a mile off the racetrack, and it is actually. It's well out of the way.
Fastest lap of the race from Arhan Qureshi last time by. They're on lap 9 now, and Qureshi has responded. Gap's gone from a half a second to 0.8 of a second. Beginning to expand, aren't they? The gaps between first, second and third and fourth. Louis Radcliffe 0.8 to Arhan Qureshi, and he's got 3/10 to Via Chopra, who's got half a second to Mittanch Jain. So they're beginning to space out. We've only got 10 laps completed next time by, so there's still 14 laps of racing.
Now, I want to point out the driver behind Mittanch Jain, Aaron Mason, the number 264 George Gibbons Motorsport Kart. Speaking to Aaron and his mechanic, Jonathan Paley, yesterday, they felt they were in good shape for another podium, especially in the longer races. Really good was Aaron, almost on the podium back just before Christmas, went off the boil at the Dubai Kartdrome, felt that they're back in the rhythm, in the zone here, and they said, podium, very much possible, we're on for it. Now, there is a look further back at the pack there. Here is second, Radcliffe, third, Chopra, fourth, and now with the short driver with the black crash helmet, just behind Mittanch Jain, that is Aaron Mason. And he has got Ray Haber, another very impressive performance from the number 214 kart, Ray Haber for XL Motorsport. XL having a quiet year, it has to be said. I'll say it, I'll put my head above the parapet. Senior champions last year with Omar Ghannoum. Yes, they've got contenders in Micromax, but they're having a year where just sometimes you get the drivers in all the sort of the sub-senior categories, the micro mini, they're not the senior drivers in that category, if you know what I mean. They are the younger drivers of their age group, and therefore
they may be coming back.
Yeah,
they may be going to fill Ghannoum's shoes
next year or the year after. But this year, it's a bit of a fallow season.
They're going to be where Ghannoum was maybe next season or the season after. We've got Louis Radcliffe, who's doing all he can. The Sam Pollard driver not gaining any ground at all, and he's losing more ground to Arhan Qureshi, who's really come on. He's just lit up here at Yas Marina. We've got all of this to do tomorrow, remember, as well. And there's no reason, because the conditions are going to be exactly the same. It's going to be 31-degree ambient. The sun is going to shine. The track's going to be in even more better rubbered condition than what we have. So there's no reason.
Get even more of a tan.
And we're going to get even more of a tan, I know, isn't it?
Shame.
I'm sorry, everybody in Europe. Yeah. It is. We are sweating here. It is very, very hot.
Terrible. I mean,
you mentioned Aaron Mason there for GGM. He's got a big ask if he is going to get on the podium, because he's got to catch and pass Mittanch Jain.
Leaders catch traffic. Leaders caught traffic, and that traffic was turning in on the leader.
No, he wasn't. That was again the perspective from the camera. I think we saw the leader Qureshi getting by. Now we've got second, third, and fourth coming up on the traffic.
Ooh.
We get by them readily. Coming out of the corner into turn one, the novice cross being shown there.
But it's cost Louis Radcliffe second place.
It has cost Louis Radcliffe
into P2.
That's all about momentum. That momentum was stifled down the main straight. Now Chopra says, let's go and catch the leader. As the back marker is being contended by everybody from fourth place down over. These two now, and look at that, Chopra already pulling away from Radcliffe, and that just shows how much he was stifled in trying to catch and pass Radcliffe. Now that he's ahead of him, he's able to pull away.
And the person that lost out through that back marker, there's another back marker getting out of the way, was Ray Haber, who was now dropped off the back. This was a 5-kart train chasing the race leader. Haber now makes it past. In fact, Haber has dropped back. I think Haber's in trouble. Haber's out of the race because Pierre Abu Diwan is now P6, Montanari 7, Barracordi 8, Senaniake 8. There's a green flag waving, which means the previous marshal post, there's a yellow flag waving. Not sure what it's for. This is lap 17 out of 24. Chopra 1 second behind Qureshi. Make that Radcliffe now 1 second behind
side
Qureshi.
by side down the back straight because Radcliffe was pushed wide. He had nowhere to go. He has to slot back in behind. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me. So Radcliffe went down the inside, ends up on the outside. Chopra just goes all the way out to the side of the track there, and Radcliffe had to get out of the way. He has to slot back in, and now he has it all to do again. But by doing it all again, he's now got Mitanj Jain right on his rear bumper. So it might not be as clear-cut as he did the next time because Jain is in a position to challenge. It's going to be a drag race down the back straight towards turns 4 and 5. And whether Jain can challenge, no, he can't, because it's so fast into there. It's very, very hard to gain any ground or indeed lose any ground if you're flat out as these drivers are.
Aaron Mason still sits and watches things unfold. We have lapped. Who did we lap? We lapped Romy Sabali. We lapped Elif Yasalti. We lapped Ray Haber is out of the race. We've got 26 drivers now left running. And we've got tramline penalties incoming.
That's for the leader. The leader's got a 3-second penalty. Qureshi, he's got a 1.5 second lead.
That changes everything.
He's been given a tramline infringement. The number 260, who is out of contention for the podium, so he's way down. That's Severi Kojai. And the number 231, that's another tramline.
That's Aryan Sethi down the back
so
of the field.
they are out of contention. The biggest thing is Via Chopra is about to take the race win. The gap's out of 1.7.
This is for the race win.
That's for the race win right there.
This is for positions 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Because it's down to 5th. 3 seconds is going to take Qureshi down to 5th place here. So that's effectively for the lead.
Well,
so Via Chopra, Louis Radcliffe, Mitanj Jain and Aaron Mason, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in effect.
But only by 0.8 of a second. The more these 4 battle, the further away Aryan Qureshi gets. Qureshi has got to finish 3 seconds in front of the 4 battles. Aryan, get your head down and drive like you've never driven before.
And Radcliffe ahead of Chopra here. It's going to cost them time.
Mason's past Jain.
Yeah, they're going to cost them time. Qureshi's about to come across the line. Let's see what the gap is. Qureshi across the line. The gap is... Come on, 3.2. Qureshi back in the lead. Qureshi is back in the lead by 0.3 of a second. And if this lot here continue doing this, they've handed the lead back to Qureshi, who's got the 3-second penalty. If they're completely unaware, of course.
Yep.
Radcliffe has broken away. Radcliffe has got to gain 0.3 of a second
to win the
Qureshi to win the race. And they're on the penultimate lap.
And this is for the final podium position. This is for, could it be 2nd and 3rd and 4th? Could it be 3rd, 4th and 5th? Mason, to make sure a podium, needs to get past
Gap's 3.3. Gap's 3.3. Radcliffe's dropped even further. Qureshi has overcome that 3-second penalty. They're on the final lap. They're costing themselves time.
3 wide.
Qureshi has gone. There's been contact there.
That is high, wide and handsome out of the way for Aaron Mason.
Radcliffe last time by 33.372 to 33.359. There is nothing in it as the leader comes out of the final turn and crosses the line to the checkered flag. What is the gap at the line? The gap is 3.288. He's took the win.
By 0.2. Brilliant.
Aaron Qureshi was given a 3-second penalty for a tramline infringement at the start. At the point that he was given the penalty, he was out of the lead. He only had a 2-second gap. Then behind, they started to squabble.
Yep.
Louis Radcliffe Mitansh Jain, Via Chopra, Aaron Mason, they squabbled over that second place and handed the win back to Qureshi.
Do you know what? Ian Qureshi is beside himself celebrating because he thinks he's won by 3.5 seconds. I can't wait to see his reaction when I tell him that he's only won it by 0.2 of a second. I'm going to go down there now.
Well, that's going to be an interesting interview with those guys. I mean, everything has been put right, I suppose. We've got quite a few carts strewn there on the start-finish straight, haven't we? That looks like heavy damage. Here's the result, though. I can tell you, Aaron Qureshi for Mumbai Falcons has took the win. Louis Radcliffe, a very welcome addition to the UAE RMC. He came through in second. Mitansh Jain will struggle and gaining points on his championship protagonist, Via Chopra. He will be delighted with third place and a podium to boot. Via Chopra not so delighted in fourth. Aaron Mason in fifth. Pia Abu Dhabi in sixth. In seventh place, we've got Giuseppe Montanari with Johansa Saniyaki in eighth. Ninth is Gabriele Baracordi, and rounding off the top 10 is Abdul Razak Al Qureshi. Outside of the top 10, we've got Derek Rivera, Jaden Hidding, Harrison Stevens, Sam Turner in 14th, Leo Anna in 15th, Damien Noor in 16th, Saveli Kojai, Vladimir Goujo, Joe Murad, Paul Schutzman, 20th place in his first weekend in the junior Rotax class, Saif Alabadi, Raffaele Zagati, Lev Tolstith, Antonio Hasari, and the last finisher in 25th, Aaron Sethi. We lost Murad Baramov, Romi Sabali, Elif Yagama Yeselte, Ray Harbour, Erend Ortak, Faris Haroon, Floris Schenkenberg, Kabir Kedawi, and Harry Radcliffe, who did not make the start. Wow, drama, intrigue, controversy. It's what the UAE RMC is all about, isn't it? This fantastic season just keeps on delivering. It's a soap opera in itself in every single class of racing that we have here. We've got Henry down there. Who's the driver coach bonus? What a drive. Qureshi. More promotion from Dan Hannum for Harry Hannum, who his young driver takes another win there. Yep, and completely oblivious, of course, to that 3-second penalty for the tramline infringement. That tramline infringement, you might remember, was when he darted across to the right-hand side of the track. I've got to say, to his disadvantage, because that allowed Via Chopra to take the inside line into turn one. He lost the lead. He lost the lead at the start and then had to fight to get the lead back. And then he just kept on lapping. It was the drivers behind who started squabbling for second, third, fourth and fifth down, and then handed that lead back with him finishing 3.288 seconds ahead. So he won the race by 0.288 of a second.
All counts.
Absolutely. That's tremendous. Whoever's writing the scripts.
Well, yeah.
Whoever's writing the scripts. Tremendous stuff. Have we got Henry down there, Nick? Yep, let's head down to Henry Baudet, who has got our podium drivers. After all of that drama, intrigue and controversy, let's hear from the driver's point of view.
Well, thank you. Number one, well done, Arhan Qureshi. First time winner, congratulations. Number two, how much do you think you won that race by?
Honestly, after Veer overtook me, I think I barely won that by at least a second. I didn't think it was 3.
You won it by 0.2 seconds because you had a 3-second tramline penalty. And in fact, it wasn't until those two and Via and Aaron started battling for second that you actually won that race. With 3 laps to go, you were 5th. You kept your head down. You won it by 0.2.
Oh my God, I didn't know I had a penalty, but wow. Honestly, huge shout out to those guys. Crazy work.
Yeah, those guys were having a proper hack at the end of the race. So another pigeon win for the Mumbai Falcons. First of all, tell us how you're feeling. Obviously, there's a lot of emotions.
I mean, I'm just so happy right now. I mean, like, coming onto the final lap, I saw, like, my team doing this, and I was like,
Why? And then, right, like, I'm a bit slow coming to the finish line, right? I see the final lap board still. I'm like, no. I'm so happy.
Yeah. Louis actually started the last lap within 1/10 of you. You were 3.1 seconds up, and you ended up winning by 3.2 seconds with a 3-second penalty. That's about a kart length.
Yikes.
It goes to show you should never give up. You should always push, push, push. Now we can move on. Yep.
Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to my team, Mumbai Falcons, my brother who's annoyed me all the way, Matanj, the Siege group, Gleb, Nathan, Connor. Yeah, just amazing.
Amazing. Next time, this is what it goes to show. Now you know why your team are telling you to push.
Yeah.
There we go. A winner by 0.2 of a second, not 3.2. Arhan Qureshi, well done.
Thank you.
Now, Louis Radcliffe, you come in, and Mitanch, you come in as well, because it was a fantastic battle. For a long time, it was the two of you, it was Via, it was Aaron over second, and then suddenly, with about 4 laps to go, it was for the win. But you guys didn't know that, did you?
We didn't know because the digiboard wasn't working. So we were just battling, thinking we were getting second place.
Okay, so, but all things considered, Louis, first time in the UAE, first time in this championship, first time racing in a Formula 1 circuit, and you get a podium, and you can do it all again tomorrow. So it's not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's not that bad. I'm pretty happy and I like the track, but I just really thought that I had to battle for second place with my friend over here because I never knew that I was going to get first place.
Well, hey, second is second, and you got something to build on tomorrow. So well done, Sam Pollock Racing, a podium. Speaking of Louis' friend, Mitanch, come in. As you came over to Louis, you went, that was a hack, yes?
Yeah. Yep, I did.
It was a hack, though, that between you and a title rival, Via Chopra. Tell us how it race went for you.
Start went the same as the pre-final. Arhan kind of just left, and yeah, like he said, the digiboard wasn't there, so we didn't really know. So we were just kind of fighting for second, and yeah, he got past Veer, and then it was just down to me, and yeah, got the switch in both of them last lap, so happy with it. Could have been better the day, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. You've got it all again to do tomorrow. Who do you want to thank?
Anjum, Gaia, my team, Devin on the spanners, me, my dad, my mom, my sister, Arhan. That's it.
Okay, well done. A thrilling junior final. Got one race to go. Boys, you going to go and watch the seniors now?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Henry. Great insight from our podium drivers, and being joined once again by Harry Hannam. And I suppose congratulations to you too, because you're their driver coach, aren't you? You've got two junior drivers on the podium from the Mumbai Falcons team. You guys were aware of the tramline penalty, and you've just mentioned there you tried to communicate that to Aaron. Did he respond? Do you think, or was he just pushing all the way?
Well, there are definitely a few windmill hand signals from a few of the team members, so I definitely would have thought he would have seen it. Again, it just continues that pushing. I think as a driver, when you see behind, you relax yourself a little bit, but with four people waving their hands around trying to get him to keep going is definitely, I would hope he would have kept going.
You know what, though, if I was in the lead like he was, and I have been in the lead of a car race, and my guys were on the pit wall going, go on, I'd be thinking, are you kidding me or what? What more do you want out of life? Maybe there was an element of that. Henry's back. He might be able to shed a bit of light on what he said. But as you as a driver as well, Harry, you would have thought, what do these guys want out of life? I mean, I'm leading by 2 seconds here. What, you want? Yes, we won 3. That was the reality of it.
Yeah, exactly. Correct. Exactly. Yeah, true. We wanted 3, and it's pushing, and it's as well as a driver, you obviously, especially as he's so fast, he's definitely going to make that win count. No, he's definitely been the best all weekend, fastest driver on track, and you know when you see people to tell you to keep going, then you just got to think of what other scenario could be, and that could be a penalty, and that's why. And at the end of the day, we did get that good result in the end, anyway.
You started your career in GT racing, and one of the key bits of kit in your car is the radio, isn't it? Yes. You lose that radio, and you are disconnected. And it's a world of pain, isn't it? Because you haven't a clue what's going on. Do you think this sport is ready? I mean, I think pits to kart radio made an appearance in the sport, but I think it was deregulated or regulated out because of cost of kit.
Endurance racing, you're allowed it. In endurance karting, you're allowed it. Even I used it back in 2004, 2008 in my endurance.
Yeah. I remember when it started creeping in.
Yeah, and you're still allowed to use it.
You're allowed to use it
in UK endurance karting,
but you're not in sprint karting.
Absolutely not.
Do you think it would be a benefit, Harry?
Yeah, well, I did the past T-side 24-hour, and obviously we had the radio on it, but the karts are so bumpy, it bumps out of place very often, so it's not really effective.
Do you think it would be a bit overwhelming for all, you guys, a team would be bombarding their young driver who's,
correct,
trying to learn how to drive the car as well as process the information that the team's giving him?
At the end of the day, it's definitely a sprint race. It's not too much strategy. It's drive as fast as you can for that set amount of time.
Because those situations where a 3-second penalty is applied, they're quite rare. I've got to say they're quite rare. But we love that in the entertainment business.
It's great, though, to see all the mechanics doing like a really hyperactive version of the YMCA or the Macarena from the pit wall. Obviously, I missed the start of you coming in there, Harry, but I'm sure Joe said congratulations.
I did, yeah.
Oh, well done.
It's his win.
It's your win. and do you know what Arhan Qureshi, Arhan Qureshi, when I was speaking to him, he didn't realise, and his eyes started welling up when I said, you weren't leading. I was like, I saw my team go and push me. It's that's really nice. That's really nice. Now, we are going to have a little bit of a delay before the last race. We saw an incident in the junior final with Faris Haroun and Floris Schenkenberg. I saw Floris wandering into the ambulance. His mum was there. I think the ambulance might be, just taking as a precaution, taking Floris off to have a check over. So whilst we wait for another ambulance to arrive, there'll be about a 15-minute holding pattern. Welcome to the world of the TV fill, Harry Hannon.
Do you like cricket, Harry?
No,
seriously, do you like cricket?
Yeah.
No,
I don't watch cricket. But this is where we come into a test match special.
I don't like cricket. I love it. Sorry. This gives
me a great opportunity.
Yes.
A question I was wanting to ask Harry. Tell us, what's 2026 got in store for Harry Hannon?
Still finishing off this, the Middle East Radical Cup Championship. But no set plans in place yet. Hoping to try to do some prototypes in Europe in this summer. But again, it's
your dad's listening. Right, and I know he's pushing.
Hello, EBC brakes.
He hasn't pulled me pants down though. Don't worry.
No.
So what's your plans? What you're pushing for?
Well, the goal would.
Who you're talking to?
Well, yeah, it's LMP3s is the goal at the moment. What we're trying to get into.
In what series? Is that European Le Mans Series?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, European Le Mans Series or the Le Mans Cup. Which is the goal at the moment again, but just trying to gather the funds up, trying to make it possible.
Yeah, what's the budget for an LMP3?
Oh, it's a big number.
Yeah, you don't want to think about that. You're the driver, mate. Yeah, you'll just
okay, well, so there's the number of the budget. LMP3 teams in that paddock, do they look at your karting resume, your junior Formula resume? Do they look at the branding you've got as a driver and your ability to promote yourself? Do they look at your social media, footprint? Is any of it make, in your limited experience of getting into this world, because there'll be lots of karters out there thinking, well, that's what I want to do. What can you say? What has worked and what is irrelevant when it comes to trying to take that next step?
I think for sponsorship wise, it's external people that makes it possible. So from third party, especially, and you need to be able to give them mainly something back in return normally. So that obviously comes back with the social media, which is a big thing, is obviously how many followers you get, how many people view yours, and how many people will be able to view their brand.
So creating content is important.
You become a marketing tool.
Yes.
The teams, their perspective is they couldn't care less as long as he writes a check. How he writes that check comes down to his exposure and his marketing.
Sorry, I maybe misphrased that question.
Yeah.
You know,
if you're sat in your office running a team, you've got to put fuel in the truck and you've got to put tyres on the car.
Yeah.
That comes down to the hard reality of this sport, and it is an unfair sport. Because you can have all the talent in the world. I mean, look at Nick. He was 2.6 seconds quicker than me.
And
that's a massive disadvantage that I have.
But what I think what you're trying to say there, Joe, is if you look back at sports cars, 10, 15 years ago, you had factory GT teams, but then you had sponsors that sponsored the team. You know, like
That's right.
Gulf sponsored McLaren. McLaren F1 and FINA sponsored BMW, for example. So then BMW could go and hand pick a driver that was quick. Now the teams are just teams. Very rarely you have a sponsor that comes on. Oh, I know. I'm not that you can't do cigarette companies anymore, but say Shell. Oh, I've got Shell Petroleum. I fancy sponsoring the factory Porsche hypercar effort.
I think I don't want to answer your question for you, but I've been around this business and run teams of British touring cars and stuff. But a young driver's CV comes into mind and becomes a factor when you are looking at, say, a driver program like the BMW driver program. Dan Harper comes to mind.
Yep.
Clearly a talented kid, but to get yourself out there and expose yourself to that. You've got to be able to write the check. Is the harsh reality.
Yeah. So
you've got to get that sponsorship to be able to expose yourself. So is that what you're finding, Harry?
Yeah, correct, and that's the most difficult part.
It is
of the sport, unfortunately. But keep cracking at it. Lots of meetings are held and trying to promote myself. And again, the CV is also important. You've got to perform well in the opportunities you get in every class, and that's what we're trying to do and trying to move forward from there. And
it's a catch-22 because. All right, you might be a marketing tool and you might have 1 million followers, but if you're rubbish behind the wheel of a car, then you're not really going to be you're not going to create the image that a company necessarily wants, because everybody wants to back a winner, don't they?
Yes, exactly. And then it all comes down to many different things: how consistent you are, how rarely you crash. Even that,
that's a factor as well.
How fast you are, CV as well.
Do you have a sponsor deck?
I do.
Yeah, because that's another thing. Having and they call it a sponsor deck now, don't they? I used to have for my team. I used to have a scanned A4, manual laminated, bound sort of sponsor profile with typed up with photos on it. It's very different now. Knowing how to use all the technology that's available, being a little graphic designer helps as well. So you can put together a spot, and now you can get a PR. And I've worked as PR, Joe has, you can get a manager, they'll take a very good percentage of whatever you make, or you could do it yourself. Now, of course, being without a manager or a PR or something like that, getting your foot in the door with various sponsors is harder, because you haven't got those third parties that, someone from, I know this team and I've worked with them for 20 years, and if I say, come and have a look at this driver, they might come and have a look at you. Whereas if Harry Hannum, who the heck's Harry Hannum now? It's a part
of the sport, though, isn't it? It's not just about hitting your apexes, is it?
Correct, exactly. It's part of the game, and you've got to play the game. So, create a deck. Also, he's got to look appealing. You'll be able to present it well and show your character as well, and hopefully everything could fall into the right place.
Yeah, the planets need to align in a lot of cases.
So what you're looking for is a team called Lion Racing.
Yeah, that would be...
Lion Racing to hire the Lion.
Where a lot of people fall down is their sponsorship proposal sounds like, all that money that you make and work hard for, would you mind giving me some so I can go racing?
Yeah.
That's not what it's about. It's like, how can I boost your sales by exposing your product by going motor racing?
Yeah. And by the way, I'm going to go motor racing very, very quickly, quicker than anybody else. You know,
yeah. Well, I'm going to be at the front, so I'm going to get you noticed. That's
Yeah.
pretty much your sell, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like again, they're a business as well. They're all trying to make money, and you've got to make sure you can give them something back in return.
Yeah, by spending their money.
Correct. Exactly.
But it's their marketing budget, so it's a win-win.
Yeah.
It's a win-win.
So yeah, that's the plan, and it's the goal, and it's just trying to figure out what the best way to do it.
Now, a lot of drivers, young, up-and-coming, want-to-be professional racing drivers, they supplement their income by doing driver coaching, track days, sports car coaching, you know, things like that. Now, I know some drivers who have used that to supplement their income. For example, the driver I worked with in PR with, Bobby Thompson, in the British Touring Car Championship, he would work as a driver coach at places like the Bedford Autodrome and stuff like that, you know. And there are other drivers, and I'll use another driver, you know, Tom Ingram, for example, I know, who says, no, you know, you can't do that because you spend most of your time driving this type of car a certain way to appease some wealthy amateur, whereas you've got to focus all your attention on driving the racing car you want to drive the only way it can be driven to, and I suppose it depends what position you're in. Have you thought about, you know, obviously your driver coaching and karting, and driver coaching and karting doesn't come for free, ladies and gentlemen watching on. Harry Hannam is available for hire as a driver coach. He's just won the junior race.
He's even more available to drive your GT car, Mr. Gentleman Driver out there.
Yeah, but
and he's quick.
And he's quick, yes. Is that something that, you know, because again, that's got to be something that you have to, as you're growing up. How old are you now?
17.
17. As a 17-year-old, and if you're listening, ladies and gentlemen, the words you've been listening to, that's not the words of, you know, any other 17-year-old. But you've got to be able to prepare to go into a team and say, hello, I'm Harry, and I'm going to make you go a lot faster. Please employ me as your driver coach. That takes the ability to sell yourself, public speak, confidence. Do you learn a lot of that in karting?
Yeah, 100%. So you definitely learn on the basics, obviously, be able to explain it and trying to explain it to as simple as possible for them to be able to understand it as well, and then put it into their driving on track. And then, yeah, there's many different ways. I think that can be made to a career, obviously, coaching maybe a singular driver, and obviously endurance racing is a team sport, so you could obviously drive in their team, or then just, coaching a team and being able to get an available spare seat if where possible. But
there's more opportunities in endurance racing, pretty much because there's 2, 3, 4 drivers per car,
and the grading system. The license colouring.
Yes, absolutely.
Grading system.
For instance, Jamie Campbell-Walter and Stuart Hall come to mind.
Yes.
The worst thing they did was win the World Endurance Championship, because they immediately became gold or platinum drivers, which put them out. They weren't. What you need is a fast silver or a even faster bronze.
Who's the American driver in Ben Harding? Springs to mind. Is it Ben Harding, who's a bronze driver but is very quick in GTs in WEC GTs? Sure, it's Ben Harding.
Not Ben Harding.
No.
You mean Ben?
Ben something. He's American. He's a businessman and he's quick.
Yes, he's bloody quick. Yes.
Yes.
Ben. It's Ben.
We'll talk about
Ben who?
Yes. The tech.
Yeah, Ben. I know him really well. I know him really well.
As they're having a senior moment.
Yes.
You guys.
This is karting, not Le Mans.
I know. Sorry. So there's the ambulance heading off to get back either into position or just to take Floris Schenkenberg off for a checkup. Harry, there's Ben Keating.
Ben Keating, of course it is.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, I would.
He's a fast bronze who owns a lot of car dealerships.
Yes.
And he's great. He's a great guy. If Ben's listening, he might be. Follows the Midweek Motorsport Collective.
He loves his road tax karting, and I've heard he's got a George Gibbons Motorsport T-shirt.
This kid's quick. Harry Hannam's his name.
Harry, you're sat down there. This is you, senior grid. You're all set to go. The temperature's boiling. You're sweating. Suddenly, the race before, there's a problem, and they say, 15-minute delay. What do you do?
So obviously you want to. It's not. You don't have to make sure you're in that state of mind as intense anymore. You can relax a little bit, or make sure you relax, but still stay in a state of focus. Again, not having your mind wear off about things, because it's going to be, everything's going to turn up a notch quite very, very quickly, and you've got to be able to switch a mode. And again, now the drivers are probably speaking to each other a little bit now. obviously now they're switching modes, trying to get into a state where they can, focus, lock in as such. And
hydration, because yes,
it's very hot. Yeah, very hot, and the sun's making it.
Now, one of the elements that I was working with last week in the USA was about pre-event hydration, and there was a gentleman called Jim Doe or Jim Pope, or one of the two. He runs a company, about a driver training company, talking about you have to start hydrating the minute you get up in the morning, little bit by little bit. It's no use waiting till just before you're about to go out and then guzzling down 3 litres of water. Number one, because
on lap 2 you need a week.
And number 3, it's got no electrolytes in it. You need to sort of preload, and not just Gatorade. There's powders and all the types of stuff. But yeah, how much of the nutrition side of it do you look into, and do you have to look into to stay fit and ready?
Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to, especially meals, an example, you don't want to fill yourself up too much. You become heavy and you become tired even as well. And in the heat, then it's doubling it worse. You need to make sure, it's all light meals, such as fruit, which will keep you energized and ready to go. And then the water obviously fuels your muscles at the moment, and karting's a very physical sport, so you're going to need them muscles to work properly, and that's why constantly fueling up.
Right, well, speaking of fueling, I think we're about to go racing.
Yeah, we're about to get top fueling here. Here's the grid then. No surprise there. Conor Clancy from Mumbai Falcons, all down to this lad here, Harry Hannam. He's on the pole position. I'm sure he's had a bit to say. Rayan Qureshi is alongside at an all Mumbai Falcons front row. George Nasser, after that start line infringement, finds himself on the second row. Trofim Krotov, great to have Sokol Racing junior team alongside him on the second row. Jules Demont and Daniel Breath on the third row of the grid. Jerry Montgomery Swan shares with Armani Kinua. We have got the Armani Kinua fan club online with us. Leith Mominat is alongside Zain El Homasani on the fifth row. Eni Asachi and Andrea Remy are on row 6. Row 7 is Oscar Lambert and Antonius Haddad. Rayan Damadasa shares row 8 with Alessandro Bigi. We've got Kyan Kreinbull and Alicia Kanisa on row 9. Row 10 is Nathan Kaplan and Shivan Kartik. Faisal Nashko shares with Manaf Al-Balushi, with Adish Mehta, Mohammed Menemene on the 12th row. 13th row is Abdul Al-Qaeda, Andrew Obeid alongside, Tammy Nasiba with Enzo Tesluk. And then on the 15th row, Ryan Carouse and Oscar Backhouse. Looking at the final few rows is Igor Prokantov, Philip Dinu, Timofey Sevostenyov, Luluma Gobemi, Orlando Benchevenga, and Abigail Pope rounds off 36 karts.
So 2 drivers didn't make it. One of them, I know, was the other young lady in the field. Let's have a look. That was Zara Karua. Haven't got the name on the other non-qualifier, but we got 36 drivers.
Here we go.
25 laps.
Here we go. We have got the field on walking pace, heading towards those tram lines. Great pace being held by Conor Clancy. He's certainly got a lot of experience, this young man. Now he gets the foot down. Stay in the tram lines, whatever you do. They've been hot on this all day. Bursting out of those tram lines is that second place kart of Qureshi, but it's Conor Clancy who leads through turn 1 and turn 2 and into the hairpin at 3. Conor Clancy will lead onto the back straight.
Look at that full field, 36 drivers deep, all the way down the back straight into turn number 4 and 5. Clancy leads Nassar. This could be a championship battle as the season progresses. Rayan Qureshi, who was name-checked by his brother, has been constant annoyance after Arhan won his first race. Rayan trying to make it a double family podium. Who would bet against it as the rest of the field comes streaking through in a 36 kart field, Harry? That's about as clean as it's possible to get, isn't it?
Yeah, no incidents at all by the looks of it. Everyone's got through the first lap cleanly and hoping to bring a good race.
Well, it's clean so far. Conor Clancy likes it this way, though. He's got a massive amount of pace, it seems, this young man. George Nasser, you're right, Henry. This could turn into a championship battle here.
Yep.
I know we're looking at Conor Clancy, who just joined the senior road tax class halfway through the season. So he's gaining points all the way on that George Nasser kart behind him. George Nasser, championship leader, in second place on the road, but Rayan Qureshi, Rayan is not that far away from George, and he'll want to spoil George Nasser's party and get ahead of him and take points off him, and that's going to help Conor Clancy in the long run.
I mean, there's a real sort of upturn in fortunes here. Conor Clancy at the moment 9th in the point standings. That will get higher. George Nasser is your points leader. Rayan Qureshi 10th in points. Jules Dumont 14th in points. Trofim Krotov not in the top 30 in points. Amani Kanua looking down 25th in points. Daniel Brith, brand new to the championship. There is somebody, that's the 3-2-6 getting wheeled out of the way. First retirement is Lulumu Gobemi, one of Wesley Orr's War Motorsport with Telios Racing drivers, sadly out of the race.
Here they come then onto the back straight. Conor Clancy, 7/10 of a second after 4 laps of racing. This is where the heat of the battle is, though. It's a 25-lap final for these senior road tax drivers, and it's George Nasser, Rayan Qureshi following him round, and I get the feeling that Qureshi may be just playing a waiting game. Is that what you see as well, Harry? Are we seeing a little bit of high-speed chess here?
Yeah, exactly. It's a long race, 25 laps. Already got a gap to the car behind, so he wouldn't want to be rushing things. Just want to set into a rhythm and try and bring that rhythm into some forward momentum later in the race.
So we say high-speed chess, but we're nigh on flat out through every braking area and into every corner, aren't we?
Yeah, it's not. You don't slow down a lot, so it'd be high-speed chase.
Is there an element then when Qureshi sees the laps come down towards him and we get to lap 20? Where do you find that little bit extra to then challenge? Because George is going to respond as well, isn't he? And you've got that in the back of your mind.
Correct, yeah. Pressure's maybe different between the two karts. You never know. So it's, they've just got to drive the run race, and Ryan's really got to focus on what he needs to do at that current moment in time. Obviously, try stick within in lunging distance, really, of Nasser.
So the job list for Ryan is stay on the bumper of George Nasser.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Would be the goal, yeah. If he's got a bit more pace, then obviously, ideally he would go in, but at the moment it looks like he's just hanging on.
Yeah.
We've had a change for 5th position. South Africa, Kenya, are you watching? Amani Kanua.
They absolutely are.
Has passed Jules Dumont. Trofim Krotov is next on the list for George Gibbons Motorsports. Amani Kanua. Let's just see. It's early days yet. There's Kanua, white helmet, black race suit.
Yeah, Quick Moo is just come in there with it. We've got a lot of Amani Kanua fans shouting up, woohoo, P5 Amani from Quick Moo. Spelled with a U, not a double O.
A lot of family and friends watching. Amani Kanua, he's there behind Trofim Krotov, and we've got a battle brewing for 2nd place, Joe.
Krotov, great idea, using a white nose cone, I've got to say, from our point of view.
Oh, absolutely.
Easy to pick up, but I've been really impressed by this addition to the championship here.
Yes.
Because the Sokol Racing Junior team have had this driver, Trofim Krotov, in the top 5 pretty much throughout the heats and the pre-final phases. So, and he's at the moment in 4th place. He's a little bit off the rear end of Qureshi. He's 1.5 seconds off. But we'll keep an eye on that. Behind him is that driver Amani Kanua, who I think is again just sitting there on the bumper without any additional tools in the toolbox to maybe challenge the driver with the white nose cone. They're just going through 6 and 7.
Daniel Brith, Andrew Obeid, Manaf Al-Balushi have all retired. Oscar Backhouse also out of the race alongside Laluma Gubemi. Abigail Pope, 31st, is the last kart still running. It's a real mix-up of the order. You look there, Montgomery Swan 7th, Lambert 8th, Darmadasa 10th, El Homasani 11th, Kappen, we know about Kappen's issues, 12th, and it's all playing wonderfully into the hands of George Nasser and Conor Clancy.
For championship, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we've, where has Jules Dumont come from this weekend? The Telios driver has all of a sudden switched it on, as has Kanua. for GGM. They're right up there, aren't they? I know newcomers and an unknown quantity in Krotov, but the two drivers behind going very well indeed and ahead of people like Montgomery, Swan and Lambert.
Well, I'll tell you where, Jules de Mont, he has had 2 top 10 finishes and two finishes of 30th or worse in finals. Feast or famine. Now, that's the kind of inconsistency that a lot of these drivers face. They're quick, but yet you've got to be quick at every track, in every condition, in every situation. There's Amani Kanua.
Wow.
1 place to go.
No, it's side by side.
Careful, boys.
Wheel banging down the back straight. Kanua has the courage, though, to stay where he is and just disregard any kind of aggression there. Kartshop.me replay will perhaps show this. Here they come then. It's out again. It's the crossover, isn't it? It's the undercut, as they say in Formula One. Seems apt at a Formula One track. And there we saw them, just unaware of where they were. How easy is it to bang wheels like that? Because your peripherals kind of restricted somewhat.
Correct, yeah, you're going at a very high speed pace, so and then, I think, like they say, rubbing is racing in some cases. But he's completed the move, and yeah, he's going to look forward to try catch up to the podium finishing place.
Which is going to be easier said than done.
Well, he's got 2 seconds, Henry.
Yeah,
so
he's also got Krotov still sniffing around his exhaust pipe.
If Krotov challenges back at Kanua, that's going to cost him time.
That'll be game over, yeah?
It will. If Krotov continues to follow him round and works with him, they might just close that gap and then squabble over a podium step.
Yeah. If you're Amani Kanua now, Harry, what are you thinking of? Are you thinking, please trophy him, don't challenge me? Or are you thinking, come on, George and Ryan, start battling?
It'll be a mix of both. So he's just completed the move, and it's again just trying to get back into the rhythm of lap times, because it's in lap times to catch the group in front. And then, of course, Ryan and George battling would help the cause, but it looks like Georgie might be slightly edging away every lap to Ryan behind.
I have been very well behaved today, believe it or not. I have not mentioned the fact that in the 6 main event, the 6 finals that we've had this year in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, Conor Clancy has won all 6. 3 in junior, 3 in senior. This is for 7 in a row.
That's incredible.
Across 2 classes. I know his mechanic, Alex Gill, doesn't want me to say it. He does. He gets it. He says, don't jinx me today. Well, we're 9 laps away. 7 in a row, Harry.
Yeah.
You know, that is at Al Ain Raceway, at Al Fassan, at the Dubai Kartdrome, and potentially that's 7 finals, 4 different tracks, 2 different classes.
Correct, yeah, it's an incredible statistic to have, and it shows the great work. Obviously, Connor's doing lots of practice. I know he does to get that kart working. Alex Gill obviously helping, and Mumbai Falcons obviously helping get that kart on rails. But it all comes down to the driver at the end of the day, and he's getting it around at a good pace.
I'm not one to believe in commentators' jinxes, because we have to talk about those facts.
Yeah.
And that fact is an incredible stat to have won all of those finals in this championship. That is quite what I think we're seeing, a special talent in young Clancy.
Absolutely.
He's just brand new in seniors. I mean, he's going to be around senior karting for a lot of years to come.
We shouldn't underestimate the talent that Alex Gill had. So I'll tell a story. Alex Gill used to run as a right driver, privateer driver in the British Kart Championship, the only driver, and he went up against the likes of Lando Norris, George Russell in cadet. In fact, one year, George Russell was the champion, Matthew Graham, who currently races sports cars, was second, Alex Gill third as a privateer. He went on to do KF3 European karting, him and his dad Simon, on a right chassis, the only privateer. They got robbed on the way down to Zuera in Spain. Somehow the paddock thought so much of him, they cobbled together a chassis. I think Simon Wright might even gone down there to get a kart so he could race. The next round of the European Championship was at PF International. And again, it was Alex at the age of 13, 12, and his dad running out of a caravan, the only right chassis in the field. When they walked out onto the final grid, I was doing circuit commentary with Ken Walker on the 9th row of the grid for the European final. On the inside of row number 9, Alex Gill with grubby fingernails, 1 trolley, his dad Steve with a right chassis, and on the outside of row number 9, Lance Stroll in the full factory Zanardi team with a 3-decker bus. That's the type of talent that Alex Gill was as a driver, and he's translating that into how to bolt a go-kart together.
And that's a lovely segue back, circling around. If this was a sitcom, it'd be perfect. Because that was what I meant by this is an unfair sport.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I meant.
Lance
there
Stroll,
it is right there.
Lance Stroll is doing what Lance Stroll's doing, and Alex Gill is getting his fingernails, still getting his fingernails dirty.
4 laps remaining, guys. 4 laps remaining. Conor Clancy has 3 seconds to George Nasser, who's now got a comfortable cushion before he has to worry about Ryan Qureshi. Amani Kanua hasn't been able to gain any ground whatsoever on Qureshi, and Trofim Krotov has likewise not been able to challenge Kanua back. So if this race continues, I can't see any reason why it's not going to finish, because we're now spread out.
Yeah.
22 laps completed, 3 laps remaining, and I think if everybody continues in this vein, they keep their focus, how easy or difficult is it to maintain that focus at the front of the field like Conor is?
Well, you get into a rhythm. He's obviously clearly picked out his braking markers for each corner, and he's hitting them every lap. So that helps obviously with the consistency, and he's doing it at a very fast pace, and looking good.
And when you tell a driver to back off and just ease it out, that's harder, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because you have to change your rhythm. So it's best off just to leave him to it, especially when Conor's in this state of just pure focus and speed at the moment.
We're on lap 24 of 25, and I'm gonna say it that Conor Clancy is becoming Rotax's version of Thanos. He is inevitable.
Yeah,
it's becoming that way, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it is becoming that way, and you know what? You're not going to get if this was a place where a sport that you could bet on. You're not going to get very good odds on that guy. You're barely going to make evens, aren't you?
Any track, any chassis, because he's moved from OTK to KR. Any class, any condition, any time of day. This young man, who I first met when he was helping push his teammate off the middle of the track when his teammate had crashed under the bridge at PFI in front of oncoming traffic so his teammate wouldn't get hurt, is now a magnificent 7-time race winner in this season.
I'm going to use the term emphatic because that's the only word I can think of right now to describe Conor Clancy's day here this weekend. Harry, you've got to be very proud of the team that you're working for and working with to be able to give that lad that kart where he can produce that kind of performance.
Correct. Overall, it's been a very good day for the team, I think. Conor Clancy obviously performing very well. But then, Mumbai Falcons to collect a P1, a P3, a P6, but Oscar to come back as well from a difficult qualifying, and Nathan as well to come to P9 after starting a bit further in the field. It shows the speed by the whole team, and it's nice to get these results.
Great stuff. Harry, I want to shake your hand again and thank you very much indeed. Thanks for joining us. You're going to do this tomorrow? Well, you're more than welcome, please, if you wouldn't mind. If it's, and we can try and get you a drive in GTs, to be honest, mate. Especially if we get those down periods. There's the championship is coming back towards George Nasser very, very slowly. Conor Clancy is first. George Nasser finishes second. That's what he's got to do. That's all he's got to do. Finish second to Conor Clancy and make the job even slower and harder. Ryan Qureshi was third with Amani Kanua. The whole of Amani Kanua's fan base now is going to go off and have a big party to celebrate that fourth place. Excellent finish. Great to have Trofim Krotov along for the ride in the UAE RMC as well. He's a welcome addition to the championship with a fifth place. Oscar Lambert, it's been a recovery drive all day long for Oscar, and he's gotten a sixth place out of it. Rayan Damadasa, seventh. Gilles Demont in eighth. Nathan Kappen was ninth. 10th was Jeremy Montgomery Swan. And then outside the top 10, we've got in 11th, Eni Asachi, Leith Mominat, Zain El Homasani, Alicia Kanisa. Kayan Kryenbull is 15th. 16th is Adish Mehta. Mohammed Menemene was 17th. Alexandra Biji, 18th. Antonius Haddad was 19th. 20th, Andrea Remy. And then we've got Shivan Kartik, Igor Prochantov, Faisal Nashko, Enzo Tesluk, Abdullah Alketa, Rayan Karuz, Timofey Zevostanov, Tami Nasiba, Philip Dinu was the 29th and final finisher. Out of the race, non-finishers were Orlando Benchivenga, Abigail Pope, Manaf Al-Balushi, Andre Andrew Obaid. Daniel Breath, we lost after 4 laps. Laluma Gobemi, we lost after 2 laps. And Oscar Backhouse was another driver we lost on lap 2. That rounds off our race coverage for the day. Race day 1 of 2. We're back
Loads
tomorrow.
more, though.
But we absolutely have got loads more. We are going to bring you the trophy presentation all live and direct from Yas Marina here. That's going to be it's usually about half an hour to 45 minutes before the race results can become official, and that's part of the regulations. We're going to play you the paddock show.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, the paddock show. Couldn't think
We are
of the
going to
word.
wait for Henry to interview the top 3
Of
first.
course, we've got the paddock show after Henry's post-race interviews, of course, for the Senior Max class. So we've got a bit of a reflection and a bit of a reminder to remind everybody that tomorrow's race coverage, don't go away though, we've still got a lot of action to bring you from our trophy presentation. It's always a lot of fun.
The trophy presentation is non-stop action. You've got the way you slowly zoom in and
Zoom
slowly
in and zoom out. Great days racing here at the Yas Marina Circuit. It's been a one that certainly among a lot of people, have been looking forward to. We knew it was going to be high speed. We knew it was going to be an absolute humdinger of a track to race on, and it certainly proved to be the case there.
Yep, it was a great event. Lovely weather, lovely environment.
Beautiful, perfect conditions. Hot. Perfect conditions from this air-conditioned splendour of our commentary box. But, perfect conditions to race in, the hot weather.
Okay, well, I think what I would do is I'll hand out to Henry for the final time today for the post-race interviews.
Well, Rayan Qureshi was a little bit concerned about his hair standing up, but, we should be more concerned, just come stand by there, about 2 podiums for you and your brother. Your brother got one. But first of all, well done. That looked like it was a brutal race in terms of just plugging away lap after lap.
Yeah, definitely. It's the first time I think we both had a podium with neither of us being penalised. So really happy for that, and yeah, the race was quite tough, but managed to get P3 in the end, so really happy with that.
At the start, getting away and just getting that little bit of a gap over the chasing pack was key. Did you think you could catch George?
I was trying everything, but he was just really on point, so it was hard to.
Okay, who do you want to thank?
I would like to thank Anjum, the entirety of Mumbai Falcons, Luca, Harry Hannam, my brother, and the Goon Squad.
Of course, the Goon Squad. There we go. Thank you very much. Goon Squad was Harry Seacombe and a couple of other comedians, but you won't know that. Peter Sellers, possibly. There we go. Well done, Iron. We'll bring second place George Nassar in. George, well, if winning is the best medicine, second place is not quite as good, but hey, it could be a lot worse. You're not feeling great, but you've had a good day in the points.
Yeah, it was a good day. It was calm. Connor was just faster than me, so there wasn't much I can do about that.
Around here, when someone is, a lot of circuits, when someone is a tick quicker than you, you can drive the corners better. You can make up for a small deficit, can't you?
Yeah, you can always try to improve driving. I tried. It still wasn't enough, but...
Because around here, it's kind of, if someone's faster, they're going to pull away.
Yeah, that's it. That's how it works at every track. Wasn't much I could do there.
Well, points mean prizes. Who'd you like to thank?
My team, they did really well with the setup. I definitely couldn't have been as fast as I was without them. They're always there to support me, so.
Excellent, well done, George Nassar. Still championship leader, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go, right, 7 in a row, the magnificent 7. Connor Clancy, when you saw the entry list at 40 karts, and then, you saw a 25-lap race, what was going through your mind initially, bearing in mind that you were undefeated so far this season?
Not much, to be honest. I'm confident. I know I'm a good driver, so yeah. I don't think like 25 laps or 40 driver entry list like scared me.
I'm not scared, but I mean, when you looked at it, do you think, yeah, I'm going to lead all 25 of those laps, clean sweep the heats, and win by 5 seconds?
I mean, yeah, if you don't think you're going to win, then you won't win. So that's why I always think I'm going to win. So yeah, it pays off.
I mean, we spoke to a couple of other drivers that led their race from start to finish. Was it an easy race because you weren't being challenged, or was it a hard race because you had to do 250 corners, one after another without making a mistake? That's 10 corners, 25 laps.
Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't easy, like, especially them last few laps when I was approaching the back markers. Like, it is a bit, I don't know what the word is, but yeah, it's not great, but yeah.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah, nerve-wracking, that's the word. But yeah, it was a fun race.
It's a fun race. So, 7 in a row. Who do you want to thank?
My mum and dad, my mechanic Alex, aka Gilly, everyone at Mumbai Falcons, everyone in England and Ireland, and the dogs.
And the dogs. Well, certainly, if there's someone season that's not going to the dogs, it's Conor Clancy. Missed the first 3 rounds of the Senior Rotax Championship. He can't win it, can he? Can he?
Well, I mean, I think so. If he keeps going like this, then I think there definitely is a chance, because although I've missed the first 3 rounds, I think with drop points I'll be quite close.
I think you're right. Very close. Back to you.
Thank you, Henry. And thank you and congratulations to 7-time winner.
Yeah, incredible.
Conor Clancy.
That's incredible.
we're just chatting back here, and I was saying he's making it no fun for anyone else.
No, I mean, you know what? I kind of use that term, don't I? Who's going to beat? But seriously,
who's going to beat?
Who's going to beat Conor Clancy? I mean, 5 seconds. Who's going to beat him tomorrow?
Well, hopefully, it's very close.
Do this again tomorrow.
I have, as you know, I have no favourites. It's just I want it to be very close. Well, that's the end of live racing action and live racing interviews, but we do have live racing podium ceremony to come, presented by Mr. H. Baudet and filmed by Mr. J. Bradley. So we'll be back with that in about 35 to 40 minutes. But in the meantime, we're going to play you some interviews and the paddock show again, so you're constantly entertained on the stream. And if you're in the track itself, well, I suggest you just enjoy the sun and then wait for the podium ceremony to be back. And of course, if you are on the stream, don't forget we'll be back at 9 o'clock local time tomorrow for the do all over again for the day 2 of round 5 of the UAE RMC here from Yas Marina on the actual track, Joe. So, right, let's go. And now off to the show, and we will see you at the podium ceremony. Well, hello and welcome to round 5 of the UAE RMC Championship at the marvellous, fantastic, unbelievable Yas Marina Circuit. And here we are at the west hairpin of the Grand Prix track, where champions have been made, champions have been won, races have been overtaken, and also occasionally you fall upon a young man who's known for his paddock interviews. It's Joseph Bradley. Joe, Yas Marina, a bit special.
It is a one that we've been waiting for all season, isn't it? When we saw this venue on the calendar, Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, Formula One track. The karts are actually on the very same tarmac. In fact, they're using part of the track that's not used now by Formula One, but that doesn't detract from the point that we are on the very same tarmac that only, 2 months ago, we crowned the 2025 Formula One World Champion Lando Norris. Deserve it as well to all Australian fans out there. It is a one. It's also getting back towards what we're here about, Nick, the UAE RMC round 5. This track is unique. It is, I think, the fastest track that we're going to race on. I think Henry came up with a stat of 90% throttle. The slowest corner here is that hairpin just behind us. And that is a fast flowing hairpin. Everywhere is fast and flowing. You're going to need a very, very good kart that's balanced in the high-speed corners, because everywhere is a high.
Well, hello and welcome to round 5 of the UAE RMC Championship at the marvellous, fantastic, unbelievable Yas Marina Circuit. And here we are at the west hairpin of the Grand Prix track, where champions have been made, champions have been won, races have been overtaken, and also occasionally you fall upon a young man who's known for his paddock interviews. It's Joseph Bradley. Joe, Yas Marina, a bit special.
It is a one that we've been waiting for all season, isn't it? When we saw this venue on the calendar, Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, Formula One track. The karts are actually on the very same tarmac. In fact, they're using part of the track that's not used now by Formula One, but that doesn't detract from the point that we are on the very same tarmac that only, 2 months ago, we crowned the 2025 Formula One World Champion Lando Norris. Deserve it as well to all Australian fans out there. It is a one. It also getting back towards what we're here about, Nick, the UAE RMC Round 5. This track is unique. It is, I think, the fastest track that we're going to race on. I think Henry came up with a stat of 90% throttle. The slowest corner here is that hairpin just behind us. And that is a fast flowing hairpin. Everywhere is fast and flowing. You're going to need a very, very good kart that's balanced in the high-speed corners, because everywhere is a high-speed corner. I'm very excited. I'm more excited than I usually am, because I'm always excited.
Well, we're echoing the sound of Joe Bradley's interviews, but the track will be echoing the sound of multiple karts going as fast as they can. Joseph, go talk to people.
I'm off.
Well, the UAE RMC, it's a fantastically organised series. I must go, I need to find something out. And perhaps it's a timetable, or maybe I need to get myself a new pass. I've heard there's some really efficient people. Oh, God, Henry's there. What are you doing here, Henry?
Well, thank you, Nick. I am here to talk to one of the unsung heroes of the championship, our championship coordinator, Lelaine Australia. Now, Lelaine, the most important thing about this weekend is not the Yas Marina, although that's really important. It's the start of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's a good opportunity for the drivers who just actually starting for the season. I know there are a lot of drivers who have not done great scores in the championship, but and also new drivers who just got their license. So even if they've not done the round one, Abu Dhabi Sports Council is something that they could actually join because it's a championship which is within the Rotax Max Challenge. Yeah. So it's a separate score points, which means for those who are actually racing for the first time in Yas, they will get to score points for this and towards the Abu Dhabi round. So it's actually consists of 5 rounds, which is in Yas Marina. The next round will be Al Forsan and also the double header in a lane.
And how many years have Abu Dhabi now supported the UAE Rotax Max Challenge with the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy? Because it's been a while, hasn't it?
Yes, it's actually, we're very, very grateful because it's 14th year this year. So Abu Dhabi Sports Council has been very, very supporting for UAE Rotax Max Challenge, especially in Abu Dhabi series. So that is really something that we are very grateful for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, and hopefully they're still going to support us in the upcoming years. So, and also it's something that for them, it's actually nurturing grassroots for the drivers, for doing the motorsports in karting. So,
yeah. So this is the first of 5 rounds. There's 2 here at Yas Marina, 1 at Al Fassan, and then 2 at Abu Dhabi. Now, there's 140 drivers here around.
Yes, it's more than 100 drivers. Yeah. So it's been for how many years, the numbers are getting higher and higher. So, but again, this year, I think we have a total 130 drivers. Yeah. So it's actually, more than what we had last year. Yeah.
And of course, all the rounds that qualify are actually in the Emirati of Abu Dhabi. See, it's so busy here. Right, who's from Motorscape? Who's here from Motorscape? Motorscape? Need to go and get Ruby Sabah. Well, hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the podium presentation for round 5, day 1 of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge, incorporating round 1 of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy. We have got a full slate of class prizes to hand out, as well as the team award for today. We've got the top 3 in each class, and where applicable, the Best Novice Award. We'll start with the youngest members of the Rotax family, Micromax, and finishing in 3rd position, representing Excel Motorsport, Evans Bronins. Evans gets his trophy from Kabita, one of our race control ladies. Runner up, 0.4 of a second separating them at the end of the race. Driving for Mateus Najem Motorsport, Samar Chopra. But your winner, 4 wins out of 7 finals, championship leader, driving for George Gibbons Motorsport, Liam O'Hanlon. Liam gets his winner's trophy. Now, we had a season high number of novice drivers in the Micromax class, finishing as the best novice, finishing as the best novice driving for CRG Middle East, it's Leo Reitman. So, well done, the Abu Dhabi Sports Council flag. Drivers, trophies in the air. Cameras and photographers. Ladies and gentlemen, your Micromax podium and best novice. Thank you very much, well done. We now move on to Minimax, another very, very dramatic day of racing. The final may have been a little bit processional, but that's because everybody was absolutely flat out from start to finish. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for JNKD, Austin Gray. Kabita hands Austin the 3rd place trophy. On to the top 2 now. Another podium, new team, P2 today for the Mumbai Falcons, Oliver Butchard. Congratulations. But your race winner, leading from start to finish, winning by nearly 2 seconds, and even found time to wish Charlie Page and his family well whilst wearing his race suit, driving for Sam Pollitt Racing. It's Albie J. Stubbs. That is big, yes. Some really nice trophies. And another class where we had, we were lucky to have novice drivers finishing as the best novice, 20th overall, Vivan Chowan. Vivan's best lap, just 1.3 seconds slower than LBJ Stubbs' best lap. So drivers, trophies in the air. Albie, trophy in the air. Albie. Well, you can a bit higher. You'll do how I want it. Oh, look at the state of him, ladies and gentlemen. Minimax. We now move on to DD2 Masters. Again, we're so grateful for the drivers over the age of 31 for their continued support of the championship. Finishing in third position in Masters, Honolulu Racing's Greg Watts. Second position, he gets closer and closer and closer, but then Morris gets quicker and quicker and quicker. If a Kart Advisor Academy, Kyle Blockley. But your DD2 Masters winner, the current reigning Rotax Grand Finals DD2 Masters winner, champion E20 Masters, for the Mumbai Falcons, Maurice Knyoppers. I won't ask you to put the trophies in the air, you might put your back out, Greg, so there we are. But ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 Masters top three. And now we move on to Rotax's Ultimate Class, DD2. It's very rare in a championship as competitive as the UAE Rotax Max Challenge that we have a complete clean sweep for one team. In fact, in this race, we had a 1, 2, 3, 4 for one team. Finishing in third position, his debut podium in DD2 for the Mumbai Falcons, Saad Al-Hababi. Finishing in second position, he made the move on lap number 1, couldn't quite catch the championship leader. P2 for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Mark Bassier. Now, when I was doing the post-race interview, these three called themselves the Mumbai Pigeons. Well, if they're pigeons, this is King Pigeon, your DD2 winner and championship leader, Tyler Harris. That's one ugly pigeon coop. Ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 podium. Trophies in the air. Fringes will be sorted out later, Tyler. Don't you worry about that. Thank you very much, drivers. Thank you. Two classes to go, our two biggest classes of this weekend. Junior Rotax is up first and finishing in third position for that team again, the Mumbai Falcons, Mitansh Jain. Well done, Mitansh. Finishing in second position on his debut in the championship for Sam Pollitt Racing, Louis Radcliffe. But your winner, celebrating his first win in Junior Rotax by just 0.02 of a second. For the Mumbai Falcons, Arhan Qureshi. Now, as Arhan gets his awards, the best finishing novice was Romy Sabali for Motorscape in 27th position. Sadly, she's already gone. We will get her trophy to her tomorrow. Meanwhile, your Junior Rotax podium trophies in the air. Mitanj, smile. Well done. Thank you, drivers. One class to go, then our team award. Senior Rotax, 38 drivers, 36 made the final. We had 28 make the end of a grueling 25-lap race, finishing in third position on what is a fantastic day for this family, driving for the Mumbai Falcons. It's Rayan Qureshi. We now move on to the top two. He's not very well. He gritted his teeth. He got through it, finishing in second place. Your championship leader from Matthias Negem Motorsport, George Nassar. But your winner, 2 classes, 7 finals, 4 different tracks. He remains the only undefeated driver in the championship in the 2025-2026 season. For the Mumbai Falcons, it's Connor Clancy. And I have to say, we've had a record. Only 3 nose cone penalties in the final. 36 starters, 25 laps, 3 nose cone penalties in seniors. See, can be done. Trophies in the air, drivers. Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we'll let the senior drivers head back. We'll get to that bit now, Connor. Got a feeling we know who's won the team awards. Top 3 team points. And again, the top finisher for every team in every race in every class scores points. So it benefits the teams that run drivers in every class. Finishing third with 350 points were George Gibbons Motorsport. Finishing second with 354 points were Matthias Negem Motorsport. But your winner by over 200 points, it's the Mumbai Falcons with 559 points. Anjum and the team. We'll have Anjum to come and collect the awards. We'll have the mechanic to come and collect the award because Amjun's just told me that's what's going to happen. Drivers, you can come and stand behind. You've got the hardware. Come on. Morris. So I believe this continues a clean sweep for the Mumbai Falcons in the team awards this season. So there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your team award winners for round 5, day 1 of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. The good news is we get to do it all again tomorrow. We go live, I believe, at 9 a.m. local time, if not just a few minutes after, on Karting Live TV and on the UAE RMC YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow. Stay here, make team picture. Whoa.